wake up media process, wake up Jennifer, wake up Nina, Ikiru, this is me, this is Nomia, this is Sampler, this is Zero, wake up Super, wake up Sage, wake up Mr. Salim Zahim, the sports that are fit, Kadabra, wake up Jason, the sport master, wake up Legacy Mafagaram, wake up Five-Star Shokilizer, wake up Kelly Marys, wake up everybody this morning. Everybody is hearing the sound of my voice, the sound of the trumpet.
All right, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Bye. I'm playing any sweet voice for you.
Haters going, hey, baby.
Sound of the trumpet is coming up next. This is for you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good morning, Auntie Orlando, Uncle Charlie, bad guy.
Good morning, Musa. How are you?
I'm good.
Hope you slept well.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I really enjoy myself.
All right.
You really enjoyed yourself, eh? One next you go to bed, pack your bags. When next you go to bed, you never can tell where you find yourself.
Okay, my people.
Did you say Ostina Chuku?
He said, let me wake my people.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
I have to wake up my people. Ogadema one. I have Zaporipiki. Danjuma. DJ Mario, DJ Smith, DJ everybody, DJ. Oh my God. You need to start. Okay, Tabitha, enjoy us evening. Oh my yes, Tage, DJ Smith, nice boy, Ogogo,
What are we waking them up with?
Soba and Benjamin. Now this, you never seen you. And Victor and DJ from Wasota. All of them with Orlando Chacha.
Hey, that's
Pick one. Which one? We have Orlando rap, we have Chacha rap. Which one? We have not, me and Chacha, we have not done collabo.
Okay, now you're rap now.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's KUFM and we're rolling like we don't stop. Bringing all the excitement straight to the hilltop. Welcome to the Wakey. Please stand up. Feel alive. Bring the fun. Make it no stop. Yeah.
Hello?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Charles.
Hi, good morning. Sandra, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm all right. I'm doing good. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, we slept well. Sandra.
Are you still?
Say what?
Thank you.
I'm fine. And how are you?
I'm fine.
All right. So go ahead and wake your people up.
I just want to find it this morning.
See Nigerians now. I'm being good to you now. You're complaining. If I start now, they'll say Orlando does not like Sandra. What will I do for you? What will I do for you?
I just want to taste this Larry. I know you prove it that you're not ready. You're just pretending.
I rebuke every spirit that will bring out any bad habits in me this morning. I'm a good girl. Hope you're good.
I know.
Yeah.
But I'm taking my turn. Come
on, babe. Let's go. Let's get over it, okay? You know.
Understand.
Yeah. That's the spirit.
What are we talking about, buddy?
Okay, well, I want to thank you for your time today. I want to say good morning to the necessary, good morning to everybody, good morning to my family. I want to wake up all KFN fans, I want to wake up KFN staff. I want to wake up my co-worker, I want to wake up my family, I want to wake up John Drew, I want to wake up all Manchester United, I want to wake up the girls, the big girls, the corner, the girls, the teachers. Yeah? And then this football association, whatever. They don't want to form your, I want them to do their own now. But if you want to form your,
I will use the red button now. I will use the red button now.
I'm supporting you, wait. I said,
okay.
If we form our own, we will need them. But you are not ready to form our own. Just let them be because if we do our own,
you are not still supporting me. You are not still supporting me.
Don't worry, Sandra, one something for you. Don't worry.
One word.
No.
Something.
I love you. I love you. I need to thank
all right.
Let me hear you scream, 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 let me hear me scream. 92.7 it is, and you are welcome. This is the KU Breakfast starting up with Cha-Cha. We are going down and we are going hard. We are going forever on top the breakfast show, yeah. Okay.
Hello?
Anybody there?
Blessed morning.
Blessed morning to you too, Wagwan.
How was the night?
We slept well. Hope you slept well too.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go ahead. Wake your people up.
Who's this? Who's on the radio?
Oh. It's Mary from the road to go.
Affordable, baby.
Go ahead. Sister Mary, you have been scarce, so.
I tell you, I just listen. I'm not giving people chance.
You have been at home. You have been enjoying your isolation.
Serious no problem. Hunger. Bye-bye to COVID-19. Bye-bye to COVID-19.
Oh, in the name of Jesus.
Bye-bye to COVID. Oh, in the name of Jesus. Bye-bye to COVID-19. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. Amen. All right, go ahead. Wake your people up.
It's telling me, first of all, let me tell you about God. For making possible, for His protection over us, His provision, His mercy, and for His mercy endurance forever. We bless His holy name. We receive all the glory in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
I want to wake my blessed family up. I want to wake up people like, I want to wake up my people, KUSM, people like Dr. Perete, Worldwide, JJ Powasota, of Williams, Madame Peshim, Madame Cloughy. It's long, so, and so many endurance. For time, it's everybody else. Nigeria as a whole, Edo State, I want to wake everybody up with triumphant trumpet.
All right.
See. I want to. God bless you.
All right, God bless you too.
I just saw a video on CNN where the health workers were doing lots of TikTok dance. It's a fitness dance. It's not a fitness dance, Oga. It's not a fitness dance.
If only you were listening to what they were saying.
What if it's a fitness dance? Then so be. They're just following the trend of what is happening on TikTok. That's what I'm saying. If they are doing it to keep fit, fine. But that is a trend on TikTok. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Nana, are you happy now?
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Barcelona. Good morning, Mr. Kraft.
Barcelona?
Yes, sir.
You have not shown me your Catalonia passport, too. you have to change your name from Barcelona. No, you have to change your name from Barcelona to Bender Insurance.
Orlando.
How far now,
You should
Basa?
believe to reach,
You say what?
You should believe to reach. You cannot tell me.
Do you mind? Do you mind Orlando? Don't mind that.
At least family is now. It's
Don't mind
part of
that.
it.
You see grumbling and grumbling despite the number of years of waking up early.
So that good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Bosco. Good morning, Nigeria. I want to wake up every fan of KFN, every member of staff of KFN, every Barcelona fan. I want to wake up my brother from another mother. Sadly, Barcelona is his name. Then I want to wake up every good citizen of Nigeria and everyone that can hear the sound of my voice right now with a splash of water. And I do it.
Do you do it too? Good. Let me look for the water. All right, let us visit our text platform. And this one says, good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Charles and Orlando. Good morning. Good morning. Please wake everybody up with Orlando rap. Ogogo. Okay, and let's keep moving on. Don't call the text line, okay? Good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Edo State. Good morning, Nigeria. Orlando, the Zinc Queen. Charles, what's up, Utono? Good morning. How you do? Please help me wake up my family, wake up the staffs, management, and all KUFM fans worldwide, all Chelsea fans worldwide, all Man City fans worldwide, all FC fans worldwide. Harry Song and everyone on my list with police siren. Can't fit shout. Endurance from Airport Road. Okay, good morning, Soba. Okay, sorry. It's actually good evening, I saw here. And I'm reading it as good morning. All right, those are the messages we can take, and those are all the messages rather you send, not the one that we can take. Those are the messages I've seen there. And remember, we are coming back at 6:15 for the weather report and today in history. It's still the K breakfast show. Today is 9th in the month of April. Next week is Easter. Today is Thursday. You know, the Christian Association of Nigeria, they are begging that they lift ban so that we can just have gathering in church.
No, I don't. I personally,
I saw that.
With the number of cases,
Yeah,
I don't think. I think even Passover is happening in Israel
now. Yes,
in Israel, the Jews have been advised, and
they should stay at home.
Taking the advice. You know,
Trump also advised the Jews in America that they should sit home. Before it's all coming out to eat and kill the Paschal lamb in the temple and all of those things.
Everybody, we have to just do things a bit differently. These are desperate times. So we call for desperate measures.
Yes. And the governor actually came out yesterday to tweet. I read his tweets yesterday about after his 14 days isolation is out. Back. Yeah, and he's begging you to stay at home. The truth of the matter is that he said that numbers will increase. But for us to, manage these numbers, we should just stay at home. Then there's this compulsory face mask policy right now in public. You must wear face masks
as long as they provide it
in public. Yeah, he said some fashion designers and textile companies are working to produce it in an affordable rate.
At an affordable rate?
Yes, that is what he said. So, I was hoping they would say, okay, let's distribute it. So local government, come to this place. So local government, come to this place. I was trying to say an affordable rate. We hope it is affordable.
That's the guys that stand on the road, like the yellow fever. That's how we call them. They distribute it to the, if you watch on TV, you see them. They distribute like as you pass. They give you, if you're on a bike, they give you on a rider. If you're in a taxi,
if you don't have.
Yeah, if you don't have, as you pass, and it's completely for free.
All right.
So, but Nigeria is not Indonesia anyway.
Nigeria is Nigeria. We're the giant of Africa. All right, guys, I'm heading back to the playlist. Stick around with us. 6:15 is when you get to hear from us again. Federal government receives Chinese doctors COVID-19 medical equipment. Residents lament over sudden hike in price of food items in Benin City.
And on business, low price stocks seen creating re-entry points for investors.
And in sports, Genotro says he's ready to extend his contract with Nigeria Football Federation.
Details of these and more after this break. I am God's love, Orlando. And now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, on Wednesday evening recorded 22 new cases of the coronavirus. Of the 22 new cases, 15 were recorded in Lagos, 4 in the FCT, 2 in Bauchi, and 1 in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 276. So far, 44 persons have been discharged, with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by state, Lagos has 145, FCT has 54, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 12, Bauchi 8, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, and Kwara 2, Delta 1, and finally Katsina 1. Senate President Ahmed Lawan on Wednesday urged the federal government to ensure equity and fairness in the distribution of the stimulus package across the country. According to a press statement signed by his special advisor, Media, Ola Awoniyi Lawan, Ola Awoniyi Lawan made the appeal at a meeting of the National Assembly leadership with some members of the Presidential Committee on COVID-19. The Senate President said all parts of the country should be considered in the intervention initiatives of the federal government. Meanwhile, the federal government said it approved Caverton helicopters that flew into Port Harcourt. The federal government also noted that the arrest of Caverton's pilots by the state government showed dangerous ignorance. The pilots were arrested by the police for flouting the state government directive of flying unknown passengers into the Air Force Base in Port Harcourt following the spread of COVID-19. The federal government said the flight was approved in the national interest and also to boost national revenue, considering the fall in oil price. Speaking at the daily presidential task force briefing on COVID-19, the Minister of Aviation, Heidi Sirika, faulted the Air Force officers who drew the attention of the state government to the flight and the police officers who made the arrest. The minority caucus in the House of Representatives have accused the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari of discriminating against some states in the disbursement of palliative funds and other essential materials meant to cushion the effects of coronavirus pandemic in the country. The minority caucus therefore urged the government to adopt a uniform disbursement and distribution measures to benefit all the states of the federation. The opposition lawmakers, in a statement issued by the minority leader of the House of Representatives, Ndudi Elumelu, on Wednesday, warned that should the government ignore this advice, the effort to arrest the rampaging coronavirus might be counterproductive. Elumelu, however, commended the contributions of well-meaning citizens as well as the organized private sector in the national effort to check the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria. The federal government on Wednesday received a 15-member medical team from China and some medical equipment as well as supplies to strengthen efforts to fight COVID-19 pandemic. The 15-member medical team from China arrived at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, alongside the medical equipment and supplies. The China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC, is delivering about 16 tons of test kits, ventilators, disinfection machine, disposable medical mask, 95 naira mask, medicines, rubber gloves, protective gowns, and goggles. Others include face shields, infrared thermometers, and other critical care items through a chartered flight operated by Air Peace. According to the Minister of Health, Osage Ehanire, the 15-member medical team are going to be quarantined for 14 days. Following the arrival of the 15-member Chinese medical team, the Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors of Nigeria have declared they will not allow the Chinese attend or touch any patients. They described any attempt by the Chinese medical team to manage any patient as unethical and illegal. President of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Dr. Francis Faduyele, told newsmen that the stand of the association has not changed and insists that there is nothing the Chinese team wants to offer that can improve what is already on ground. KUFM's News Dawn continues right after this break. Please stay with us.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show yourself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer wey contain better alcohol. This not time to give yas, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. The first thing bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so the person with their life you carry first to. This message is from KUFM 2.7.
Welcome back. You're still listening to News Dawn, and now to Edo State, where buyers of food items in Benin City have complained about the hike in the prices of essential commodities in the last few days. But sellers have quickly shifted the blame, saying the new price regime was not decided by them. When KUFM's news crew visited some of the markets, it was not the usual hustling and bustling that characterized the everyday Nigerian markets.
Following the death of one person and 11 persons testing positive for the coronavirus disease in Edo State, the state government decided to shut down markets and move some of them to nearby public schools.
All markets in Edo State are to be shut down effect from Tuesday 12 midnight, and the state government will be taking advantage of the closure to start fumigation.
When KUFM visited Enya Primary School and Aduawa College, where Enya Market and Aduawa Market were relocated respectively, the traders hailed the decision of the state government.
Market they go well, Wesley. The cost more. We don't get any other option. It's for the good of everybody. We are happy so that we will do they healthy.
Business is good. People don't need to enter market share. Because some people think that they're not they come out. So people not they enter market like that. Not they say as they say before. And things too expensive.
But some buyers of the food items say they have money in their pocket, but the price of foodstuff is now above their purchasing power.
My name is Mrs. Osas Ajegbe. A corona hungry now we day, not be coronavirus again. We reach here now, everything costs for market. Then they say Gary, the bucket of Gary 400 before, but now 600 now they sell her now. How will now want me we take survive for this one where we did so? I'm Miss Kate Challenge. I'm not working, you are not working. The little money we save, we are able to make sure that we are not in hunger. But you that know that I'm not working, you should try and help me. Let me help you and use the money to buy from you. You will not increase your things that you have before in store because corona hungry have come.
My name is Uchenna Emeka Ubugo. I have been walking around here for past 1 hour. It's very, very expensive. The meat, I normally cut meat of 700 before, but now they can't even give me any meat of 700 now. Look at my nylon. I can't buy anything because I don't have money. I'm not working. I stay at home. I have a newborn baby at home and my wife. They are there waiting for me to come and buy things. Things are very hard. Government should come in and help us.
Some of the traders, however, gave reasons for the increase in the price of foodstuff.
1,003.
1,003? How much did they sell before?
We did sell at 1,000. Then we not see a buy again. They said that they work for fun. No gari. Go waka, no gari. So anyone you see now, you buy at 1,003.
Because of the problem of road, not going out, that the place that carry on, now Adamawa.
At Emopa Primary School, which serves as one of the new spots for traders at Obermarket, the head of the Edo State Public Work Volunteer, Powo Usage Mutari, say from Thursday, traders and buyers who are not wearing face masks will not be allowed into the school.
Nobody's going to trade here without nose mask. Either you use your handkerchief to tie your nose, but you must cover your nose and your mouth. And nobody's going to buy from here without covering your nose and your mouth.
He said each school has a number of traders that will be allowed in to maintain social distance, as those hawking their wares are not allowed into the school.
A trader is supposed to have 3 feet space between themselves, and a buyer is supposed to have another 3 feet space. If you times 3 times 100, we'll have like 300 persons. So we must have, the main thing is for us to have social distance.
However, some traders feel cheated, complaining that they have been denied space in this new arrangement.
And they say for Lagos streets, the customer will come and Mokpa primary school. As we come now, we don't understand what they do. They allow on the airtime side, they don't allow on the airtime. And me, they say, I guess so, but I will lock stop, I will lock stop. Now we don't reach here now, they not agree allow us to them.
The state government says the relocation of major market to public school is to enable government fumigate the market against COVID-19. Leredum Asafgaram, KFM News.
And moving on, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Wednesday said it was not a stooge for vice chancellors in its opposition to the Integrated Payroll and Personal Information System (IPPIS). The union insisted that it was independent in its position regarding the implementation of the scheme in the universities, faulting the allegation by the federal government that it was fronting for the vice chancellors. ASU's president Biodu Ogunyemi, in a statement on Wednesday, said government's allegation against ASU was a simplistic attempt to call ASU's dog a bad name to hang it, adding that the accusation is laughable, fraudulent, provocative, irritating, and illogical. Still on the educational sector, the National Examinations Council, NECO, said it has not postponed the 2020 Basic Education Certificate Examination, BECE, and the Senior School Certificate Examination, SSCE, due to the prevailing situation in the country. In a statement issued by the head of Information and Public Relations Division of the Council, Aziz Sani, declared that the management has never contemplated shifting the date scheduled for the two examinations. Aziz added that only the 2020 National Common Entrance Examination, NCEE, was postponed indefinitely due to the outbreak of COVID-19, while other dates remain the same for now. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, on Wednesday urged the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Tanko Mohammed, to reopen the courts to take urgent matters. Falana observed that heads of the various courts have been vested with the power to designate judges and magistrates to attend to urgent matters in accordance with the laws establishing such courts. However, in order to observe the social distancing directive, he suggested that arrangement be made for judges to hear urgent applications via Skype or Zoom. Falana said he made the request in order to also ensure that thousands of people who are either waiting trial or under investigation are not subjected to unlawful detention. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, will no longer be involved in the management of the nation's refineries after their rehabilitation. NNPC's Group Managing Director, GMD, Melekayari, disclosed this in an interview on Wednesday. He said upon completion of the ongoing rehabilitation exercise, the services of the company would be procured to manage the plant on an operations and maintenance basis. He explained that the plan ultimately is to get private partners to invest in the refineries and get them to run on the NLNG model, where the shareholders will be free to decide the fate of the refineries going forward. Kayari said this model, which is totally different from previous approach, would guarantee the desired outcome for the refineries. He said the decision to finally end the fuel subsidy regime is in the interest of ordinary Nigerians, as it would free up funds for the various tiers of government to develop basic infrastructure in the education, health, transport, and other sectors for their benefits. Meanwhile, the national leadership of Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, has condemned the killing of one of its members, Chibuisi Okememe, a petrol station worker in Abia State, by a mobile policeman. The 26-year-old was killed whilst discharging his duty as petrol station worker. In a statement by the union president, Williams Aforeha, NUPENG called on police authority to immediately activate full investigation into this gruesome killing, which took place at number 2930 Greenmark Energy Limited in New Umuahia Road, Aba, so justice can be accordingly served. Coming up in a moment on our business news, low-price stocks seen creating re-entry points for investors. We'll be right back after this break. Please stay with us.
92.7 KUFM News. Concise, precise, balanced, unbiased.
We are live from Benin City to the world. This is 92.7 KUFM News Talk.
Hetie. Ona age na yata bo ma koyo. Ona ne coronavirus na wa gbele bu na. Ege no keke na ya ga lue. Ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne botie toilet roll. Ra. Upon ne kere na ye mo bo. Ne botie akati. Ya gunu kebiwe wa ga tolu nwe. Ege no keke na ya ga gbobo. Ege ya kebe ave lu hand sanitizer. Aye na. Bi egbe no mo tolu nwe na san gege de kan we. Ege na o keke na ga gba o ge gbo ma. Kebe o temi yoma no si koma. Deguna ge ige egbewe me no we ra omo no si ke we egeje gari owi si egbe no si ke we se o 13 le tie o laba na 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ni we de gbe tie 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege enwe ayahin magbon coronavirus na bege ba o KUFM 92.7 oyun na ya wewe.
You're welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're still listening to News Dawn on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. On business news this morning, in a bid to address challenges associated with identity management in the capital market, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) has developed a standardized investors' data and consent form to be adopted by all capital market operation. Charles Oporum has details and more on our business news this morning.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 600 billion, and the last kobo. Oh yes, we follow the money. It's all about the business and the business of business. The gains and the losses. The bulls and bears. The rise and falls. The risk and the satisfaction of seeing the last kobo rise to millions. On KUFM's Business News, the simple and complex jargons of business just make sense. Get the trending news on the morning market, forecast, investment opportunities, policy changes, and other breakout information on the ever-busy world of business. KU Business News, Monday to Friday on our news dawn, 6:30 to 7 a.m.
Good morning. On business this morning, the low prices of fundamentally justified stocks are becoming re-entry points for investors seeking value at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The domestic market continued to enjoy positive patronage on Wednesday, April 8, gaining plus 0.71% as investors took position in a number of value counters seen to be trading at their record lows. Lafarge Africa PLC recorded the highest gains on the bourse as stock buyers position ahead of its proposed dividend of 1 naira per share. The share price of the company moved from day open low of 10 naira 75 kobo to 11 naira 8 kobo, adding 1 naira 05 kobo or 9.77%, while that of Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC followed after moving from 8 naira 9 kobo to 9 naira 75 kobo, adding 85 kobo or 9.55%. On the losers league, Adova PLC recorded the highest decline after its share price moved from day open high of 12 naira 45 kobo to 11 naira 25 kobo, losing 1 naira 25 kobo or 9.64%, followed by GSK, which decreased from 4 naira 8 kobo to 4 naira 35 kobo, losing 45 kobo or 9.38%. At close of remote trading session on Wednesday, the value of listed stocks rose from preceding day low of 10.905 trillion naira to 10.982 trillion naira, adding 77 billion naira as buy side outweighed the sell side. Likewise, the Nigerian Stock Exchange All Share Index increased from 20,925.19 points recorded the preceding trading day to 21,073.26 points year to date. The market has yielded negative return of minus 21.49%, while this month of April, the market has lost 1.07% of its value. In 4,660 deals, equity dealers exchanged 346,409,715 units valued at 5.216 billion naira. Banking stocks were actively traded, led by GT Bank, FBN Holdings, Zenith Bank, and Fidelity Bank. In a bid to address challenges associated with identity management in the capital market, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) has developed a standardized investors' data and consent form to be adopted by all capital market operators. The form will assist CMOs in collecting and updating investors' data, as well as enable CMOs to obtain consent of investors for implementing capital market initiatives targeted at improving overall experience and participation in the capital market. Acting DG of the SEC, Mary Odok, who disclosed this, said identity management has been a problem not just in the capital market but in many sectors of Nigeria's economy, but assured that the SEC is handling it in the capital market. Odok, however, warned that the Securities and Exchange Commission would no longer tolerate investors buying stocks in fake names, terming it as illegal. She added that the window of opportunity is still open for such investors to regularize their accounts at no penalty, saying that the identity management would assist in ensuring that it does not happen in the future. And finally, on business, the federal government has sent a new budget proposal to the National Assembly for consideration in view of global economic realities as a result of the outbreak and spread of COVID-19. The new proposal, which is currently being considered by the leadership of the legislature, reduced the 2020 estimate from 10.594 trillion naira to 10.276 trillion naira. It also reduces the oil benchmark from $57 per barrel to $30 per barrel, while the oil production volume was reduced from 2.17 million barrels to 1.70 million barrels, and the exchange rate increased from 305 naira to $1 to 360 naira to $1. That's it on business. And in sports, Super Eagles technical advisor Janet Raw says he wants to extend his contract with Nigeria's Football Federation. Egusa Agwika has more on our sports desk.
Super Eagles technical advisor John Otro has expressed his desire to extend his contract with the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) and continue managing the country's senior national football team. His current deal will expire in June, and the football governing body is ready to offer the German an extension. Ross said that money is not the motivational factor at this stage of his coaching career and is ready to continue his adventure in Nigeria. NFF President Amadio Pinnick stated on Tuesday that the former Bordeaux of France manager must abide with some conditions in the new contract. Pinnick said the coach will be paid in Naira and will reside in the country and monitor games of the Nigeria Professional Football League. Rojo has previously managed Gabon, Niger Republic and Burkina Faso national teams, was appointed Super Eagles head coach in August 2016. On October 7, 2017, he led Nigeria team. On October 7, 2017, he led Nigeria to become the first African side to qualify for the 2018 FIFA World Cup after a 1-0 win over Zambia. He also led Nigeria to a third place finish at the 2019 African Cup of Nations. Former Super Eagles defender and coach Austin Ogbovoy has claimed that Nigeria's 1994 squad could have won the World Cup in their debut appearance if not for inexperience. The Eagles shocked the world with a 3-0 win over Bulgaria in their opening game of the campaign and topping their group ahead of Argentina despite losing to the South Americans. Looking back at the round of 16, 2-1 defeat to Italy at the Foxborough Stadium, Ogbovoy blamed the players and the coaching crew for poorly managing the game. And finally, Real Madrid's players, coaches and main directors have decided to take a pay cut of 10 to 20% this year as the club deals with the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. Football in Spain has been suspended indefinitely since March when the country declared a state of emergency. Real said the decision to reduce pay was taken by players, coaches and employees to avoid traumatic measures that affect the rest of the workers. It added the decision would help mitigate a decrease in income as a result of the suspension of competitions and the paralysis of a large part of its commercial activities. The club's basketball team have also agreed voluntary pay cuts. Meanwhile, Barcelona announced last month that the players would take a 70% pay cut and make additional contributions to ensure non-sporting staff receive full wages. Real Madrid City rivals Atletico Madrid also announced a 70% contribution
to help fight COVID-19. And that's Sports News on KUFM's News Dawn. My name is Ewusa. Back to you, Orlando.
Thank you so much, Egosa. And that's the news. But before we go, let's take a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria records 22 new cases of COVID-19. Federal government receives Chinese doctors and COVID-19 medical equipment. And finally, on News Dawn this morning, residents lament over sudden hike in price of food items in Benin City. Please do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors and stay safe. KUFM's News Dawn was produced by Blessing Asekome. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
92.7. Lego.
Once again, pay close attention to this story.
The Grasshopper and the Ants. An Aesop's fable with a focus on vocabulary. One warm spring day, a grasshopper was playing in a grassy green field when he noticed a line of ants marching along carrying some seeds. "Where are you going with that big load?" the grasshopper asked one of them. "We're taking these seeds to our nest," squeaked the ant. "But it's such a beautiful day," said the grasshopper. "Come and have fun with me." "No," said the ant. "I think you should come work with us. It's going to be a long winter with lots of snow. You had better start storing your food now." "Why worry about the winter? It's only spring, and there is lots of food everywhere," said the grasshopper as he chewed on a large blade of grass. All through the spring, the grasshopper did nothing except eat and sleep and play. He became quite fat. One day, during the summer, the grasshopper saw the long line of ants again. They were all carrying grains of wheat. "Where are you going with all that wheat?" the grasshopper asked. "We are taking it to our nest to save for winter," said one of the ants. "You should gather some wheat too. It's going to be a long winter with lots of snow." "I have all the food that I need right now," said the grasshopper. "Why worry about winter? It's still summer." All summer, the grasshopper did nothing but eat, sleep, and play. He became even fatter. One day, the grasshopper noticed that leaves were falling from the trees. Autumn had come. Among the leaves, he again saw the long line of ants, all carrying kernels of corn. "Where are you going with that corn?" the grasshopper asked one of the ants. The ant replied, "We are taking it to our nest to save for winter. You should gather some corn too. It's going to be a long winter with lots of snow." "That's too much work," said the grasshopper. "Winter is not here yet, and when it comes, I am sure I will be able to find some food." A few weeks later, winter came, and the snow began to fall. Just as the ants had predicted, the snow was very deep. This was not a problem for the ants, though. They were all snug in their nest with lots of good food to eat. The grasshopper, however, had trouble finding food. He was very hungry and very miserable all winter. By the time winter had ended, the grasshopper had learned a valuable lesson. It is important to prepare for the future. Moral of the story: work today for what you will need tomorrow. The end.
I'm sure you enjoyed the story. It's time for us to ask you question. It's time for me to ask you question. It's time for you to answer. Okay, please, adults, do not call. Yesterday was really funny. I got an adult who called and was, trying to change his voice, and he didn't really know how to tell lies. He said it was in KG2. All right, kids, it's time for us to get you involved in the program. Remember, you must be between the ages of 5 to 10 years and also be between the classes of basic to JSS1 for you to participate in the program. The numbers to call: 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. Hello, good morning. Hello.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
Now on KUFM.
Yes, you're on to KUFM.
Okay, I wanted to comment on the program.
Okay, do you have a kid around that wants to participate?
No, they are still on the bed. Okay.
All right.
No problem.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, make sure you wake them up tomorrow to participate, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Morning, darling. What's your name?
Greater Miracle.
Mimi, how are you doing?
Fine.
Are you ready to answer questions?
Yes.
All right, so tell me, what is the moral of the story?
The moral lesson of the story is that we should prepare, we should always prepare for the future.
Say again?
The moral lesson of the story is that we should always prepare for what is coming ahead, the future.
All right, I'll give it to you. Congratulations. I'll give it to you. That was correct. Even though, I was expecting a particular sentence from the story that said the moral of the story is work today for what you will need tomorrow. But it's still the same thing with what Mimi said. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. What's your name?
My name is Treasure.
Treasure. Are you just waking up?
Yes.
Sorry, darling. I know you love your sleep. Did you listen to the story?
Yes.
All right. Treasure, first of all, tell me how old you are.
I'm 7 years old.
And what class are you in?
I'm 2.
All right. So tell me, what is the title of the story?
The grasshopper and the ant.
Absolutely correct. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Morning, darling. What's your name?
My name is Kenny.
Kenol. How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
Remind us how old you are again and what class you are in.
I'm 10 years old and I'm primary 5.
Primary 5. All right. So, Kenol, what were the ants carrying the second time the grasshopper saw the ants?
Wheat.
Say again?
Wheat.
Absolutely correct. Yes, the grasshopper saw the ant the second time when they were carrying grains of wheat. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, turn down the volume on your radio sets.
Hello.
I can hear you. Turn down the volume on your radio sets.
Hello.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma.
What is your name?
My name is Newton.
Newton.
Yes.
How old are you, Newton?
I'm 8 years old.
8 years old. What class are you in?
I'm in primary 2.
All right, so tell me, Newton, how many times did the grasshopper see the ants?
3 times.
Absolutely correct. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, what's your name?
Ebuka.
Ebuka, what class are you in and how old are you?
I'm in primary 2 and I'm 8 years old.
All right, so Ebuka, tell me, where was the grasshopper playing when he first noticed the line of ants?
In the field.
Say again?
In the field.
I'll give it to you. That is absolutely correct. The grasshopper was playing in the grassy green field when he first noticed the line of ants. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, darling. What's your name?
Shalom.
Shalom. How old are you and what class are you in?
I'm 9 years old.
All right.
I'm basic.
Basic what?
5.
All right. So Shalom, tell me, what were the ants carrying the first time the grasshopper saw them?
Come again.
What were the ants carrying the first time the grasshopper saw them? Remember, the grasshopper was playing in the grassy green field when he saw the line of ants for the first time. So what were they carrying that first time? I have to let you go. I'll give it to another person. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? What's your name?
My name is Ralu.
All right, Ralu, walk away from your radio a little, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ralu, how old are you and what class are you in?
I'm 10 years old. I'm in primary 5.
So Ralu, you had the question I asked the other caller, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what were the ants carrying the first time the grasshopper saw them?
Maize.
That is wrong. They were carrying seeds. Seeds. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
What's your name and where? And how old are you and what class are you in?
I am in primary 6 and I am 10 years old.
What is your name?
Praise.
Praise. Okay, so Praise, tell me, why were the ants...
I am 10 years old today.
Oh, happy birthday to you, Praise! Happy birthday to you, okay? Happy birthday. Enjoy and have fun. Are you ready to answer my question?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Why were the ants storing foods?
Why were the ants storing food?
Yes, why were they storing grains and foods and wheat? Why were they storing them?
They are storing them so that when they won't be food to eat, they will have food.
When is that time that there won't be food? There's a particular time that was mentioned in the story.
The winter time.
That is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. All right, kids, and this is where we come to the end of today's edition of the Kiddies Playground. I'm sure you are having fun and you're enjoying it, and you would not want to miss tomorrow's edition, okay? Let's do this again tomorrow, 7:15 to 7:30. Remember, just for kids between the ages of 5 to 10 years, and they must also be between the classes of Basic 3 to JSS 1. For the first caller that called a daddy, and you said your kids were still on bed, I'm sure you would see reasons to wake them up tomorrow morning to listen and participate in the program. My name is Orlando, and I would never ever forget to say that I really, 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 really do love you from the depth of my heart, okay? Happy birthday to you, Praise, once again. Make sure you have fun, and remember to always wash your hands, okay? I love you.
I had the best time too.
We've secured funding for refineries revamp and NPC. Fix refineries before petrol subsidy removal, Pengasan and Lupeng. NPA, Customs, others move to ease port operation. Airline operators, pilots threaten to boycott flights to rivers. OPEC lays out case for 10 million BPD cuts. And more on business, oil would not lose relevance anytime soon. Takar. And let's leave business to other headlines. And this one says, EKEDC approves 150 million naira for relief items. That is Eco Electricity Distribution Companies. Bielsa keep mum in inherited fund. 5 Nigerians test positive for COVID-19 in China. And finally, Edo Lord 7-Up, others for donation. And there you have it on the Punch newspaper this morning. And let's take a tour on the Vanguard newspaper and check out the headlines it has for us. And starting off on the Vanguard, COVID-19 restriction order. Police arrest 21 defaulters in Sokoto. Tinkan Customs rakes in 30.7 billion naira in March. COVID-19, Lagos partners Nigeria FM South Saharan for students audio lessons. How we beat exam cheats. Fraudsters to their game, says NECO. COVID-19, Imam in Kaduna loses position for complying with social distancing order. Why Senate President Speaker are attacking social investment programs. World Health Organization chief urges end to politicization of coronavirus. Don't treat patients without PPE, Kwara NMA tells members. Federal government lauds nurses, midwives in fight against COVID-19. COVID-19, Wike evicts Capitan helicopters from rivers over unsafe operation. Time to change our governance templates. Edo 2020, Wayo Shomole, APC must get it right this time. Igbadume. COVID-19, APCON calls for informal sector-oriented policy. Federal government to shut down oil refineries for upgrade, NNPC, GMD. Electricity tariff hike will be catastrophic for businesses, OPS. Network expansion behind fiber cable laying across Nigeria, NCC. Qatar denies bribery allegation on 2022 World Cup. And on sports, Premier League to end season due to coronavirus uncertainty. And our Nigerian universities ready to go virtual. COVID-19, WAEC provides online resources for 2020 candidates. NGO gives laptop cash prizes to best science students in Osun. Sanwo-Olu, a lesson in leadership. Beware, coronavirus can lead to more power abuse in Nigeria. China's Wuhan ends its coronavirus lockdown, but elsewhere one begins. NECO denies postponing 2020 BECE and SSCE. Chicken consumption boosts immune system against contracting coronavirus, expert. UN defends World Health Organization against allegation of being China-centric on COVID-19. Landlord wife slits tenant space over unpaid rent in Lagos. Police arrest 2 for alleged robbery in Ogun. Lockdown. Police kill 4, injure 10 in Kaduna as youth JTF clash. And finally on Vanguard, lockdown. Kaduna drags clergymen to court for holding service. And there you have it on the Punch and the Vanguard newspaper this morning.
Okay, we cross over to the Guardian, and the Guardian leads PDP. Labour protests as Chinese doctors arrive. Okay, pressure on governments to probe fire at AGF's office. Bagada joggers, other violators bag 14-day quarantine, 30-day community service. And this one says Delta records coronavirus index case. Kogi Hospital rejects corpse of suspected COVID-19 victim. Fresh attacks kill 13 in Benue Plateau. Hoodlums increase attack on pedestrians in Oshodi. NNPC to hand over refineries to private firm. AFDB unveils $10 billion response as COVID-19 cases hit 10,000 on continent. Okay, and this one says Balotelli's Brescia accept player pay cuts. Igalo Iheanacho named players responsible for their early success in England. New conditions for Eagles coach will strengthen the team. Onibinde picks Vincent Yama as Nigeria's all-time best goalkeeper. Premier League stars launch fund to help health service virus fight. Okay, health service virus fight. Right? Real Madrid players accept up to 20% pay cut. And this one says what Africa must do to mitigate the damaging effects of coronavirus. Abiodun's headlong fight against COVID-19 scourge. Heady days for Obaseki as APC Guba primary gets close. COVID-19, Lagos, APC, Badamosi factor, and 2023 Guba politics. Okay. This one says, okay. Still on the Guardian newspaper this morning. Let's check out one or two more headlines here and then we move. Bali's miracle, island turns wine into hand sanitizer. We've had so many reports of companies that used to manufacture alcohol now turning around to manufacture hand sanitizer.
I think that's because of the, some people made suggestion that this is the best time for them to, be productive in that angle.
When people are no longer buying what you were selling originally,
you shift. Yes.
And then some of them have actually made it humanitarian. Some give away, some sell
at the cheaper prices. Yeah.
Okay. Manufacturers, others spend 119 billion naira on self-generated electricity. Container vessels may lose $23 billion to coronavirus. And this one says experts worried about banks' growth amid pandemic, falling oil price. SON, that is Standards Organization of Nigeria, issues 29 free international standards on essential products. And this one says beware of coronavirus-informed fraudsters. People are moving around claiming to be coronavirus task force. Please be careful. and coronavirus, conspiracy theories, and end-time eschatology. All right, that's it from the Guardian newspaper this morning, and from there we cross over to the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust says AFDB approved $10 billion facility for COVID-19 fight. Federal government committed to fight against coronavirus, DG and CDC. Federal government slashes 2020 budget as coronavirus cases hit 276. It says Nigeria inviting COVID-19. Okay, interesting headline there. Some control measures may lead to more transmissions. Okay, moving on. Living in the shadows of death in New York City. PDP kicks as Chinese medical experts arrive Nigeria. Okay, how to curb spread of COVID-19 at your agro premises. Federal government discos declare 2-month free electricity for Nigerians. I'm sure a lot of you will be happy to hear that. COVID-19, how Buhari failed to take action in vital weeks. Okay, and still on the Daily Trust, world may face serious epidemics in future, scientists. Chadian government denies accusing Nigerian army of inaction. Missiles kill 7 children in Adamawa. Buhari stimulus package a masterpiece. Uzodinma. Okay. And how car gifts state leaders position Tor Gombe APC apart. All right, interesting political story there. We read it up. Storm over Ajimobi, Regis in Southwest. APC kicks as Lagos PDP 6 probe of stimulus package. And on the sports side, Raw's preference for overseas Eagles devaluing home-based players. A fellow high. This is Theophilus, a fellow high. Okay, moving on. COVID-19. Nigeria suspends 2020 Africa Women's Cup of Nations bid. It will be needs time to match huge expectations at Everton. Chamber urges OPEC other suppliers to end oil price war. Tinkan Customs generated 31.7 billion naira in March. Lockdown. Residents panic as foodstuff prices skyrockets. I was in the market yesterday, different markets, and indeed the cost of foodstuff
very, very
have gone
expensive.
up. They've gone up. It was crazy, you know. And we said no, it's not our fault. And finally, before we leave, a few more headlines. Do we need foreigners to fight this? Question there. Nigerians not taking COVID-19 danger seriously. And COVID-19, ASU, stomach infrastructure, campaign bashing. And on the international side, Sudan court upholds corruption conviction of ousted leader Bashir. Okay, U.S. tops 400,000 coronavirus cases. And Dubai suspends marriage, divorce during virus lockdown. You want a divorce? Nope.
You ain't divorcing.
That's why lockdown. All right, that's it from the Daily Trust newspaper this morning.
All right, let's move away from Daily Trust to the Nation's newspaper this morning. The first headline here says, NICOM places Niger Insurance under regulatory watch. Lawan urges fairness in stimulus package distribution. Ijesha Diaspora Foundation leaves the aged. Reps donate 5 million naira to Oshun COVID-19 Ford. PDP kicks Aspire God's AGF office. NNPC to stop running refinery, says Kayari. Ondo OK's Easter Sunday worship, okay? Akeredolu, owner of explosives, will pay for damaged properties. NDDC, okay, talking about the explosion sometime last 2 weeks now, correct? NDDC DG Ponde defends 1 billion naira donation. Army takes delivery of $152 million armored tanks. Challenges of governance in period of pestilence. And moving on, COVID-19, global trade will plunge, says WTO. United Capital raises 5.3 billion naira short-term capital. COVID-19, Access Bank delights customers with new mobile app. Deports owners shun petrol importation despite low price. Tinkan Customs rakes in 31.7 billion naira in March. NDIC contributes 1 billion naira to COVID-19 relief fund. COVID-19 wage cuts, layoff imminent. And finally, on the nation, federal government proposes 318 billion naira to, I'll take that again. Federal government proposes 318 billion naira cuts in 2020 appropriation. And that's it on the nation this morning. Let us check out Daily Times and find out what headlines it is saying today. And this one says, Aliyu intervenes in army, Abuja natives land dispute. And Sanders drops out of race, clears way for Biden versus Trump.
Joe Biden.
That's in the sports headline this morning. And moving on, U.S. coronavirus experts. All right, moving on. Coronavirus fights. Chinese experts arrive in Nigeria. World Global Marketers Week 2020 in Singapore postponed. Coca-Cola suspends all brands advertising campaigns. Submit $120 million to fight COVID-19. Okay. Air Peace delivers second batch of FG's medical supplies. Chinese medical personnel. COVID-19. Wima Bank donates essential relief materials. Lagos withdraw charges against Naira Marley politician Babatunde Gbadamosi. NDIC contributes 1 billion naira to COVID-19 crisis relief fund. COVID-19, your call on budget review belated. BMO knocks Atiku. Bayelsa, Kogi Gilbert, Diri, Deputy PDP seek to join APP's appeal against exclusion. Delta PDP dismisses calls for information commissioner's resignation. Causes remands Caboting helicopters passengers over violation of stay-at-home order. COVID-19 NCOS restricts visits to correctional centers in Enugu. World Health Day, NMA, World Health Organization Nigeria pay tribute to health workers. Governor Oyetola begins distribution of 6,020 bags of rice in Osun. And coronavirus infection spreading fast in rural communities, says federal government. Fuel subsidy removal will benefit all Nigerians, KRE. Bayelsa expresses worry over declining oil revenue. Osun doles out 6,020 bags of rice to residents. And finally, Abacha loot, federal government again says no third-party agreement. And there you have it. Those are some of the headlines you're going to find on Daily Times. If you get a copy, and other dailies that we've read out headlines for you this morning on the show. This is where we draw the curtains on today's edition of the program. My name is Godslove Orlando.
And my name is Charles Oporu.
Saying good morning to you.
Good day, Nigerians. I am here to give you the proper information about the coronavirus, also known as COVID-19. Fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and children, we should all imbibe these precautionary measures to curtail this pandemic, COVID-19. Wash your hands regularly with soap and water for at least 20 seconds, or use alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid gathering of more than 20 people. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, ear, and mouth with unwashed hands. If you must sneeze or cough, direct your face to your elbow or use the tissue paper and dispose properly. Do not shake hands or hug anyone. Drink enough water that is not cold. Wear hand gloves and nose masks and change them daily. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. If you have symptoms of fever, do not rush to the hospital. Call Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, on 0808 409 6723 0806 425 8163 0803 583 5529. Prevention is key. God bless Edo State. God bless Nigeria. These announcements were brought to you by His Excellency Right Honorable Dr. Pius Eberame Udubu.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or rest. Try Maggi Niger Pot, for that delicious bottom pot. Niger Pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Niger Pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Niger Pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Admission. Shaka Polytechnic, a pioneer private polytechnic in Benin City, is currently admitting students at both National Diploma (ND) and Higher National Diploma (HND) in accredited courses at both levels. Our graduates regularly feature in the compulsory NYSC program.
To manage the senior national team, talking about the Super Eagles. Well, our own Rezo, Austin Egovoy, says that it was inexperience that cost Nigeria the 1994 World Cup. Remember the 2-1 defeat to the Azuris of Italy. That match was really painful. But then we had Bob Frejo saying that Clemens Westhouse sold that match for $100,000. So we'll be talking to Cerezo later in the evening to give us more details about what really transpired in that match between Nigeria and Italy in 1994. In cricket, Ben Stokes has been named the England all-rounder leading cricketer in the world. These are many more will come on the show this morning. Once again, good morning, guys. Welcome to the show this morning. Let's begin from that of Genotro. Remember, he has been given some conditions concerning the contract extension, but he has said that money is not the motivational factor, rather that what he has started with Nigeria, he has unfinished business with the Super Eagles. He wants to help us qualify for the next AFCON and also go to the next World Cup, probably to do better than what he did before.
Well, personally, I want Genotro to continue as the coach of the Super Eagles. I think he has done well. We had Chris Green, the former chairman of the NFF Technical Committee, yesterday on the show, and he doesn't think he's done well enough that for an expatriate he should be taking Nigeria to maybe the quarterfinals of the World Cup, that he couldn't have, that Nigeria will not have done worse than what Genotro did. We had Clemens Onigbinde, Festus Onigbinde in 2002, and it was the first round. We've had some foreign coaches. Lars Lagerbäck took us to the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. It was the first round. So why did we deny Shoaibu Ahmadu, who actually qualified us for the World Cup, from going to that competition? We had Philippe Trouset, who qualified us for France '98. They sacked him, brought in Bora Milutinovic, and he went to the second round of competition. So I think I agree with Chris Green and others in that regard, that a Nigerian couldn't have performed worse than Genotro did at the World Cup to qualify for the World Cup. But I'm looking at other things that he has done. There are certain players that we have discovered, but maybe he isn't the one that discovered them, but he's the one who gave them the opportunity to play for the Super Eagles. There is so much competition right now in the Super Eagles. I am not, you know that I bleed green, even if I'm wearing blue right now. I bleed green. I'm passionate about Nigeria. I consider myself a very patriotic Nigerian. So I want our people to be given the opportunities. I want them to get the responsibility of managing our national team. But there are certain factors that come into play when you have a Nigerian in charge of the national team that you do not get with a foreign technical advisor, or whatever nomenclature you choose to call it. Certain pressures that come to that a Nigerian gets, you don't get it with these guys, and they tend to give them a freer hand to do their job. So I think that a foreign coach being in charge, from what I have seen in the past, you seem to have more competition in the Super Eagles. I think maybe with the exception of when Stephen Keshi was in charge, when you critically look back and you analyze certain things that happen in the Super Eagles, when you have Nigerians there, it seems close to certain individuals, but there always seems to be more competition. This is how I am looking at it. People could see it differently, but I tend to see more competition for places, and there isn't this pressure of you are not taking anybody from this part of the country. This one has to play, this one has to play. I think the foreign guys have, to a large extent, they are free of that problem. But if a coach is from this part of the country, and many of the players, you seem to find that they are coming from that part of the country, people start asking questions. Nobody thinks about how good these players are. I am an advocate of, look, if the entire 23 players in the Super Eagles will come from Edo State, let them come from Edo State. If they will go and win the Africa Cup of Nations, go and qualify for the World Cup, win the World Cup for us, I will celebrate. It's a Nigerian team that won. So when in 1985 we had 10 of the players coming from the old Bendel State, I mean, they went and won the cup, so it is not an issue. So in that regard, I think, from what I've seen, I don't know of others, that it seems that there is more competition in the Super Eagles when you have these foreign guys there. So I would really want Janet Rowe to continue. But if he signs the contract, I mean, he will just confirm what Chris Green said yesterday, that, look, go and mark my words, Janet Rowe will be the new technical advisor. That he knows that he will not, I was putting it to him that, but what if he accepts because he was saying that he doesn't want him. But I said, what if he accepts the terms that the NFF has given to him? And he said, look, just go and mark it. He's going to sign all those things that they're talking about, paying him in Naira and all of this. Forget all that. He's going to sign the contract because he knows that the man really needs Nigeria. But Sani Toro, the former Secretary General, is even saying, which was what I said some days ago, that I don't think that insisting that you pay him in Naira, I don't think it's a problem. So long as you are not reducing the wages, whether it is in Naira or in dollars, or I don't think it's really a problem that they should be talking about and making it a term in the contract. Look, this man is not a Nigerian. No matter how long he stays in this country, he's usually so except you want to just give him the additional burden of always having to go change money and all of that, So I don't think that's really much of a problem. So for me personally, I think he's done enough to earn another contract. But if they decide to say no, they want to continue. Well, Nigeria is too big a country for anybody to hold to ransom. If Jennifer does not manage us, Nigerian football will not die. We will see someone else who will do that. I will even insist that you give it to in Nigeria. I think Emmanuel Amuneke will do a fine job. Finidi George, I've heard so much said about him. I think he will also do a fine job. And there are some other guys out there who we feel will be able to do the job. But I think they should be quick about it. Although, as Chris Green pointed out yesterday, we are not going to be involved in football for some time, because that was my worry initially, that if you fire Janet Rowe, you may not have time to really prepare the team, because you would the Nations Cup qualifiers are on, World Cup qualifiers will soon start and all of that, so it's going to be something of a distraction. But now with the coronavirus pandemic, we are not even sure when international football will return, so it gives you a bit of a time for you to bring in a new coach. You will have the time to really look at his team and know exactly who he is going to invite into the squad. But if Janet Rowe signs the contract, I will have no problem with that. I think he's done enough to deserve a new contract. As I was pointing out yesterday, the quality of players that you have now, the competition for places is something that excites me. And unfortunately, I have not really seen that with many of the Nigerian coaches that we've appointed in the past. So that's one reason I would want him to continue. I think if he gets another crack at the Africa Cup of Nations, I believe that Nigeria will win the competition with the quality of players and what they are doing right now in Europe and other parts of the world. So I will have no problem with him signing the contract.
All right, Francis, before I come to you, let me say this. Janet Rowe at one point says that the players at the Nigeria Professional Football League, the local leagues, they are not qualified enough to make it to the national team. That's the reason why you don't have many local players in the national team. And right now, some of the clauses inserted into his contract is that he must reside here and watch the MPFL games and also monitor players and develop them. And now he's saying that he wants to continue with the national team. Are we going to be seeing more of the MPFL stars going into the national setup?
No, that's not going to happen. Not because Janet Rowe wouldn't want the domestic players to play in the national team, but our league is poor. We don't need to caress it more than the way it is right now. We don't have good management. I don't think there's any player in the Nigerian professional football as of today that can walk into the national team and put any of these boys that are coming from the foreign league on the bench and play very well. I don't think they are good enough to come near the national team just yet. They proved that to us when they went to Chan, couldn't qualify, and there was really no coordination. When you watch the Chan games, the qualifiers, and you saw, you all of us saw it down here, how the boys played. It was really a disgrace.
Was that the best team that the coach could have picked? Maybe that's something we should look at, and that's why I have certain reservations about Nigerian coaches.
Well, coming to that area, I think you're correct. Most times we will judge a national team by the team the coach presents. That's just the truth. So that particular team, they were awful. Coming to what you raised, the truth is corruption that we'll talk about is not just about the government thing. It's a Nigerian thing. An average Nigerian is corrupt. When they are giving offices to, that's why I say an average Nigerian.
No, what's average? It means by the time you put 3 Nigerians together, at least one or two.
That's true.
It's a
Brian, sadly, it's true.
No, hold on, no, it's not true. I think we should say some Nigerians, but to say the average Nigerian, that's too general.
When was the last time we employed a national team coach from Nigeria that actually went ahead to do the job without being, I don't want to say the collected bribe because I don't have evidence for that, maybe being tribalistic, or when was the last time an indigenous coach thoroughly went around the different clubs in Nigeria, went around different clubs overseas where Nigerians are playing their trade, and selected players based on form. Based on form. When was the last time? I mean, you see other national team coaches, the way they go. You find, for instance, Francis playing for the Three Lions today. When Francis draws form, Francis is sitting on the bench. The next big person that is informed right now is getting the shirt. There's no anki-panki game being played. So I feel that's the problem. And I personally don't think Jonathan Raw has done very well. He has done fairly. He has been able to bring up a team as at when he came into the Super Eagles setup. I think we were disjointed. He has been able to bring that one family, that togetherness to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Looking at the personnel, looking at our players right now, looking at the way they are playing for their various clubs, even when they are at the continental competition, they are a name to be reckoned with. We've not been able to utilize those talents in abundance that we have right now, and they are very, very young to do something really great as far as football is concerned. The last African Cup of Nations, yes, we finished third, but were we really particularly impressed with the Super Eagles? Losing to Madagascar, struggling to get on the score sheet, really good coordination. The last World Cup, I mean, Nigeria was really a shadow of itself. Apart from the second game we played against Iceland in that group, I think that was the only game Nigeria really played. We played against Croatia in our first game, we lost. Then against Argentina, we had all the chances, but that coordination, that synergy wasn't really in the team. Hence, we crashed out of the tournament. So I think Janet Raw has, in terms of the technical aspect of the game, he has not really improved Nigeria. But bringing a team together, identifying talents, and helping us form a national team, yes, he has been able to do that. But has he really utilized the potentials of these players? No.
Well, let's go on our first break on the show. We'll come back, we'll look at what General Troll will bring to the national team if he signs this contract, because a whole lot has to be improved on in the Nigerian setup. Hang on.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 Naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road, off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
Maggie Nigeria, sweet, I'm delicious bottom pots. Maggi Niger pots, delicious bottom pots.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Welcome back to Sports Fiesta Live on 92.7 KUFM down here in Benin City. All right, before we went to the break, we told you that Genotro has accepted to sign his contract with the Nigeria Football Federation in order to continue with the Super Eagles. Yes, he spoke with Colin Udo live on Instagram, and he has accepted the terms. But when it comes to staying in the country and going around to watch the Nigeria Professional Football League matches, and also to monitor and improve on the players, well, that is the area I'm really bothered about, because we had at the time we had so many players from those states and Delta states bringing players, into the national team, and they were doing well. Now that he has been given that a task to go ahead and do that, and at some point he said there were no players, there wasn't any player who was qualified enough to make the national team. Would this serve as a moral boost to the local players once football returns in Nigeria Professional Football League?
Look, much as I understand, what people mean when they say the quality of the Nigerian league is poor and all that, I find it disappointing when coaches say the players are not good enough for the national team. Genotro will not be the first to say it. Many Nigerian coaches in the past have actually said this. But the league is bad. However, we have seen some coaches come in and they have used players from the Nigerian Professional Football League to win the Africa Cup of Nations. We've won it 3 times, 1980, where virtually all of them were based here in Nigeria, but not people argue that at that point all our best players were here. They were not traveling abroad. In 1994, Clemens Westerhoff had some players from the Nigerian league in the squad. They went on to win. Finidi at that time was already at Ajax, but we know he's just coming from a shot. But you had the likes of Medema Foludo and some other players from Nigeria who were in that squad. In 2013, the guy who even got the winning goal for us, Sunday was playing for Warri Wolves at that point, and you had many players in that team who were playing in the domestic league, and they went on to win the league. So when you just make a blanket statement and say no player in the entire league is good enough to make the national team, that is not true. I agree that the quality of the league, when you take it holistically, you'll say it's not up there. It's not even the best league in Africa. Let's not kid ourselves, although we to us it's the best league in the world, but we know in reality it isn't. It isn't even the best in Africa. Maybe if we are best anywhere in Africa, perhaps West Africa, which is even still debatable. We know these things. But you cannot tell me that you will not get at least one. If you watch the Nigerian Professional Football League, we are here in Edo State, so we get to watch the Nigerian National League. And I've seen some players in Bendel Insurance, and some of the players who have come to play against Bendel Insurance that I think will do well in some of our national teams, if not the senior national team, the under-23. But how many of these guys actually make it? How many of them? They invited Hamas Obasanjo for the under-23, but did they even give him the chance to make it? And that young man, I believe, he is better than some of the goalkeepers that you have that you haven't taken to even the senior national team. So when you just say there is no player in the entire Nigerian Professional Football League that is good enough to make the Super Eagles, I disagree. If you search very well, there could be 1 or 2 positions that you feel, okay, there is a lapse. Because the player is, I agree, he has better training equipment and better tactics and everything abroad. We all know that. But there are still some that if you give the opportunity, they would make it. So while we all know that the quality of the league is something that can be improved on, I refuse to accept that the whole of the Nigerian Professional Football League, you can't find at least one player. So when the coach of the national team says that, it is sad because it means that he doesn't have any trust in the players, or he has not taken his time to properly sit down and watch. I know when Janet Raw talks, he's talking football, I should keep quiet and listen to him because he's much more experienced. We just watch and we do analysis. He has been in the technical aspect. But if he says the entire league, the 20 teams that you have in the Nigerian Professional Football League, there isn't even one player that is good enough for the Super Eagles, then I'll have to start asking certain questions that he may not like. Because honestly, I think if he looks at the league very well, he will find some players there. At least give them that opportunity to compete against the others. Stephen Keshi won using players from the league.
Yeah, I think even then, Godfrey Babona was with the Social Stars.
Yeah, as I said, there have been about 6 or 7 players in that team were playing in the domestic league. I just used the example of Sunday Bar because he was the one that got the goal that won the competition for you. He was playing here in Nigeria as at that time. You know, so all this talk about the quality of the league is not good, so because of that you are not going to select any player. I do not agree. Of course, I also have argued that because the player is abroad, it doesn't make him less of a Nigerian than the people who are here. So give them equal opportunities. Let us see who will make it. When Nigerians can clearly see that, oh, this person is much better than this one, then you give them the left back position of the Super Eagles. Over time, it has been a bit problematic. Now we are trying to solve it. There have been some players that I've seen in the Nigerian Professional Football League that could have been able to fit in there and help us to solve that problem. Right now, I think our biggest problem in the Super Eagles might be the goalkeeping department. Have you looked at all of the goalkeepers in the Nigerian Professional Football League? Some of them have fantastic statistics in terms of the number of clean sheets and the number of saves that they have made. Are you giving those ones? How many? The other time, if you want to invite any player from Nigeria, it is Ikechukwu is the one that it has been like that almost all the time that Jonathan has been here. Whenever you are inviting your players to come, you pick Ikechukwu Ezenwa as one of the goalkeepers, and that's basically it. I mean, so if you say there is no player that is good enough, then we will also have to ask you, so okay, apart from Ikechukwu Ezenwa, which other Nigerian goalkeeper do you know? Which other Nigerian goalkeeper do you follow? Have you gone to see them play? Have you taken your time to look at the stats that each goalkeeper comes up with every season before you can categorically tell us that Ikechukwu Ezenwa is the best, and once you pick him, you are satisfied?
All right, these are many questions we are going to ask at the time things not seem to improve, you know, once he signs this contract. We wish the Super Eagles and every other national teams the best, you know, once football returns. Okay, still in Nigeria, former player and coach Austin Serozo Guavon said that it was inexperience that caused them that 2-1 defeat to the Azores of Italy in the 1994 US 94 World Cup. It was their debut, but they were doing well, but something happened and we lost that game. Well, we'll talk more on that later in the evening once we get through to him on the phone. Okay, the English players, Premier League players right now, they have all come together and they've launched a collective initiative to help generate funds for the National Health Service and distribute them where they are needed most. And this is what they've done. The initiative named #Players Together has been set up to help those fighting for us on the NHS frontline. Health Secretary Makanko warmly welcomed the big-hearted decision.
Well, it's okay. I hope they finally get to find a common ground and this head secretary can relax on the things he has been saying about the players. The players were already planning to do something, but I think he was just too hard on the players. They are older UK citizens, I think, that are more okay than even the footballers, but he took it particularly on the footballers. But again, I hope with what they've been able to come together to do, I think it will ease the hearts of many who think they are selfish and they are not doing anything. Like I've always stated, most of them, like Liverpool captain individually, they have been doing something on their own to help cushion the effect of this coronavirus pandemic. Especially the vulnerable people in the UK society. I can go on and on about the players in the UK, not talking about outside the UK that are doing things on their own. So for anybody to come out for any selfish reasons to say that these players are not doing enough, I think the person have not really done his or her homework. But again, they've shown to the world that they are unselfish in as much as they are doing separate things individually. Collectively, the players are supposed to come together, and they've done something. I hope this will definitely, like I said, ease the pressure on them and allow them focus on their family. Yes, they are being paid stupendous monies, but again, they work for it. They sign the contract with these football clubs, and they also have responsibilities at home. They have their family to take care of first before they take care of other families, and they've also tried to do their due diligence. I don't think the club at the point decided to say we want to cut your wages, and they refused. Like I also explained before, in England it's quite different. In Italy, Spain, things are a little bit flexible. These guys have association that they belong to, and before you do anything when it comes to club cutting wages, you have to go through the PFA, you have to go through a lot of things, you have to think about the tax. The way they pay tax in England is or the UK rather, is quite different from the way they do in Spain, and these things are very, very rigid, and most times you hear about tax evasion in Spain, in Italy and all that. You hardly hear of such a thing in England, because you pay these players, and the tax that you pay as a football club, as an individual, they come and collect it. They don't play with it in the UK, so they have to think about all these things, and you have to go through the proper channel. That if you are taking 20%, 80%, 100%, the case may be, you have to let the authorities know about it. The authorities will have to think about what they are getting from what you are going to be doing to these players. They have to a lot of things will go on when it comes to the UK and all that stuff. So maybe the head minister, secretary rather, did not think about all these things, maybe, and before he went all out for the players. But thank God that they've been able to come together and they're doing something huge.
He did. He actually thought about all of this. I think the reason why it became such a problem was that the players didn't act on time. They saw that clubs were already they were making deductions from non-playing staff, and they said nothing. They did not do anything at that point. So if the clubs had not applied for the follow law in the United Kingdom, which means that they will be taking 20% of the salaries of the non-playing staff, the health minister, the minister of sports and others will not have come hard on the players. They are wondering, how come you are taking money off the guys who get paid the least in the clubs? How about the people who are earning the stupendous amount of money? So if at the moment that the first club said this is the action that we are going to take because we need to survive this coronavirus period, the players had come together then to immediately announce their welfare. I understand, I appreciate that they are doing things individually, but since they did not collectively come out and say this is what we want, that was what forced the Premier League to go into this, because the criticism was coming in thick and fast, and then they decided that 30% would be an ideal amount to remove from the players' salaries. It's only after that was done that you now have the players fighting back and saying things that they are being put in the spotlight, they are being made scapegoats and all of that. So and they saw what was happening in other parts of Europe. They saw players in other countries doing some things. But of course, we know even in those countries like in Spain, for instance, Real Madrid have only recently just started to do something. And Toni Kroos even said he doesn't believe in slashing player salary. Now, if you do that, it is like giving back to the club. So let the players decide on their own which charity they want to send the money to. So at least they will know exactly where their money is going. But if you just say remove a certain percentage from what the players earn, then he doesn't really understand that. So in England, maybe the players too, the moment they saw that the clubs were forced to start slashing salaries and they were looking at the non-playing staff, maybe at that point, if they had come out, the Secretary of Health, Secretary of Sports, Secretary of Media, and all of them will not have come for them.
I think the clubs were selfish to have been thinking about that. I can't believe that a football club like Tottenham Hotspur will be thinking about getting monies from their non-playing staff. I think they were just they were the one. If with all this crisis, I think I'll blame the football club. They did not sit down to rationally talk about this. Okay, let's talk to the players first. They just went out to the non-player. I mean, the non-staff, they did not communicate to them like they did not also communicate with the players. I think the football clubs are the ones to be blamed here. If they really were struggling to pay wages, they should have contacted the players and say, we want to cut from your wages.
We are
why concluding that, okay, we should think about following these other people who had really not any as huge as the player? I think they did not. The clubs who decided, apart from some elite like Chelsea, Arsenal, the Manchester clubs and all that.
Even Liverpool took that decision, but
you can't tell me that clubs like Liverpool and Tottenham Hotspur will be thinking about the non-playing staffs, how they are going to reduce their wages, and leave out the playing staffs who, to me, are receiving way more than even the non-playing staff. So why were they not reasonable enough to think about these things? So in all this saga, I think the football clubs should be blamed.
The football clubs are being blamed for that. I saw a tweet from Piers Morgan really berating some of the clubs for some of the things that they did. But at that point, because look, it's not like this thing started yesterday. They can see clearly football has been suspended since March. I think it was only in March that we had any football match being played in England. So as at that point, from the moment they saw and that it was indefinite, maybe they ought to have started coming out to say, okay, this is the situation. I don't know the kind of communication that existed between the clubs and the Premier League and all of that, but everybody can see that revenues are dwindling. I mean, the fans are not coming to the stadium. Even the sponsored deals that they have, because you are not playing on TV anymore. Live matches are not coming on. So even the TV money that has already been paid, at the beginning of the season, they pay each club 50 million pounds. So if they are unable to fulfill all of these obligations, then there will be some issues. Are they going to pay back the money that these broadcasters have already paid? Okay, I think they pay them in tranches. I think the next tranche is supposed to be at the end of April or inside April. And I hear that some of these broadcasters across Europe are saying they are not even going to pay because they are not having matches on TV. So it's going to create all sorts of a problem. So at that point, the clubs, the players, and everybody ought to know that there is a problem. So maybe if the players had preempted the Premier League and the clubs by saying, okay, because of this situation, especially when the clubs have come out to say we want to deduct from the salaries of the non-playing staff. What they did, they took advantage of, there is actually a law in the UK about this. When you have the United Kingdom government came up with a law because of this coronavirus issue, and that is that the government will follow some workers and that they will only pay them 80% of their salary. That's why the clubs just keyed into. But the players are not part of the government employees, so that is why they could not have announced that they are doing the same thing for the players. So it was now left to the players to have come out on their own to say, this is our own contribution towards this. So it is because the clubs took that decision to follow their non-playing staff. This is what brought the secretaries who are servants of the government to say, this is not fair. You are doing this to the non-playing staff. How about these guys who earn so much money?
Okay, that is the much we can talk about what is coming out from England, although all this has really dwindled the fortunes of so many clubs, and right now they have their value has reduced, tremendously. Premier League scores dropped 1.6 billion pounds in value, and so bad. This we'll talk about that in the evening, but for now, let's go on another commercial break.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time. Try Maggie Niger pot, for that delicious bottom pot. Niger pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggie Niger pot, delicious bottom pot. Yeah.
New Maggie Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie. Wages of salaries now, just take it will amount to about 90 million euro to take off other things and maybe to assist with the pandemic ravaging the world right now. So it's not a feasting, you know. We can decide here at KUFM that we want to contribute to the society, for instance. Nobody is going to tell us that because we've decided to contribute, it must be 100,000. No, we have to contribute according to our pocket. Then other person can come out and say, I want to give 1,000 naira. You've heard of a little girl, I think a 10-year-old girl, who brought out about 950. It wasn't as if that...
The youth corps member gave his match salary.
Match salary.
Match allowance.
Yeah, so, but the governor, I think Oyo, if I'm not mistaken, have received more than that 950, but he valued that one more because it's coming from a 10-year-old girl. And we brought out 950 naira, and he had to visit the governor. It was in the news and all that stuff. So I think it depends on the football club what they want to take.
All right, so even the basketball club, Real Madrid, they've also done their own donations, and we hope that everything will come down, you know, very soon, so that with football and basketball, other sports will resume.
Yeah, and look, we've got to understand that these clubs, they earn differently. There could be a club that will say they are going to continue paying their non-playing staff. They are going to continue paying their playing staff the exact same amount of money during this period of the coronavirus. They are not going to deduct anything. Yeah, if they are buoyant enough. It's just that they each have different financial muscle. Yeah. And this is where we've got to watch Manchester City and PSG very closely, because there are allegations that they are being sponsored by states, by countries, and not even running themselves independently. So if in this time the club is not, they are not asking the players for anything, players are not doing anything, you do not hear any plan to reduce wages and all of that, I think that suspicion will come again that, after all, it's not like you have a problem with money, you are getting the money from somewhere. So if Real Madrid feels 10 to 20% is what they can do, well, that it's good. But others could feel if they do not take massive pay cuts, the club will not survive, and that's why they are taking 70 or more.
Okay, from Real Madrid now to Barcelona, the president, Josep Maria Bartomeu, says that he wants to reshuffle the club's management, and because it distrusts certain directors, that according to Vice President Emily Rosa, you know, certain things have happened in Barcelona, even when it comes to the wages of a team, you know, players cutting their salaries because of the pandemic and all that. So he is saying that he wants to reshuffle the board. Well, let's see what will come out of it. What will come out of this, and if it's true that yes, the board has been reshuffled and everything is going well, then I think that will also be a welcome development. So that is what is coming from Spain. Then let's go to cricket before we look at the text messages. Though we still have some transfer news to talk about. Ben Stokes, he has become the first Englishman since 2005 to be named Wisden's leading cricketer in the world. He played a key role in England's World Cup victory in July, and he was named man of the match in the final. The 28-year-old scored his stunning 135, not apt to lead England to a chilling one-wicket victory over Australia in the third Ashes test at Headingley. So congratulations to Ben Stokes for doing what he did. Okay, let's look at the messages, and when we have time, we'll look at some of the transfer news moving around.
This one says, good day, KU Sports. Can you people please tell me when are they going to hand Premier League trophy to Liverpool? This is from Andrew, Man United brother. Well, we do not know whether they will hand over the Premier League title to Liverpool. This says, Oga Ibrahim, this coronavirus plague has brought out the spirituality of some celebrities. Did you read Hogan post with the picture of his solemn posture? It was very touching to say the least. Austin from Univen. Which one? The one I saw was when he's quoted a verse of the Bible, I am that I am. So that's the one I saw. I didn't see the other one. Hi guys, taking a pay cut is not about making donations to foundations. It also has to do with financial situation of the clubs. The clubs are in red. No money is coming in. They stand to lose billions. Who told you that the clubs are in red because no money is coming? You think the players do not realize what is happening at the club? And that's why some of them are telling you that taking a pay cut is like giving back to the club. So they know more than us what is happening with their different clubs. The issue, merchandising, for instance, are you saying the monies that they've made from the sale of jerseys, for instance, even if they are not selling right now, don't you think they've already had more than enough that will take them the rest of the season, even if there is no more football? There are not many of them, the big clubs in particular, are not going to have this problem. This issue of how or whether players should give out their salary should be left to the players to decide. Austin from Univer. Okay. Congratulations to KU at 5. Well done, Oga Ibrahim and Co. God will help us stop COVID-19 as soon as possible. Please, what year did Meadow play? Did Eto play for Chelsea? Kayode from Ohoro. He played in the second spell of Jose Mourinho. That was it 2014? I think it was in the 2014-2015 season. Yeah, I think that was the time he played. The late Amadou and Keshi that were never appreciated by the NFF. I'm suspecting this. Barrister Green has an agenda he's chasing. Austin from Univer. Which agenda does he have? They're not appreciated by the NFF. I don't know what you mean, but I smell a rat in this Raw. Raw might not be your world-class coach, but he has brought in a kind of stability to the Super Eagles never seen before. We should forget where Olise left the team. Austin from Uniben. You have never seen this kind of stability in the Super Eagles before, really. I would love to know when you started following the Super Eagles. Congratulations to this same message. Dear Sportical, let NFF float a league club and the Super Eagles technical advisor made his chief coach. This will help to know his efficiency from the performance of the club. Okay, Don Morgan. Good morning, guys. I think the Federation is just playing pranks with Raw. I think they are looking for excuses to get rid of him by offering him that senseless contract. Let the Federation just tell him the services are no longer needed instead of beating about the bush, because that contract is ridiculous. I am Sonny from Oselu. Okay, well, according to you, this contract is senseless and ridiculous, but General is interested in signing that senseless and ridiculous contract.
He said he doesn't want more money, more bonuses, but he wants to work.
Good day, the people of sports. I hope we all slept well last night. Please help me to tell football fans that they should not fear for COVID-19. By faith, it will soon be over. Okay, Andrew from Man United, brother. Amen. May it soon be over. Good day. Why are you guys not giving the guys sending SMS a chance to win the Richards cards? This is not fair. NS. Well, NS, sorry, but we explained. If we ask you a question and you have to send in your text message, how do we know who sent in first? Or later. Even this network, I don't know what the problem. I know you have the time that it comes in and all of that, but sometimes it's you send a message today, we don't get it until 2 days later. I don't understand what is happening. So in order for us to be very fair and open, that's why we decided to do it on the phone. At least then everybody's listening. You will know whose call came in first or last. And thank God we've told you several times that you can also see us on YouTube. We don't see the numbers. It's just a light that blinks, so we pick. Okay? So that's why we didn't do it via text. If we do it via text, you could very well accuse us of favoring some persons. They've done that before. I recall when we had, we asked them to send text messages to win some gifts sent, given to us by some people on the show. And they complained that some people that are special fans were winning it. So in order to make it very clear, that's why we said, look, call in. Please, between Samuel Eto'o and Drogba, who is the better striker? Richie from Siloko Road. Richie, I cannot tell you that. You can just make up your mind. But if you ask me who scored the most goals, then we can look at the stats and tell you. But better striker, I could have my preference. You could have yours. You know what you want in a player. So you make that choice yourself. But ask us things that we can, really talk about. We can tell you, and there will be no controversy. Who has more trophies? We can tell you, okay, this guy, this is the number of trophies he won. This guy, this is the number of goals that he scored. Then you make up your mind on as to who is the better striker. If crowning Plateau United means my darling Bendel Insurance gets automatic promotion, then why not? They should be fast about it. Michael Extreme.
Look at me, he's looking at it from home.
Good day, sports gurus. Thanks for keeping up the good work in spite of the challenge that the world is facing. God will bless and reward you. Some people are just difficult. I agree that people should be forced to stay at home. Also, Plateau United should not be given the MPFL title. Chris from 94. Good day, Mr. Ibrahim. Even though we record 0 cases in Nigeria, my fear is that our leaders will still travel abroad and bring it back. Timothy from Sapele Road. Oh, so we hope that even abroad they will be recording 0 cases by that time, so nobody will bring it anyway. It's not the kind of disease you want in the world. If there is a way that we can eliminate all diseases itself, let us even do it. Goodness has please. Okay, this is a repeated one. Nigeria are trying to control the virus, but some people are trying to spread it by breaking the rules. Okay. Good day, sportsmen. I'm really enjoying your show all the time. MPFL can only cancel the league due to COVID-19 and not giving the trophy to Plateau United, considering the table. Liverpool should be crowned champion of EPL and let the sleeping dog lie. Sorry for Pep's mom's demise. Rest in peace, Kayode from Ohoro.
Okay, one more.
Good day, sports presenters. I heard Pep Guardiola's mother has passed away. My thoughts are with him and his family. God bless you guys, Dr. Sharif from Wauke. Thank you, Dr. Sharif.
All right, before brief for now, so let's quickly give you some results from the matches that we played yesterday in the Belarusian Belarusian Premier League. They had their cup matches yesterday. Slavia Mosaic defeated Bati Borisov 1-0. Dynamo Brest enjoyed a 2-0 win over Shakhtar Solinsk. Then in Nicaragua Primera Division, Clasora, Deportivo Las Sabanas and RT Municipal Jalapa played at a goalless draw, while Managua FC defeated Deportivo Octoa 2-1 to remain top of the table. Dariangen enjoyed a 3-0 win over Chinadenga FC. Deportivo Water Ferretti beat Real Madrid FC 4-0, while Real Esteli FC and Juventus FC drew goalless. Then Tajikistan Bishan Liga, CSK Paba and lost 3-1 to FK Kujand, and Dushanbe 83 were beaten 7-8 by FC Estiko. These are the results of the matches that we played yesterday. All right, let's take the final whistle on the show this morning.
We didn't see anything new from Deontay Wilder that we didn't already know. I mean, as a boxer and a student of the game, I've always said that he fights a guy that can box him, can take a pretty decent punch. It's going to be a long night for Deontay, and that's what definitely happened. Gary Miller speaking about the fight that Deontay lost to Tyson Fury earlier on this year, and that's the final whistle on the show this morning.
With that, we come to the end of the show. Many thanks to you guys for being part of the show. And for Ken, saying you've gotten your recharge card. All right, congratulations. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you guys at 4. Bye-bye.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG, 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olowo Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 0807-887-9960 or 0703-672-9147. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
Come see for yourself, oh. This not be the one you go take only.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Ekogiawe Precious from the Prince Builders and Construction Company Limited. The Prince Builders is a registered real estate company in Nigeria that has specialized in building, selling, leasing, building of lands and homes in Nigeria. We manage, develop, sales of property like estate, duplex, bungalows, and sales of quality and affordable blocks and ceramic tiles for building. At the Prince Builders Estate of Benin Sapler Road Bypass, where the Chinese company is situated, each plot of 100 feet by 100 feet for 500,000 naira. You can buy 10 plots and get one free. The Prince Builders Estate that is also located at Obage that leads to Airport Road, just 15 minutes drive to Benin Airport. Each plot is 100 feet by 100 feet for 1.6 each. List of property for sale. It's available for sale. Standard duplex for sale at Owobi off Sapler Road with CFO for 40 million naira. And just pay and parking. 50 by 100 at Winners Chapel off at Sapler Road for 2.5 million naira. 100 by 250 along Obage Airport Road for 10 million naira. 50 by 100 at Uye off Sapler Road for 1.6. 60 by 100 at Amagba GRA for 3 million naira. 1 by 2 along Sapler Road for 15 million naira. Building for sale on a 50 by 100 at Ebo Quarters Iwere for 4.5. 45 feet by 120 at Usaritin Street, Ugbo Road, GRA for 4 million naira. 2-stories building on a 50 by 100 at Uwelu Road for 15 million naira. Bungalow with BQ on a 100 feet with CO4 beside Rock of Ages Sapler Road for 18 million naira. 4-bedroom bungalow for sale at Udomina Ugbo on 50 by 100 for 5 million naira, pay and parking. Office space at Sapler Road for lease for 350,000 naira. Mini-mart space for lease at Ogege of Sapler Road Bypass for 450,000 naira. Bungalow for sale behind Winners Sapler Road for 24 million naira, pay and parking. Hostel for sale at Isio close to S&T Barrack with CO4 for 17 million naira. The company payment plan is flexible as you pay installments. Hurry now, secure your home at the Prince Builders Estate in a serene atmosphere and free for community issues. You can visit our office today at number 480 off Adesuwa Road, GRA, Benin City. You can call us on this number on 070-530-48692. 081-572-14674. Let me take the number again. 070-530-48692 or 081-572-14674. You can also visit our website on www.theprincebuilders.com princebuilders.com, on Instagram, The Prince Builder, Facebook, The Prince Builders. With The Prince Builder, give you solution while building relationships. Stay safe out there. Thank you.
Do you desire to acquire land to build a house? Then come to the Prince Builders and Construction Limited, a registered real estate company specializing in building of lands and homes in Nigeria. We manage, develop, and sell real estate. Duplexes, bungalows, and blocks of flats are also available for sale. At the Prince Builders Estate on Sapler Road and Airport Road, Benin City, you can buy a plot of land for only 500,000 naira. You will also get a free plot of land if you buy 10 plots. There are also estates in other cities like Warri and Port Harcourt. Our payment plan is flexible as you can pay in installments. Hurry now and secure your homes in estates with regular power supply, security, other social amenities, a serene atmosphere, and free of community issues. The Prince Builders is at number 4888 Road, GRA, Benin City. Please call us on 070-530-48692. You can also visit our website at www.theprincebuilders.com or contact us on Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat at The Prince Builders. The Prince Builders, giving solutions while building relationships.
Radio 92.7. Lego.
All the programs on KU 92.7 are now open for sponsorship and advert placements. For sponsorship and advert placements, call now for inquiries 070-380-50243 or 080-8877-3644 or visit KUFM Marketing Office located at the top floor of the Enterprise Foundation Building, number 62, Ihama Road, Benin City, Edo State. 92.7 KUFM is your business growth partner.
Good news, Scratcher. Great news! KUFM 92.7 is about to turn the excitement up a notch again. This time, we'll bring the world to you. We can now broadcast your events, parties, birthdays, marriage ceremony, naming ceremony, political rallies, and lots more to the world live. For any of the mentioned event coverage, simply visit our marketing office at 62 4th floor, Enterprise Building, Ihama Road, GRA, Benin City, Edo State, or our broadcast station at Ward 8, Air Bypass, Benin Auchi Expressway, Edo State, Nigeria, or call these numbers 0806 023 2180 or 0806 530 5657. KUFM. Turn on excitement.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no money comes from home. Not about taking time or rest. Try Maggie Niger pots for that delicious bottom pot. Niger pots, delicious bottom pots. Maggie Niger pots, delicious bottom pots.
New Maggie Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
Professor Patrick Lumumba on African unity.
It is not lost on me that one of the reasons why Africa cannot unite is because we have become so used as politicians in Africa to our little countries where we are treated like demigods. And because we too, we who are the led, we have treated our leaders as demigods for too long, and they now are conditioned to believe that they are God. You know, respecting leaders is a good thing because that is what is right. Once you have given people the privilege to serve you, you give them respect. But respect must be earned. Many times in my own country, in Kenya, I see the individuals, some of the individuals that we elect into public office, some are fine, but some are not. In fact, most are not. And in my rural village, they elect some semi-illiterate individual who everybody knows is semi-illiterate and everybody knows he is not wise. But the day after his election, when he attends a forum such as this, those who invite him to speak will say, let so-and-so whom we elected yesterday share his wisdom with us. And I want to assure you that there is no magic in the ballot box. If you are a dunderhead, the mere fact that you have been elected does not convert you into anything. You just remain an elected dunderhead. And Africa has no shortage of dunderheads who are leading her in the wrong direction. The direction of disunity.
Nigeria's political landscape has evolved over the years, but since 1960, the yearnings of the people have remained the same.
My own problem I like to. I don't tire.
There are no jobs in this country.
Someone pays to carry 250 million naira, go buy motor. Corruption for this country too much. Our healthcare in Nigeria is really poor. Women are dying at childbirth almost every day.
Join us on the program Dialogue as we focus on Nigeria's political scene. We bring you interviews from political gladiators.
So this wasn't the problem with the governors. It was the corruption in the SSP account. It was the fact that without any clearance, the government dipped their hand in the SSP account to fund the business. And SSP account is money you save from the state government and the federal government.
In-depth analysis of policy statements.
Nigeria does have a problem with corruption, and so do many other countries, including developed countries. I don't like the fact that when people mention the name Nigeria, the next thing they say is corruption. This is a country of 170 million people. 99.9% of them are hardworking citizens who just want to get on with their lives, and they want a government that delivers for them.
And voicing your political opinion every weekday from 9 to 10 a.m. on 92.7 KUFM. Dialogue. Your voice counts.
Join the conversation on KUFM's Dialogue as we introduce written voices. You can now keep the conversation going beyond 10 a.m. Send us your views on topical or burning issues of the moment, news, current affairs, or social-political issues that you may wish to share your thoughts on. It must be civil, factual, straight to the point, and in not more than 150 words, and we will give it a voice. Send your views to kufmdialogue@gmail.com or via our WhatsApp platform on 0807 552 7556. Keep the conversation going. In Dialogue, your voice counts.
Good morning. It's 18 minutes going past 9 and you're on to 92.7 KUFM. This is Dialogue, where we get to talk about politics and other issues affecting us here in the country. My name is Godslow Volando.
And my name is Charles Apolumi.
All right, first of all, let's check out the messages that you've sent to us via written voices. And this one says, Good AM, guys. I'm David from Upper Ikewa. Please, the governor and the people of Edo State should talk to these hotel people to stop this party they are hosting. All right, noted. In one of his tweets yesterday, he addressed that no hotels should house or accommodate anybody that has travel history that haven't observed the 14 days quarantine law. All right, let's move on. I think the police need to begin to become tough on criminals who disguise in saloon cars as commercial drivers, passengers, but later. I think the police need to begin to become tough on criminals who disguise in saloon cars as commercial drivers, passengers, but later turn out to be one chance and armed robbers who dispossess unsuspecting citizens of their hard-earned money and valuables. They should be charged to court for necessary censor. Bill Ibrahim from Agbo Road.
I think it's because of what happened yesterday. along this Binyao Expressway. That's maybe what he's talking about. We had we had an incident like that when we went out yesterday. We heard reports of, in quotes, one chance drivers, but we heard they were apprehended anyways. So maybe that's what Ibrahim is referring to.
All right, hi folks. Now, as the distribution model of the 2 trillion naira to the poor, the database demographic spread, Finance Minister says records are in the office of the Accountant General. 9 hours later, fire gutted this office. What a coincidence. We are not surprised it is Nigeria. Thanks, Tom from Benin. Okay, good morning, KUFM. COVID-19. Edo State government is sanitizing all markets in Benin City. Is coronavirus now airborne disease? By the way, what of other markets in other local governments area? Number 2, are they killing mosquitoes that has no coronavirus transmission? Is this how Edo State government will spend our financial resources without putting food on our table? Yesterday it was a school for Central Motor Park. Today it's school for premises for markets. Wonderful. Thank the Lagos man from Orosai. First of all, the sanitization is not for mosquitoes, and there is nowhere, it's proven that mosquitoes carry the virus. I'm sure you saw other countries sanitizing the streets and markets. So it's something that is advised to be carried out, and that is why the Edo State government is doing so. All right, let's move on. And this one says, good morning, presenter. It is so laughable for this APC-led government to think that Nigerians are fools. What a pity that Nigeria is still an orphan without foreign rice and granule oil suddenly becomes sanitized for consumption. APC, the miracle worker, John from Enya. Okay, finally, proof. Truly, we are fighting corruption, returning stolen Abacha loot to disassociate Kebbi State Governor. Americans refusing to return the phone because of that. Alright, you don't have a name and location. Please, when sending in your messages, do well to, fix your name and your location. Alright, today is Thursday. We are going to be looking at issues emanating from Edo State and, of course, also surrounding the pandemic that we are fighting globally, and also here in Edo State is not left out, as we are actually, the numbers are increasing. We are 12 cases of COVID-19 right now. With the expose that was done by done here by one of our correspondent, our team, KUFM, on a particular steel company, Chinese steel company called Yongxing, where workers have been restricted from leaving and work has actually continued in blatant disregard to the instructions of the state government. Bodies have come out to condemn it. A lot of people, they've actually raised that issue. But, more people have spoken up explaining that they are experiencing the same in other companies within the state. I remember we took a particular message also concerning that issue. Now, the state government, they've agreed to take it up, but the Commissioner for Health would not or can't speak because he will be having a press briefing. He will be conducting a press briefing at the same time as this program. If not, we planned on having him here on the program via phone to speak to us about it. But however, the Nigerian Bar Association, they've indicated an interest in the issue, and they are actually waiting to see what the government will do. So today on the program, we will be speaking to Comrade Austin Osakwe. He is the Executive Director, Foundation for Good Governance. And then also we'll be speaking to a legal practitioner who is Barrister Douglas Obankwa. He is the PRO of the Nigerian Bar Association Benin branch. This is what we will be talking about this morning on the show, but right after this break. Please stay with us.
Join the conversation on KUFM's dialogue as we introduce written voices. You can now keep the conversation going beyond 10 a.m. Send us your views on topical or burning issues of the moment, news, current affairs, or social-political issues that you may wish to share your thoughts on. It must be civil, factual, straight to the point, and in not more than 150 words, and we will give it a voice. Send your views to kufmdialogue@gmail.com or via our WhatsApp platform on 0807 552 7556. Keep the conversation going. In dialogue, your voice counts.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still on to Dialogue. You're listening to Dialogue 92.7, and today is Thursday. We are looking at issues emanating from the state, Edo State in particular. And like I said before, a little intro to what we'll be talking about is about a particular Chinese company and maybe other companies, that are, housing their workers and preventing them from leaving the factory or their place of work due to the fact that, they don't want to stop working after the stay-at-home order given by the state government and the federal government. Let's go take a listen to our team here in KUFM who uncovered this particular story.
Occupying a massive expanse of land with over 2,000 workforce in a single shift, Yongjin Steel Company is obviously in a world of its own, not affected by the halt that the outbreak of coronavirus disease has put on companies all over the world. While other multinational companies operating in Edo State, including those manufacturing essential beverages, have shut down operations, Yongjin never put off its plans, not even for a minute. Extra Voices visited some of the plants like Coca-Cola along Benin Auchi Road, Guinness plant along Agbo Park, and many others. We observed a near-death silence with just a few active workers on site.
The plant is not working. The plant is not working right yet.
Well, Yongjin Steel has obviously snubbed a lockdown order by the authorities to curtail the spread of coronavirus disease, even as other companies are counting their losses as a result of the halts in operation. Some of the workers spoke to Extra Voices on the condition that their names should not be mentioned. They told us that they had been locked in with a threat to lose their jobs or salaries if they leave. Against the social distancing rule, they were crowded 10 persons in a dormitory room, even while many of them have been coughing, sneezing, and exhibiting other symptoms persistently.
They used to pay us when we work. If they don't want us to go, nonsense. Not enough accommodation. Almost 30 people is living inside one apartment. And some of those workers here are sick. They have serious cough and fever. It's nice. Don't used to allow people to rest. They'll be disturbing people with cough. I'm talking about inside the room that I am. The rest room, to go there will see more problems.
They can't leave or protest, even when many of them want to. The company pays mid-month, and that will mean losing all you've worked for since 15th of last month.
Some of them, they are afraid of reporting because if they report, they will send them home without payment.
Another worker who also pleaded anonymity countered the claim, though he confirmed the plant has operated multiple shifts since COVID-19 outbreak, where he said workers were given a choice to either leave or stay.
There is constant hand sanitizer at the base of the dormitory. There are lots of people who have decided that they are going to work, apart from people that came from far. But I was listening to your station when someone called and was complaining that there is a lot inside. It is something of sort.
He said the company also approved 15,000 naira feeding allowance due to the restriction imposed on workers' movement so they don't go out and get infected. A claim another worker confirmed but said it remained a mere pronouncement. Extra Voices took a trip to the plant about 15 kilometers off the city center to authenticate these claims.
Take the next right toward Bypass Road.
Thick cloud of smoke emanating from the large plant, indicating that smelting and other production processes are going on. Though we were not allowed entrance, we observed a crowd of workers in their hundreds milling around various segments of the plant. Soldiers and mobile policemen were on ground at the gate. Outside the plant, there's a bubble of human activities as businesses, including a brothel shop, were active while hundreds of trucks lined up waiting to be loaded with goods or discharge metal scraps raw materials for the plant.
How many now?
We made frantic efforts to reach the management of Yongjin Steel, but they frustrated every effort to get them to react to these claims. Extra Voices spoke to a lady identified as a senior manager in the company. She first said the company has shut down operation due to coronavirus disease, but when confronted with claims of the workers and our observations, she said she can't talk for now, promising to get back to Extra Voices.
But now the company is not down.
What production is going on?
I don't really know the answer. Okay, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
Okay. She never did, and she never picked nor returned any of the telephone calls placed on her line subsequently. When contacted, members of Edo State COVID-19 response team said they were not aware of the situation. One of the members and Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okondia, said they will mobilize their team to visit the plant immediately. For KUFM's Extra Voices, Chinedu Ekeja.
Welcome back. I'm sure that report did a lot of justice to your questions. A very detailed report, getting both the sides of the workers and the sides of the management. So today on the program, we will be speaking to...
we were speaking to Comrade Austin Osakwe, who is Executive Director, Foundation for Good Governance and Social Change. Okay, he was someone who yesterday... Okay, so we have Comrade Austin Osakwe on the line this morning. Good morning, Comrade.
Good morning.
You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you heard KUFM's reports, Extra Voices report on the Yongjing Steel Company and what's still going on. When you heard it for the first time, what was your reaction?
Well, I must say that I wasn't alarmed. That's because there is a history. A segment of the civil society in Edo had some run-ins with this same company a few years ago on more than 2 occasions as a result of practices that were clearly dehumanizing of the Nigerian workers who they had hired. So when this report came for us, it was just a continuation of the what tends to be the new neo-colonialist posture. You have these people come from outside the country. They operate as if they are semi-gods. The workers do not have a contract of employment. I'm speaking basically based on researches that we have done and our engagements with them. They work under very terrible circumstances. Those who operate machines are not insured. So we have had situations where some of them have their hands cut off. So I wasn't surprised. But one would have thought that now that government has said all such establishments should close down in the interest of everyone confronted by the reality of this pandemic, that they should have at least tried to obey. But we now know that they didn't do that. And as soon as we got that report, on my own, I contacted first I must say that I'm a member of the state response team. I contacted the team, and I can authoritatively tell you that as of yesterday, they mobilized, the security committee mobilized to that place, and we're expecting the report to come out today, and I'm sure that KUFM will be part of those who will be privy to that report.
Okay. We understand that, when the whole COVID-19 saga broke out, there was a time when a certain Chinese individual arrived in Edo State and contact tracing, they were trying to trace the man. I remember this incident, and eventually it turned out that this man had taken refuge in the same company. It had to take the intervention of the governor to bring him out and then, make contact with the Commissioner for Health in Lagos before, it was ascertained, okay, yes, eventually, yes, this man was actually quarantined for 14 days. Are we seeing a situation where business interests are superseding the authority of the government in the state?
Unfortunately, it will be appearing so. Like I said, it didn't start yesterday. There's a trend nationally. We tend to give the impression that once the color of the skin is different from black hair, then they are somehow superior. We have situations where vulcanizers come into the country and they pose as engineers, and we give them all kinds of jobs. Why, for instance, I'm worried that we have a Nigeria Labour Congress, we have a TUC and several other workers' unions. That place has hundreds of workers, and yet they are not unionized. And you have an NLC that is just there. So, yes, government has its blame in not protecting the citizens of this country against the rampaging activities of these foreign firms. Now they come here first and foremost because they are assured of cheap labor. It will interest you to know that they flog some of these people.
Really?
People do night shift and they are made to do day shift on the same day. They flog them. They work under dehumanizing circumstances. They are sick. They are not treated. And so you are asking yourself, why do Nigerians subject themselves? But the reality is that the jobs are not there. People want to put food on the table. It's the responsibility of government to protect these citizens. That's what we've called upon. The NSC must take responsibility. The rule, as I don't know whether it has changed, that once a company employs up to 50 workers, they automatically are unionized. If they had a union to complain to, a union to monitor these activities, we won't be in this sorry state. Now, more worrisome is the fact that, and I listened to your report, very well done report, by the way, and I must commend KUFM for that investigative piece of journalism. Now, more worrisome from that report is the claim by some of the workers that they are beginning to exhibit symptoms which are very similar to the ones we have been told of the COVID-19 virus. So if that is the case, and the government already mentioned that there's a possibility of a spike as a result of likely community transmission, then we have a problem on our hands, a huge challenge on our hands. And I am waiting to see what the law enforcement agents will come out with today. And it's also an opportunity to go beyond Yongzin. And across the states, if there are such companies that have clearly disobeyed the orders of government, and Edo people will be willing and anxious to know what becomes of that situation.
Okay. All right, quickly, you talked about the fact that before now that you've gone to find out some things from this company and you realize that they are breaking some labor rules. Now, did we see any consequences? Did we see any punishment given to them before now?
Certainly not. At that time, about 3 years ago, we compiled our report, submitted to the then labor officials in the state, hoping that they could take it up. But of course, the argument is always that these people are not their members. So, you know, they act on behalf of their members. These people are not unionized. Secondly, the tendency in this part of the world is that we deliberately turn ourselves into subservient citizens. I made the point that because these people are not Nigerian, look, non-Nigerian firm, I can tell you, will do that thing and get away with it. The report has been all over the place. Nobody has told us the action that has been taken. We have security agencies. And like I just told you, I forwarded the report personally. And I have been assured that a team was sent there yesterday. But that's not enough. We want to know today what action is being taken. And they should be used as an example to others who feel that they can just ride roughshod over Nigerians. In that particular instance that I told you of a few years ago, for us to gain entrance, to even see the public relations officer of the company was huge. And as you may have seen now, in the same case as it was then, they are guarded by well-armed security men, soldiers, policemen, and all whatnot. What kind of country is that? Is it another brand of colonialism? I think this is an opportunity for government to put a statement out there and put their foot down to say never again.
But if you are saying the government should put a statement out there and say never again, and you, like you said, you've submitted a report and nothing has been done, is it that these people are above the law?
Well, it's an open-ended question. Across the country, what impression are we given? I'm sure you have seen videos and pictures of these foreign contractors who have been guarded by soldiers, who have Nigerians holding umbrellas for them to go around in the sun. They do all kinds of things. I had a situation where I asked a Chinese once whether he would try the dastardly manner in which he drove in this town, whether he would try it in his country. And he looked at me gleefully and said, but this is Nigeria, this is not China. So what does that tell you? It's a failure of governance across the country. This is happening all over. We are not the only country in the world that is suffering from unemployment. Unemployment is everywhere. We need to have some dignity. And I am saying that it flows from government to the people. The people feel helpless. Okay. And we are beginning to get to a point where the child who is born now is likely to begin to see these light-skinned people as superior set of human beings. And that would be unfortunate.
Okay, since you're an advocate for good governance, what would you advise the government? What measures would you advise the government to take up concerning this act by the Chinese company?
First and foremost, that company should be closed down totally to send a message. And two, all those who were involved in breaching this regulation of government should be prosecuted. Look, Funke Akindele in Lagos, it's already, if we were thinking that it wasn't possible, if we could do it to a Nigerian celebrity, then we can do it to these people who came from outside.
But
so close down the company once the investigation shows that truly, after government have given that directive, they were still working and they kept Nigerian workers in there and risked their lives, they should be prosecuted.
Okay.
And that company closed down.
Okay, but you're talking about lack of employment. If this company is closed down, the workers become jobless.
It's the same argument people have made that that if you say I should stay inside my house, why die of hunger? Let me just go out there. If something must kill a man, that's what I hear outside. Do we now say because of unemployment, which is an indication of the failure of governance in this country over time, we should risk the lives of our people?
Okay. All right. Comrade Osakwe, make sure you do keep us posted, of course, and we'll also keep you posted from our own end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. All right. So that was Comrade Osakwe speaking there. You can see he's a member of the Edo State COVID-19 response team. Okay. And after that report, we spoke and he was very happy. He said he loved the fact, he loved that wonderful piece of investigative journalism from KUFM. I can tell you that I went there alongside Chinedu, and soldiers were outside there. They didn't even allow us to enter, and they said, okay, right, we wrote. The lady we kept calling, they did not answer us, and all that. They refused to return any of our calls or even say, okay, fine, let's call you back, or let's even answer you and talk to you, at length. They did not do that. And interestingly, after the Extra Voices report went public, we started getting other messages. Other people saying, look, please come to this other company.
Yes. We got messages of, I think they mentioned about 2 companies or so.
So, okay, we'll talk to a legal practitioner right now, and we'll find out from Barrister Douglas Obangwa what exactly, we are looking at from a legal perspective, okay? We've listened to Comrade Osakwe speak, so we're going to listen to a lawyer speak as well. Okay, we have Barrister Douglas Obangwa on the line. Good morning, Barrister.
Good morning.
Okay, so you listen. I'm fine, thank you. You listen to the Extra Voices report from our team from KUFM. When you heard it, what was the first reaction?
I was nonplussed. I was surprised, perplexed, flabbergasted, and it's actually what I would call impunity taken to another level. I do understand that the authorities have taken steps to stem such a very ugly scenario, but that would be tantamount what is indicated in that report by those companies, those Chinese companies. It's tantamount to forced labor, which is precluded by some conventions in which Nigeria is a signatory to. And it's also an infraction on the order of the state government that, precluding gatherings of more than, 20 people, and also closing down some businesses, except those businesses that, carry out essential services. I feel that those Chinese people should be prosecuted, serve as a deterrence to others. It cannot happen in China. We have a legal framework. Excuse me. Don't worry, it's not Corona. we have a legal framework in place, to tackle such shenanigans that being carried out by those Chinese companies.
Okay, does anybody have the authority to say, like after the state government, we understand that after the state government had ordered, non-essential workers to stay at home in order to mitigate the spread of the virus, we understand that these people were not allowed to go home. They were kept within the precincts, the premises of the company. Does anybody have that kind of power as a corporate individual? Or
Never. The Ministry of Labor and Productivity, I am sure that that's within their purview. They have some guidelines, that guide, companies, which of course stem from those conventions, international conventions Nigeria is a signatory to. And apart from doing forced labor, what they have done is forced imprisonment. It's conduct likely to cause the breach of the peace. And it's actually something that cannot be tolerated in a sane society. And aside government going there to close down, the place, I also feel that they should be arraigned in court. it's not only Nigerians that should be arraigned in court when infractions has been carried out by Nigerians. We should also use some of these foreign nationals as examples. And, particularly because we have been hearing of some very anti-labor practices from these Chinese companies. On the 1st of October last year, I was called by someone who said he knew that I could actually escalate, the issue. And he told me that one of the Chinese companies, why the federal government declared the public holiday, they called them to work. And I asked him, can I quote you? He said, no, you can't quote me. I said, well, I cannot be able to escalate a matter in which I cannot substantiate. So because of that matter just died like that. So we have to look in, we have to beam our searchlight on those companies. What exactly are they doing? Are they turning our people to slaves? How much are they paying? Because there's a minimum wage in place, which is an act of parliament, and of course, which has also been adopted by the state government, and of course, and edicts of the House of Assembly of Edo State. Are they paying our citizens according to the prescribed minimum wage? Are they giving them, their leaves, whether their annual leaves and all the other leaves that they are entitled to according to the labor laws of the state? What are the processes they are using in dismissing people? Are they dismissing them summarily without following laid-down procedures that are provided by the Ministry of Labor and Productivity? And so we must bring ourselves like this. This is actually a wake-up call to government to look at these companies and see what they're doing to our citizens.
Okay. Quickly, Barrister Obankwa, now, according to the Company and Allied Matters Act that actually deals with the various types of the structures and operation rules for companies, it is obvious that this company is breaking that particular rule. So now that we know, even though that there have been previous reports according to Cormedo Sakwe, that there have been reports that this company is actually treating their workers wrong, even flogging them. So what is the consequences? What are the consequences? What is the punishment they start to suffer from the legal perspective?
Well, if like what community they are found to be flogging their for example, their staff, as Commander Sakwe has said, that alone is assault, occasionally grievous bodily harm. It's also conduct like to cause breach of the peace. But the truth is that people should be bold enough to come forward with facts. I read good on my own as a person. If you come up forward with facts, I will take those matters for you pro bono. And I know some consortium of lawyers will be ready to say, we are going to take this matter pro bono because we will not allow such level of, dastard acts to be carried out in our society. But the problem that we have is that we may not be able to come up with facts. And you, on your own, even if you have the facts, you cannot be the complainant because there must be someone to come and say, oh, I was assaulted. There are even stories of sexual assault going on in those countries, although unsubstantiated. So we must look at these things and know exactly the people that have been aggrieved must come up and say, I was assaulted on this particular day, on this day where the federal government and the state government declared public holiday, or where the federal government declared public holiday, we came to work against the Public Holidays Act of 1978. It's a criminal offense for a company to get its workers to come to work when the federal government declared the public holiday, according to the Public Holidays Act of 1978, for which you can be arraigned in court. So these are the issues, yeah?
All right. So quickly, if you are to give the state government an advice concerning this particular company, what would it be?
The state government knows what to do. I don't give the state government an advice. They have a Ministry of Justice that is so vibrant, so they know what to do. The only thing is whether they will have the political will to do it.
All right.
I hope they do, and I would also I want the media to be in a satellite. And if these things, I assure all our Sunday that if it comes to our attention, we'll look at it and take appropriate steps to stem it,
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Obankwa. He is the PRO of the Nigerian Bar Association here in Benin.
All right, quickly, it's time to hear from you, audience. We know we got messages from people saying, please, KUFM, come to this company. It's happening here too. They've not allowed us to go out. So let's listen to you, our audience. We have a few minutes. So
0706 263 9275 0903 939 4427 0812 178 9154. If you can't make it through the busy lines, you can send a message to 0807 400 9076 with your name and your location. Hello, good morning. Hello? Yes, you're on to KUFM. What is your name and where are you calling from? Please say your name again.
You have a bad
Hello,
line.
can you hear me?
My name is Victor from Airport Road.
All right, Victor from Airport Road, go ahead.
We can't take it.
You can either send a message or call us back, okay? You have a very bad line. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning to you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Morning. It's me, Sars. I'm calling from Gerodon.
All right, Sars, go ahead.
Yes. Concerning the Chinese company, I listened to one of your sister stations this morning, and they went to interview the commissioner of police regarding this issue. And from the way she was talking, I can see that he's trying to defend them, telling the public that they are doing what they are doing for the safety of their workers, so that they don't come outside to import the sickness into the company. He said I was highly disappointed. What I want to say is this: that company should be shut down in the state with immediate effect, and tell the people to pack their things and leave this country, because they are not doing what they are doing for the wealth of this country. Thank you very much for having me.
And you too. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Commander Montek, who calling from Legoazi.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to salute the courage at which you... hello? Are you there?
Yeah, we're listening to you. Go ahead.
I just said I want to salute the courage in your team there. It dictates when they investigated matters from this Chinese company. So all I want to say is that I think the state government should summon up the political will to close down that Chinese company first. If there are for that breakdown of rules and laws and order in that regards to the directive of the state government, they should be prosecuted as such. Thank you. That's my contribution this morning.
Thank you so much. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Mr. Martin online.
Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Nigeria Street at Lagos side.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, my contribution this morning. Yesterday, I heard in the news about the Chinese people that came in. That they came with some equipment to install in Nigeria. And why I call for them to know what type of equipment they want to install.
All right,
so
that's not the topic of conversation this morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. This is Ima from Aglawa.
All right, Ima, go ahead.
Yeah. Fear is a failure from this government, the government, to allow those people work. Because at the end of the day, according to that lawyer, it's only say I'll be approved that is a company. Even in this company, they are both the state law. So what is the leader need to do, especially the TUC and the labor leader? They're supposed to do organization to go after that company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Usazua.
Usazua, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from First Circle.
Please go ahead.
My pick on this is I will talk when I think Orlando asked whether is that or you Charles, whether is that not taking jobs away from Nigeria. And I think there is privatization and nationalization there. So if it means that government should take over because it's people jobs that you're putting in the line anyways. So if you bring government taking over the company board or giving them hard sanction, making them pay fine, checking the soft landing, both the politicians and the elites are giving the Chinese content in this country. I have a reason to worry about it. Even if we, as I speak this morning now, we don't have light in Norway for the past 3 months. But this Chinese company, they have a dedicated line given to them, especially by parcel of land they are operating for. They don't have light, but the Chinese company have light. What kind of country are this? What kind of people are we? I want the government to
committing in this local community that I reside. Nobody is talking about it. Please, I thank KUFM for the job you people did this morning. It really pleases my heart this morning from you, Charles. Thank you and good morning for you to do a brilliant work for good people. Thank you and good morning, my brother.
Yeah, you talked about environmental hazards. We witnessed smoke, plumes of smoke when we got there, pouring out, when you're in a factory setting and combustion is happening, because that place is a scrap metal, some sort of scrap metal factory. That's basically what they do. They saw heaps and heaps of scrap metals, lorries going in, lorries coming out, laden with scrap metal. So the question of environmental hazard actually comes into, play, because we could see smoke coming out, and I don't know what has been done, or if anything has been done, to protect the people who live around that area, just like Mr. Omosifu has said. Sure.
All right, let us look at our text messages. This one says, I'm David from Upper Ekewa. China again in Nigeria. Charles, where do we get it wrong? Oh my God. Okay. This one says, that company must be closed down. If it is church, now they have power. We will protest against this havoc. King from Idopa. All right. Why should such a company disobey state government's order? They see themselves superior. That company should be shut down. Thank you, KUFM. Isaac from Benin. And as far as we are in Nigeria, the excesses of the Chinese company will go on unabated. Are we not in a state? The government knows about the repression going on in that company, only that they will hardly act because they are paying their tax. Ibrahim from Agbo Road. Despite the precarious situation China put the world, they still have the guts to enslave our people and flout government directive. What a shame. Leo from Ewotubu. Okay, God bless KUFM. Please, while we are debating the issue, my own worry is how can we prevent a possible outbreak in the communities if those workers are released? Okay. Good morning, KUFM. The Chinese in charge of that company are not above the law, but the government of Edo State had guaranteed the Chinese to operate above the law because the security men guiding the company are not from China. Upon all, what KUFM has urged to the populace for some days now, yet our government kept mute. Thanks from Lagos man.
The government has not kept mute, okay? Like I told you, or like we said here, the commissioner has said that a team has been set up and they've been sent there yesterday. We are yet to hear from them. They're supposed to report back today. Okay, when they do report back, then we'll tell you. So that is not keeping it. And finally, please, the Commissioner of Police, CP Jimeta, explained that after their investigation, they discovered that the staff are residents in the staff quarters of the company and were only advised not to leave their quarters to avoid contracting the virus. That is the police position, which a caller actually echoed here a few minutes ago. But I think what the CP may not have taken cognizance of is that when you advise somebody to do something, the person is now free to either accept your advice or ignore your advice. He did not talk about the fact that work was still ongoing, despite the fact that the government had said everybody should shut down. That is a question that the Commissioner of Police has actually not answered. And the last message here, even though we have loads of messages to take, we'll just be taking this last one before we wrap up. Every government knows what to do in terms of enforcing labor law. I had an experience in 1990 in Abuja where I supplied some items to C&C company and my payment was unnecessarily delayed. I reported them to the FCT Police Commissioner. In the process of arrest, it was discovered that a lot of their Abino workers has no papers. Mr. Davidson from Benin City. All right, thank you so much. I still have a couple of messages to take here, but I'm really sorry. This is where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Dialogue. Do well to join us. Tomorrow is open mic. Tomorrow is Friday. At that point tomorrow, it is when you get to air your voice as long as the time allocated to you, longer than the period. We get to talk about all the topics that we've discussed over the week from Monday to Thursday. So keep a date with us tomorrow, 9:05 to 10 a.m. My name is Godslove Orlando. My name is Charles Opolum. Good morning.
Benin city to the world.
This is 92.7 KUFM News.
It's 10 a.m. Welcome to News on the Hour on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. I am Godslove Orlando. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, on Wednesday evening recorded 22 new cases of the coronavirus. Of the 22 new cases, 15 were recorded in Lagos, 4 in the FCT, 2 in Bauchi, and 1 in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 276. So far, 44 persons have been discharged, with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the federal government on Wednesday warned states against undermining its efforts to contain spread of coronavirus in the country. Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, disclosed this during a briefing in Abuja on Wednesday. The government's readiness to accredit private hospitals with the capacity to manage the virus. While the federal government proclaimed the lockdown of Abuja, Lagos, and Ogun State, several other states in the country have also keyed into the decision by ordering a sit-at-home in their individual states. The Minority Caucus in the House of Representatives have accused the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari of discriminating against some states in the disbursement of palliative funds and other essential materials meant to cushion the effect of coronavirus pandemic in the country. The Minority Caucus therefore urged the government to adopt a uniform disbursement and distribution measures to benefit all the states of the Federation. Meanwhile, members of the Osun State All Progressives Congress APC caucus in the House of Representatives have donated 5 million naira to the state COVID-19 fund in support of the state government's efforts. The leader of the caucus, Femi Fakaye, said the donation is to assist in providing items that will serve as palliatives for the people, especially the self-employed whose businesses have been affected. Fakaye listed the other members of the caucus to include Taiwo Oluga, Rashid Afolabi, Lawrence Ayeni, Yunusa Amobi, and Bukola Oyewo. Following the arrival of the 15-member Chinese medical team, the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) and the National Association of Resident Doctor (NARD) have declared they will not allow the Chinese attend or touch any patients. They describe any attempt by the Chinese medical team to manage any patient as unethical and illegal. President of the Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Francis Faduyele, told newsmen that the stand of the association has not changed and insists that there is nothing the Chinese team wants to offer that can improve what is already on ground. Finally, a news update at 10. The 11 electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, under the aegis of Association of Nigerian Electricity Distributors, ANED, have affirmed that they will support the move to supply free electricity to all consumers within their network in the next 2 months. The DISCO stated that this will be a palliative measure to bring succor to Nigerians in the face of COVID-19 induced period. While confirming the development, the Executive Director, Research and Advocacy Association of Nigerian Electricity Distributors, ANED, Sunday Odutan, in a statement stated that details of the implementation of plans for free electricity supply will come soon. And that's KUFM's news update at 10. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news update on every hour. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors and stay safe. I am Godslove Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Break time over. Time to get back at it. Thanks for partying with 92.7.
Is 92.7 KUFM News Break.
Good morning and welcome to News Break on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. First, the headlines. Nigeria records 22 new cases of COVID-19. Federal government receives Chinese doctors' COVID-19 medical equipment. Residents lament over sudden hike in price of food items in Benin City. On entertainment, BB Niger's Messi and Ike set to premiere reality TV show.
And in sport, General ready to extend his contract with NFF.
Details of these and more after this break. I am Omoye Ogbeide. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control on Wednesday evening recorded 22 new cases of the coronavirus. Of the 22 new cases, 15 were recorded in Lagos, 4 in FCT, 2 in Bauchi, and 1 in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 276. So far, 44 persons have been discharged with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by states, Lagos has 145, FCT 54, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 12, Bauchi 8, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, Kwara 2, Delta 1, and Kistime 1. And Senate President Ahmed Lawan on Wednesday urged the federal government to ensure equity and fairness in the distribution of stimulus package across the country. According to a press statement signed by his special advisor Ola Awoni, Lawan made the appeal at a meeting of the National Assembly leadership with the members of the Presidential Committee on COVID-19. The Senate President said all parts of the country should be considered in the intervention initiatives of the federal government. And the federal government said it approved Cavatine helicopters that flew into Port Harcourt. The federal government also noted that the arrest of Cavatine's pilots by the state government showed dangerous ignorance. The pilots were arrested by the police for flouting the state government's directive of flying unknown passengers into the Air Force base in Port Harcourt following the spread of COVID-19. The federal government said the flight was approved in the national interest and also to boost national revenue, considering the fall in oil price. Speaking at the daily presidential task force briefing on COVID-19, the Minister of Aviation, Hadi Siraka, faulted the Air Force officers who drew the attention of the state government to the flights and the police officers who made the arrest. And the minority caucus in the House of Representatives has accused the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari of discriminating against some states in the disbursement of palliative funds and other essential materials meant to cushion the effect of the coronavirus pandemic. The minority caucus therefore urged the government to adopt a uniform disbursement and distribution measure to ensure that all states in the Federation benefits. The opposition lawmakers, in a statement issued by the minority leader of the House of Representatives, Ndudu Enumelu, on Wednesday, warned that should the government ignore this advice, the efforts to arrest the rampaging coronavirus might be counterproductive. Enumelu, however, commended the contributions of well-meaning citizens as well as the organized private sector in the national efforts to check the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria. And the federal government on Wednesday received a 15-member medical team from China and some medical equipment as well as supplies to strengthen efforts to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The 15-member medical team from China arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, alongside the medical equipment and supplies. The China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, CCECC, is delivering about 16 tons of test kits, ventilators, disinfection machines, disposable medical masks, N95 masks, medicines, rubber gloves, protective gowns, and goggles. Others include face shields, infrared thermometers, and other critical care items through a chartered flight operated by Air Peace. According to the Minister of Health, Osagi Hanire, the 15-member medical team are going to be quarantined for 14 days. And following the arrival of the 15-member Chinese medical team, the Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors of Nigeria have declared they will not allow the Chinese attend or touch any patient. They described any attempt by the Chinese medical team to manage any patient as unethical and illegal. President of the Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Francis Fadliye, told newsmen that the stand of the association has not changed and insists that there is nothing the Chinese team wants to offer that can improve what is already on ground. And KFM News Break continues right after this break. Do stay with us.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show yourself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This is not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer wey contain better alcohol. This is not time to give ears, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This is not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. You first bring this other number for 080 09 70 00 010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face and person with their life you carry first to. This message is from KUFM 2.7.
We call on you today. Come fill this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Oh,
You're welcome back. And buyers of food items in Benin City have complained about the hike in the prices of essential commodities in the last few days. But sellers have quickly shifted the blame, saying the new price regimen was not decided by them. When KFM News crew visited some of the markets, it was not the usual hustling and bustling that characterized the everyday Nigerian markets. The reports.
Following the death of one person and 11 persons testing positive for the coronavirus disease in Edo State, the state government decided to shut down markets and move some of them to nearby public schools.
All markets in Edo State are to be shut down effect from Tuesday 12 midnight, and the state government will be taking advantage of the closure to start fumigation.
When KUFM visited Enya Primary School and Aduawa College, where Enya Market and Aduawa Market were relocated respectively, the traders hailed the decision of the state government.
Market they go well, they cost more. We don't get any other option. It's for the good of everybody. We are happy so that we will they healthy.
Business is good. People don't to the enter market share. Because some people think that they're not they come out. So people not the enter market like that. Not they say as they say before. And things too expensive.
But some buyers of the food items say they have money in their pockets, but the price of foodstuff is now above their purchasing power.
My name is Mrs. Osas Ajegbe. A corona hungry now we day, not be coronavirus again. We reach here now, everything costs for market. Then they say Gary, the bucket of Gary 400 before, but now 600 now they sell now. How now want me we take survive for this one where we did so? I'm Miss Kate Island. I'm not working, you are not working. The little money we save, we are ready to make sure that we are not in hunger. But you that know that I'm not working, you should try and help me. Let me help you and use the money to buy from you. You will not increase your things that you have before in store because corona hungry have come.
My name is Uchenna Meka Ubugo. I have been walking around here for past 1 hour. It's very, very expensive. The meat, I normally cut meat of 700 before, but now they can't even give me any meat of 700 now. Look at my nylon. I can't buy anything because I don't have money. I'm not working. I stay at home. I have a newborn baby at home and my wife. They are there waiting for me to come and buy things. Things are very hard. Government should come in and help us.
Some of the traders, however, gave reasons for the increase in the price of foodstuff.
1,300.
1,300. How much did they sell for?
We did sell at 1,000. Then we not see I buy again. They said that they work for fun. No gari. Go waka, no gari.
So anyone you see now, you buy and want to leave.
Because of the problem of road, not going out, that the place that carry now Adamawa.
At Emopa Primary School, which serves as one of the new spots for traders at Oba Market, the head of the Edo State Public Work Volunteer, Pobo Usagi Mutari, saying from Thursday, traders and buyers who are not wearing face masks will not be allowed into the school.
Nobody's going to trade here without nose mask. Either you use your handkerchief to tie your nose, but you must cover your nose and your mouth. And nobody's going to buy from here without covering your nose and your mouth.
He said each school has a number of traders that will be allowed in to maintain social distance, as those hawking their wares are not allowed into the school.
A trader is supposed to have 3 feet space between themselves, and a buyer is supposed to have another 3 feet space. If you times 3 times 100, we'll have like 300 persons. So we must have, the main thing is for us to have social distance.
However, some traders feel cheated, complaining that they have been denied space in this new arrangement.
At the time for Lagos Street, the customer will come and Mopa Primary School. As we come now, we don't understand what they do. They allow on the airtime side, they don't allow on the airtime. I mean, they say, I guess so, but Kisbeku will lock on, I will lock stop. Now we don't reach here now, they not agree allow us to come.
The Edo State government says the relocation of major market to public school is to enable government fumigate the market against COVID-19. Lemedum Asabgaram, KFM News.
And the Economic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Wednesday said it was not a stooge for vice chancellors in the opposition to the integrated payroll and personnel information system. The union insisted that it was independent in its position regarding the implementation of the scheme in the universities, faulting the allegation by the federal government that it was front-end for the vice chancellors. ASU President Biodu Ogunyemi, in a statement on Wednesday, said government's allegation against ASU was a simplistic attempt to call ASU's dog a bad name to hang it, adding that the accusation is laughable, fraudulent, provocative, irritating, and illogical. And the National Examination Council, NECO, said it has not postponed the 2020 Basic Education Certificate Examination, BECE, and the Senior School Certificate Examination, SSCE, due to the prevailing situation in the country. In a statement issued by the head of Information and Public Relations Division of the Council, Aziz Sani, declared that the management has never contemplated shifting the dates scheduled for the 2 examinations. Aziz added that only the 2020 National Common Entrance Examination was postponed indefinitely due to the outbreak of COVID-19, while other dates remained the same for now. And a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, on Wednesday urged the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Mohammed, to reopen the courts to take urgent matters. Falana observed that heads of the various courts have been vested with the power to designate judges and magistrates to attend to urgent matters in accordance with the laws establishing such courts. However, in order to observe the social distancing directive, he suggested that arrangements be made for judges to hear urgent applications via Skype or Zoom. Falana said he made the request in order to also ensure that thousands of people who are either awaiting trial or under investigation are not subjected to unlawful detention. And the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation will no longer be involved in the management of the nation's refineries after their rehabilitation. NNPC's Group Managing Director, GMD Mele Kyari, disclosed this in an interview on Wednesday. He said upon completion of the ongoing rehabilitation exercise, the services of a company would be procured to manage the plants on an operations and maintenance basis. He explains that the plan ultimately is to get private partners to invest in the refineries and get them to run the LNG model, where the shareholders will be free to decide the fate of the refineries going forward. Kyari said this model, which is totally different from previous approach, would guarantee the desired outcome for the refineries. He said the decision to finally end the fuel subsidy regimen is in the interest of ordinary Nigerians, as it would free up funds for the various tiers of government to develop basic infrastructure in the education, health, transport, and other sectors for their benefits. And the national leadership of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers have condemned the killing of one of its members, Chibusi Okameme, a petrol station worker in Abia State, by a mobile policeman. The 26-year-old was killed whilst discharging his duties as petrol station worker. In a statement by the union president Williams Akporeha, Nupeng called on police authority to immediately activate full investigation. Mercy and Ike is set to premiere reality TV show. Details of this on the entertainment decks. It's news breaking KU 92.7 FM, Benin City and Entertainment stars former Big Brother Niger housemates Messi and Ike are returning to the screens with a new reality TV show. The show, titled Messi and Ike, will premiere on April 26, 2020 on African Magic Showcase on DSTV. Both Messi and Ike shared the official teaser for the upcoming show on their social media handle. American rap 14 years old. And Super Eagles head coach General Raw has expressed his desire to extend his contract with the Nigerian Football Federation, with his current deal set to expire in June. Francis Anofe has more on our sport decks.
Good morning, welcome to Sport News. I'm Francis Anofe. Super Eagles head coach John Ofero has expressed his desire to continue to manage the team by penning a new contract. Roy's contract, current deal rather, will expire in June, and the Nigerian Football Federation is ready to offer the German an extension. NFF President Amaju Pinnick stated on Tuesday that Roy must abide with some conditions in his new contract. Rod stated that money is not a motivation factor at this stage of his career and is ready to continue his adventure in Nigeria. The tactician, who has previously managed Gabon, Niger and Burkina Faso, was named the Super Eagles head coach in August 2016. On October 7, 2017, Nigeria Super Eagles became the first African side to qualify for the 2018 FIFA World Cup after a 1-0 win over Zambia. He led Nigeria to a third-place finish at the 2019 African Cup of Nations in Egypt. Elsewhere, former Super Eagles player and coach Austin Eguavoen has claimed that Nigeria's 1994 squad could have won the World Cup in their debut appearance in USA 94 World Cup. The Eagles struck the world with a 3-0 win over Bulgaria in their opening game of the campaign and topping their group ahead of Argentina despite losing to the South Americans. Looking back at the round of 16 2-1 defeat to Italy, Eguavoen blamed the players and the coaching crew for poorly managing the game. And finally in sport, Real Madrid's players, coaches and main directors will take a pay cut of 10 to 20% this year as the club deals with the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. Football in Spain has since been suspended indefinitely when the country declared a state of emergency. Red said the move was dependent on the circumstances that may affect the closing of the current 2019-2020 sports season. It added that decision would help mitigate a decrease in income as a result of the suspension of competitions and the paralysis of a large part of its commercial activities. Also, the club's basketball team have agreed voluntarily pay cut as well. And that's it from sport. I'm Sanofi Francis. Back to you, Amaya.
And that's the news, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria records 22 new cases of COVID-19. Federal government receives Chinese doctors' COVID-19 medical equipment. Residents lament over sudden hike in price of food items in Benin City. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands with soap and running water regularly. Stay indoors and stay safe. KFM News Break was produced by Jennifer Oyana. I am Omoyo Ogbaide saying thanks for listening. Good morning.
KUFM.
My day, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Tina sinika, ina di magico, dance my makoso, na ina di baby, ni makanaki, right now. I wonder with you, can't pay, baby. I wonder with you, right now. Your body, oh. Can't wait, baby. I want to be with you. From the bed, I'ma give it to you on the desk. From the desk, we go to the couch. From the couch, we go to the room. Oh, don't forget, and I promise you no go regret. And in Makanaki, I'm the best. And I promise you, you will regret you. Hello, you don't say you bad. Body too bad, oh. You know, don't give me hypertension, oh. Hypertension, oh. Hypertension, oh. Vamos, inside my room, oh, baby. Vamos, follow the light, oh. Vamos, don't show my body, oh, baby. Vamos, you know I think, yeah, baby. I wonder with you. Can't wait, baby. I wonder with you. Yeah. Right now, yeah. I want to touch your body. Oh. Can't wait, baby. I wonder with you. I want people. Man, come on, wale like you. Oh, show me your logo. All I'm on you, go so can you feel you? Pull a jack on my jojo. They say they must go loco. They must go gaga. Vamos, inside my room, baby. Vamos, follow the light, vamos, touch on my body, baby. Vamos, you know I think it's good. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, the magic, oh, yeah, that's my overload, babe. JD in the end about you. Babe, carry me the go, babe. Carry overload, babe. JD in the end about
calling us to pray. Ave, Ave, Ave Maria, Ave, Ave, Ave Maria. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary,
and she conceived of the Holy Spirit.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and the hour of our death. Amen.
Behold the handmaid of the Lord.
Be it done to me according to your words.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and the hour of our death. Amen.
And the word was...
Nigeria Center for Disease Control has recorded 22 new cases of the coronavirus. Of the 22 new cases, 15 were recorded in Lagos, 4 in FCT, 2 in Bauchi, and 1 in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 276. So far, 44 persons have been discharged with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by states, Lagos has 145, FCT 54, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 12, Bauchi 8, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, Kwara 2, Delta 1, and Katsina 1. Meanwhile, the number of confirmed coronavirus disease infections around the world now stands at 1,500,000, with more than 88,630 deaths recorded. About 337,213 people have recovered so far. America has overtaken Europe in the number of confirmed cases and highest casualty figure per day, while Europe remains the worst hit continent. And the federal government has said conducting mass testing for coronavirus in Nigeria would not be possible now, given the nation's over 200 million population. Minister of Health Osagie Hanire disclosed this while answering questions from newsmen after the arrival of the Chinese experts and some equipment in Abuja. He said government will continue with its targeted testing for those who had been abroad or those who may have come in contact with any positive case. And the Federal Ministry of Health has assured Nigerians that the 15 Chinese medical experts who arrived in Nigeria to support the fight against coronavirus will be tested before they are allowed to carry out any support. According to the Minister of Health, Dr. Osagie Hanire, the federal government has sent them into 14 days isolation. Osagie added that President Muhammadu Buhari's led administration will ensure proper distribution of medical supplies brought by the team from China. And electricity distribution companies have offered to supply electricity free of charge for 2 months to all Nigerians. According to a statement issued on Thursday by the Executive Director, Association of Nigerian Electricity Distributors, Sunday Odutan, the gesture is to cushion the effects of the COVID-19 lockdown on their customers. The statement reiterated its commitment to improving service delivery to the nation during this pandemic period and thereafter. And Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Commissioner for Health Professor Aki Abayomi has commissioned 110 bed spaces at the isolation center in Mobolaji Johnson Stadium, Unikon. Also at the commissioning was the Commissioner for Information, Banga Amo, CEO of GTB, Segun Agbaje, amongst other dignitaries. Professor Abayomi made the announcement on his Twitter handle while commending those that helped in the donation of the isolation center. And that's KUFM News Update on the hour. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands with soap and running water. Stay indoors and stay safe. I am Omoya Agbaide. Good afternoon.
Coronavirus dome and the Kamabo Amana, government anila do adoni, Ozusi. Ojiosa say, Donzo Warmu. Enables Ambossi, make with the Momoko, Ikiokormo. In Yorobone to go to Amanabose, Fiajaram say, Waro Pere. Iba Kidaro Zoman drive away, Kamabuna Bimboya Prakmo. Say, Yoni Muminime and the Torcora Kea Warotimi. Iba Mark Mabumo Bundo Monana, or Temba, a dose out to terminal number 08150180091. Ba a do not to terminal number 08150180093. Ba Edo Central Terminal number 08150180092. Vurudio pa number net terminal call 112. Sese akpoe metebeko kubadomene or sese. Ah, izon Edo kiri government me okulemu.
Oga, Haba, not cough for our face now, eh? Cough into your bent elbow. With this coronavirus, let me say they're everywhere, and you don't even wash your hand with soap before you begin it. You're supposed to wash your hand for at least 20 seconds with soap under running water, or make you for use hand sanitizer. Make I gingerly go sit down for another chair. Make I far from you small. Make una free me, I beg. I beg, make you no vex. It go better make all of us shift well. Make we for day far from each other small, so that we go fit prevent the spread of this coronavirus.
Make you take responsibility to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Avoid area where people plenty and make you give at least 2 meters physical distance from other people them. Wash your hands with soap and running water regularly and make you know they touch your eyes, face and mouth if you never wash your hands.
Make we take responsibility. Make you do it for yourself and all of us.
This message now from Federal Ministry of Health, Nigeria Center for Disease Control and them partners.
Can you say the coronavirus terminate me? I promise you, come by money. You come down, me, it is say more lomo, Usuba, Ibasaribua. Me don't me equals to all seeing door. Ide Kamabo Benezo Zusi, Iramoso Samo Binimoko Brasore. In December, your law bear and catch it because of a titty. Ide say, Uzuyosa, Donzo Warmu. Coronavirus dome and the Kamabo Amana, government anila do adoni, Uzusi. Uzuyosa say, Donzo Warmu. enable sambo sese me gbedi mo ko iki okoro mo yi yorobo na tubo to amno bo se fi ajara amno se ya waro pere yi iba kidaro zo amno driver we ya kama bo na bumbo ya prakmo sese iyoni mumunyeme anator kora ake ya waro timi iba mark mabo mo bondo mo nana otemba edo south team na number ko 08150180091 ba edo north team na number me 08150180093 ba edo central team na number ko 08150180092 Furudio pa number na team ni ko 112 cc apoy metebeko kuma domne o cc izon edo kiri government me okulemu.
My people house, I salute all of you on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. Yes, I know the big pass now on top KUFM 92.7. We sit down for Bini Auchi Expressway for any bypass that they hear the sound of my voice this afternoon. I only work alone because one person work out they get respect. But then my name is Agbekai, not the change my way sabi. And person will be saying me and I'm gonna pilot this program, this afternoon. Now, Mr. Ima Obu from the Nigerian Crime View. Yes, now together walk around because now know how the story they be. My other colleagues, some of the study feed, I know say this time around many things they had. Table now don't full and also be not be one more work. So some go day studio, some go day out there to make sure say we give now the latest update. Now we they tell us say we not sit down for us. Yes, we not they wash my hand where we not stay healthy. Then we day out, we they do the work to make sure say we give now update. So you will not get where they go. No waka anyhow waka, just sit down for your house. And if you don't want to say you want to do shopping, go do shopping quickly. Enter your house, make you stay ready so that now feel safe other people. That's what the matter be. And now on your program where you know as Radio Tori on Top FM, now we carry come this afternoon. Yes, now so the matter be no time to check time. And inside the matter today we will discuss so many things, especially this COVID-19 of 18. Now markets now don't move over to school premises. Market women now don't turn to students. Why did they say? Now so the matter be they don't learn finish. We not learn where when it did school before. Now when the market don't go back to school, it go learn this time around. So now so the matter be tie for go, tie for rope, or not the same thing. And inside this program this afternoon, we'll still talk to Ovia Southwest local government chairman Destiny Nabulele. He go give us update on what did happen for Ovia Southwest since all these things happen. The sensitization, the protective and everything we they share, he go give us update as the show they go. So you want to listen to me this afternoon, we not touch that button because we want to set the ball rolling. But before we set the ball rolling, I can quickly introduce my brother with this at the Good Chaba, Mr. Ima Obu from the Nigerian Crime View. I introduce you.
I greet you, my brother. I will greet everybody where they for us, people related to this program. I won't just put on the list of the program, I also greet them too, because that means they will hear one day.
All right, that's so the matter be, but you not get us the B pass. Not get us the B pass. We go give an update so that we know what will happen. Yes, few days ago, the state government make announcement saying make we carry markets go inside school so that make the fit fumigate am. Now we don't see the fumigation, all over the place. Even if you go internet now, you see say yes, they fumigate marketplaces and other places where people they gather so that we could not get issues. Now just little time now it will take so that market women they will return back to their normal place. But all the same, as we dey inside the market, so we dey observe social distancing, we dey do wetin the same we could do, because we dey talk about the time, though we dey ask some people that they talk say yes, they dey observe her, but from wetin we dey see, especially for some of the markets wey me I see, yes, they dey inside school, but the social distancing, many not dey observe am. You go see say one shade like this, people wey still dey there is 6 or 7, and then dey close to each other, and even the person wey dey say the bench where she go sit down or where he go sit down put, other people will come sit down, all of them jam each other like that. Now so they think they observe social distance. So I come look and say, so if we don't hammer on this thing, we could see us will lay this thing for head. You will get issues. And though we pray, yes, we don't say prayer they work, God the answer prayer. But if we not do the right thing, follow prayers, how we feel say the prayers could take work. Now this one I just look and say, well, we still need to hammer on now. And those people will say they're in charge of different local governments. Yes, now they do that work. What I'm supposed to do, but this social distancing now one of the things we need to maintain, and the regular washing of hands, because women they need regular sensitization, no matter the case may be. They need regular, so we need to let them know the importance of the hand washing and the social distancing, because some will tell you say they not they hear you, but that's why when they come with different jingles, different languages, Bini, Esan, Esako, and name it, Igbo and all that, so that you will not hear English. You go hear for your own language, say, make it give years and all that. So we look at ourselves, we can hammer on that. And Mr. Emma, you too, you don't walk around for this few days concerning the same matter with Digna, because not until we eradicate them, we eliminate them. We carry and go one side. Anyhow you want to describe her, but it must go. Not until you go and play, we not go relax, because people will say look stay out. Some now go tell you say they not get power supply, they not hear something. But we dey here to give you that update, and we still beg them. We will not get power supply, but try get small radio, so that we can still get update, because we dey outside to give now update. So concerning that crowding and all that, Mr. Emma, that was not the worrisome to you.
Na big problem. Na really big problem. Right from day one, I did for the field now. They go around to see say how we fit talk to people, make it enter their mind. Maybe first supposed to first do first. Make you sanitize their mind first. If the mind not believe something they exist, you not get it or do. Those people see the crowd from markets. Okay, let me start by saying the first market I had visit, that was about 2 weeks ago. That market, the way they tell me that place, make sure they not believe what thing they happen. Say nothing like that they happen. And they not believe say the people get themselves. But only few of them believe that one. So we try talk to them, explain to them, say it is very possible. Nice when they come with the listen small because they believe okay, now true now they talk. But before we come on, we see give them something. What did they put for hand to cure this virus and just for their hand? That's how this along Sapper Road, Santana Mark, all those areas. We try to tell them say this area they bought till today. Even when they don't come out from market, kind of go school, move there for no book for there. They things see there. They see they sit down together. They see they talk. They in fact that this and even that washing of hand. I remember when we go this market, a Dake market, I used to look. We read there too. Some of them tell us say they not go sit down for us. They go come market. They not go wash and say because government not provide for them, make they wash and wash.
How much for soap to take wash your hand?
I personally ask them say, I beg go, I want to find out from you. How many times should they bath a day? He say sometimes 2, sometimes 3.
Now government will give you soap.
Now as I say, you the child. Now every day they bath, so you sure it's not every day. Who they give the soap and the water? It's not you now. So if you provide water and soap for yourself, that means if you provide water and soap, they wash your hands. No way for government for that one. Do my to the life. It's not true, not true. So that is the kind of all of them get. There's believe say if they are announcing it from radio or governor say me they do something, make governor or make the radio say provide all those things for them. Even we will carry our own go market, say we will provide for them. Then when they make money for market, we see can they give them to help them. Then we carry workers see some even some of the government office. We see some of them now. The truth is say some of them don't even believe they exist. because one of them won't shake my hand, said, I remove my hand. I remove my hand. That means not to the apple. Then I constantly talk to them, convince them, say this is true, they exist. You see that true, they exist. Okay, if they exist, you believe they exist. What do local government don't do for this matter? I think they are making. I don't want to mention their name because bless I don't spoil their market with that one.
They are making plans.
They are making plans. I don't mention. If you want me, I mention. I will mention because I don't defend of them.
On top of the situation.
Yes.
Notwithstanding, whether they make plans or not, now they don't tell you say, keep your hands clean. Now for your own good. You understand? Now your hand. I'm not saying you can't wash my own hand. You wash your own. Me wash my own. The other one wash. Everybody wash hand. Fine. Sanitizer. That one not be waiting. You will wait for local government's chairman for. But all the same, local governments. The many.
No, why me even carry my water?
Many don't start sensitization. Many don't start to the give protective kits.
Yes.
Many don't start to give. Then I believe say as this thing starts, all of them supposed not be the same level as in, level with me. I mean, say this thing they don't do the things that they supposed to do. Not be say some local governments go down waka reach 2 kilometers. Now that's some.
Now start.
Yes, it don't make sense because now lives now we talk so. The lives of the people now. If we see what they will watch for TV, with the way they happen for Europe and America, the way they run up and down, despite the fact that they get equipment, they get facilities, they get doctors, their hand don't full. They still don't. Even sometimes they will run out of ideas. They'll begin calling other countries. Okay, more than give us doctors, may they assist us. We still see as and now all of the days you go the street of Rome now, you see everywhere empty. Nobody in the street empty. Yes. Everybody. They maintain that social distance at all.
I know not down. One country don't wipe out for this continent now.
See,
on the earth, it could not come out.
The population now, the rise, the way the thing increase now, don't they go up, and others, everybody try to pull hands together to bring them down. Okay, if those ones will get those facilities where they still their house, that thing at home order, fine, they will be social distancing, then they observe and everything for that side. They still get issue. Then we say we struggle to make our health sector solid. This may be like some level where they are on for that side. If we can't use all this, I don't care till they handle things. Brother, make it not come over us. I just pray make it not come. So that make I will say, especially people in rural areas, make them carry this matter. Waka meet them because not everybody. Some people don't come town. Some people they come town once in a week. They could just do it for their communities. Yes, for their and then they do it. Unless the one person that is okay, they go town. So make they carry this thing.
Up don't hear finish. Before they can go rural areas. I don't not can go rural areas, but up don't hear finish. People there for the city, they don't hear and finish.
Majority they hear them. They get the info from.
I say I go one of the government office. I say, how you people maintain social distance? They look me say social distance. And no say when just like tell me something different. You bring that story call. No say the next governor when governor won't advise. We are waiting for governor to give the next pronouncement. After we come know to go do next. Then after that we
go give distance.
You know they call with social distance. I ask him. I got the video of my phone. I will video right now. You don't know me social distance. Even my research work shows say for we to survive this thing. I don't say people don't donate many things so. And I say so many people don't donate 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Fine, now good one. But if I did for their shoe, like me now, what do I give them? Now I don't give them money. I just go from community to community. Then give them sanitizer. Then talk to them. But this myself, I did talk. Inside son, I did sweat, but I still did talk. Then they will consider these things. I will so let's say instead of them to donate the money.
Then they buy the materials.
Buy the materials.
Some still get. Some still get.
Instead of if you put the money for bank, they drum map how to use the money for themselves. But if you don't buy the material, give them.
They will sell out.
You bring equipment come, or you quickly build one hospital. You bring 1 billion feet hospital for one state now. You build hospital, put all this in. Invite more doctors. Say you pay them double money, self, make them come work 24 hours. They'll work. They will talk for that one. But my own solution, my own research work, right? Make I tell you, if the federal government don't work, coronavirus will stop once back.
If the federal government say, okay, make they build more hospitals and equip.
No, if I say make the one as me they do and every will stop. My research work, because I did for physics now. All these people they put for the committee now, where they put for committee. I see one day like they say he lost. He won the AC in the inside. Whatever they advise say AC not too good for this matter. In the inside he lost, say I be the chairman. Now be this one for this group. Then they put out for grant for near as for assembly. I tell them go close. I say my people are not doing a good job. you want do one now, you do a video round, you bring telephone, come video round, you dey do for near house assembly. You dey do for near house assembly. That means they make and take do politics. You know they do the real work. You won't do for near airport road. Why not outside the streets? Where people walk pass with leg? Now what do they pass those places? Pass leg. Why not go that places? This is the time we can do politics.
But notwithstanding that as of assembly that we talk to, you know, see that ring road. That's why say the same could sit down for us. People will still be waka, and especially those
why the chairman not come outside?
Yeah, people will be say they very essential. Their job will be say not fit sit down for us like me and you.
Yes.
And people will waka. That's what they call them now. As for assembly complex, that place people they use leg, they cross the entire. You know the way the building.
But now true what you talk.
But where they sanitize also or the.
Now just more people they don't do that idea.
If they do any people they gather, even on those parks, motor parks people they gather, they need to sanitize them. Markets, anywhere people don't they gather like that, they need to sanitize them. So anywhere they sanitize, you know, nothing. But they do the right thing.
Maybe say you do one small portion, then you go close, and you bless the reporter for grand. Even so, you see they pour for grand, maybe they keep fly for that place. Then you know they do any work now. Because you know if you deceive me, but because me I know science well. You know if you don't pass me. But all those money, what did they wait to concern me for inside? And the people for street, and they talk with them, everybody one by one, and they go from house to house, from door to door, ask them, how until they fight this disease and this virus. This one will tell me you. This one say I boy they drink. This one say no. This one say this one bring up. But I don't look at it. Some say they never see food eat. To do this, some people they won't die. But I don't look and say the best way to solve this problem. You just call. Oh, make I tell you one thing. You think say now people when they suspect when they run the test, now they can't do. Not be so. Now people when they run their tests, when they suspect, when they run their tests.
They can't do people they don't meet and all that.
When they test randomly, that the figure they give us. So that they speak that English say confirm case. Whereby the confirmed case. So many people, even the equipment not there available to run the test for everywhere, then make provision for that. Say make they run tests for everywhere.
And to run tests for everywhere, you need to get total lockdown.
Yes, no, apart from that one, because so that say we don't take work. Very simple. We don't get billy for what they say they donate. Then they say anybody where come voluntarily come run the test, this the amount will pay instantly. When they confirm say you get the virus, they will give you food that will cover for a period of time, maybe 2 weeks. Make you don't worry and your family. You will see say everybody will come run the test.
They'll go under quarantine for 14 days.
Yes, and you provide what you will take them for that period, them and their family. You see people voluntarily come outside because that money is enough to do that one. The even say person is tested negative today, and he can't go house. He won't play with you. He can't come back to say one test. So they give him that thing again, they will make big one food. Give him. Because however, because if it's a contact today, if it come out negative today, tomorrow if it prove positive. So with all these parameters put in place, you will checkmate everybody. Everybody automatically. Make us ask you one question. When they say BVN, without BVN, you don't get account. Or you don't withdraw your money for account. Everybody not go do BVN. So if
many go do best, not be all.
But majority go do one. Many go do one. And if you don't do, you don't get bank. You don't fit do account money for bank. You don't go fit. And even without BVN, I don't feel right jam, for example. Now, make a leave the number we talk about. If they say if you can't run test now, if you test negative or positive, they will give you food. People will come outside, and they make this provision that automatically you know the real figure of people when they carry this virus waka. I don't know how waka. They'll say thank God they'll go from a place stay. But after because they say they negative, they will be listening to see this virus every day. They will give them their food. Will take them for 2 weeks, maybe their family, and they'll put down for isolation. Those will prove positive. And you give family food, they'll take care of them for 2 weeks. And you provide for this person, they treat them immediately. And that will prove negative itself. You provide for and say, you see now, go stay for 2 weeks. This food they give you, we give you so amount of money, and we give you so quantity of food. This disease, it not go last 1 month for Nigeria. Everybody will come outside. They go run their tests, and when they don't see their status, all of them will see no go inside, go hide.
Okay, now what even have to say the fear of say if I come out now, they say make I go quarantine, no food will take care of me and all that. I if you say they make people don't want to come out, or that the fear of say, because we don't let them know say not be death sentence. If they test you positive, then they will give you the normal treatment. After 14 days, they test you again. People will be saying they test positive, then they go under quarantine. After the 14 days, they come out again, undergo the test again, they show negative, then life goes on. But the way me the feel say this thing go take work my own. I feel say if they do am house to house, house to house, random as in just okay. Now if now 200,000 one test today or 300,000 for instance, make sure say we do am. The following day carry on, just so that make you fit do the testing round. You understand? But then anyhow it won't be passed. The government don't put measures in place to make sure say they take checkmate am. But all we need to say now be say make people will be say the day urban rural areas make the carry this matter meet them well because the urban areas rural areas I mean we it also the elderly they're full rural areas. If you go villages now, I think you will meet many grandmas, many grandpas. There some go desert but many still desert villages. There many people say yes they need all these sensitization, they need all these kits and other relief materials so they could survive. Because you know we say make them sit down for science now nothing to chop. And hunger too, in a leader. Hunger, they give order.
That reminds me of one local government chairman when I go visit for our office. He tell us, I ask her what you don't make for a remember. And I say, well, you don't feel like me, you don't feel like to me. You get it by 80 sanitizer. Now, so I should go teach this city for your local government. He say, he go some of the locality, people will not say, no go feel buy, he go share and build them. And she try all local government to commend that effort.
But not be everybody. Who not say go feedback. Some people don't say the feedback, even give out. You understand? No, all of us as say citizens, like you like this now, you feedback, maybe not really for yourself. If you still give out, if we do like that,
I don't give out more than 300.
Okay, you don't give out on your own. If everybody they give out based on at their pocket reach, it go quick go round. That don't mean say make government not pack, you know, bulk come and say okay, this. Cartons like this when I go share for those people, make they do their part. Everybody goes to do their own part because
you know
also pay not be one man work.
Let me tell you the problem for that thing. If they see provide them, who did they give me a go share?
The president, the people go share.
But who they go give? Which people they give?
The people when they give me they go share, they want to sell them again. I mean, they don't go back up for their house.
My brother,
not be drink. They not they drink.
And if you do, now if you did, that's matter.
They not they drink.
They give. They think they do politics. Does he come appoint a committee? Does he come give something to the politician? May go share for a consequence. Don't see this your consequence. You are going to your local government. You will see go look for a man where they full and carry collapse. Say I for politics.
Well, we just hope.
If you won't do this kind of make it make sense, my brother, look for neutral people. Or put up one particular station. Say come and collect sanitizer at that place. Or better see go from us to us. The way never tell share never be. Go from us to us.
That not be problem because where would they get issues concerning the money matter and all those things?
The people that they give a go share
and they want to share the money and all that. I say that not be problem. If if you know each house go submit B for power, at least they will still do the same thing. Give everybody relief. Yes, relief materials. Okay, Mona take this one or see what it become a bring. If now still money say you want to give money, fine. If now say okay, BVN verified, that will not be issues. But this time around, now time will be say we need to take this thing so serious. Honestly,
no, it's a serious matter. The
transport sector now, we don't see improvements.
No, for that one, for the first 2 weeks,
we don't see improvement.
For the first week, it was porous.
That be saying now all drivers will hear words, some will hear words, some will hear words. We see improvements.
Those will not see the hear words. I see some young men see put yourself from different corners. Last week for a year, no, on Monday this week, somebody see they collect money, physical and collect for say they say now for this one. I asked the conductor that they just parked my motor for car wash. I said let me quickly join. May I just come and use the opportunity join point and go. Just I know they go and they go. I won't just say at the behave at the B. I take them from Ring Road to Igbioko. I see I just see poor conversation with the people they talk about this coronavirus. I just throw off for their mind. They talk. And when they go, now I just throw and do and come outside, just collect money. They are now the driver. I say, what did that mean? He said if you don't pay that money, they will follow you fight. I said that money, which money you pay? I don't know what did they call that money you pay for?
Government say for the month of April, no revenue.
I said I want to know what you pay for. He say, oh God, don't tell you. If I don't pay that money, don't worry me for this route. I said, okay. No verse, I say, yeah, thank you, Oga. So this coronavirus at the first place. Now, you know if you separate coronavirus from corruption. C for corruption, C for corona. How it entered the country in the first place? Even when it enter, we not see curtail. Why we not see curtail? Make it not spread. There are some countries today they never reach 10. Even when we get one case, they don't need get 2. When we get one case that time, when they say one man come for 80 that time, that one are 1. But then some of these countries said they already get 2, 3. But how we got a person? Now because of our population? No. Now because one, our mindset about issues, and 2, our mind, if we not put politics for our matter, if we not think do corruption, we know they set our mind know they come down. That be my cry for inside. Their mind know they come down.
All right, Moko reach the chairman of your Southwest local government so that we can give us updates concerning your own local government. How far they don't go since this thing started? So we'll hear from us so that because the other day we call of your Southwest, we still hear from the chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Mr. Destiny Nabulili, chairman of your Southwest. Welcome to Radio Turi on Top KFM 92.7. You're there on live radio.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Nangosa Agbikan and I deal with my brother here, Mr. Ima Obo. Together now with the run this program. We say make you give us updates concerning this COVID-19 since when the pandemic broke out. Since when World Health Organization declared as pandemic, how far now don't go from sensitization to giving out of protective kits and relief materials and all that? We say make you give us updates.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. I do well for this program.
We greet you, sir.
As you talk now, maybe Destiny and Abulele, the deputy chairman of that Southwest local government. As you talk, when the pandemic come up, first thing we will do now to first of all meet at the local government, try to look at the pandemic itself. Thereafter, we set up a committee, task force committee, directed by the executive government. To carry out sensitization and other assistance, whether palliative and what have you. And we say we'll set it up. And I will be chairman, or rather I'm the chairman of the task force. So far so good. We have carried out sensitization in the local government. Like just 2 weeks ago, I give my salary towards the price of the pandemic. And today, by the grace of God, we give out some food items to some persons that we will believe say the local can afford them. You know, say, for instance, a loaf of bread, if you go give out to a person who go to buy a loaf of bread, it don't make any meaning to her.
Let me lie.
But if you go give out to who knows if buy not picking you.
Yeah, you appreciate.
So, what you will do, first of all, now vice chairman of the council, I be the chairman of that relief material.
Okay.
So they work for 1 week to identify the persons. We will say truly they need them. And we get some assistance from individual and organization and the company. Like the boss of the University of Benin, known from my local government.
Okay.
Dr. Imagwe from my local government. And we get assistance from Okomu Oil. You know, say, na my tenant. I put on like that. So far, so good. They don't assist us. And today, we go start. And I don't flag them up, the palliative food items. And our councillors will in turn give them out in their various wards. Yeah, I talk. The food items we will share is very apolitical. Not be politics, you know. Even persons when we give today. I will tell you, say, me no say they belong to the other side, but I know them as a local government chairman. But we not say they must belong to my party. And before I set up the committee, I tell them, people come, and I'm a member of the decan of the local chairman of the local government, the woman leader, and I'm a member, even the DPO and the OC of the Nigerian Army, I'm a member. So what we try to now make sure say they do not put politics inside. Because we as a local government, or rather the people with the vote, we manage their collective patrimony, as in their money, not be APC money or PDP money. Now our money, now we manage on their behalf. So when this kind of thing come up like this, we don't say this one not be what the person know. We say you could plan for. We don't know. Unlike war, where they use gun and bow and cutlass in the fight. This one are like war. Like the two wars will don't happen. The First World War and the Second World War. The interest not reaching like this.
Because this one they not the same.
It gets some countries where not even reach at all.
And who are you talking?
It gets some continents where the war not even reach at all. But this one, it scatter every country, scatter every continent.
Everything shut down.
So that even when I come back to Nigeria, the people will say we fight. People agree with me, say, you know, even reach some states of this or how they call at that time, whether the
Midwestern region.
The Northern region. But you know, the Midwest and the Eastern region, that's fighting the Civil War. If you go back to history, you go tell yourself, I don't know the two regions will fight the Civil War. But this one now, the COVID-19 pandemic, you don't know governor, you don't know council chairman, you don't know the self of market, you don't know president. Even as we talk now, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, of the Great Britain, he did somewhere.
Yeah.
So that's to tell you, it's a respect of nobody. It's a respect of whether you're social class or whatever.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the social distancing of a thing, how far did they carry them out? Even when many people don't carry markets, they go schools now. But that social distancing, we still see they still close. The committee there to make sure say they observe that social distance.
Yes, the issue of social distance, I'm not like now, they have with continuous engagement. Like my people, like we don't start. You must show example. Like the using of masks. We don't start. I assure you that between now, by the grace of life, we don't be praised now. Between now and the next one week or thereabout, this pandemic will reduce. But if you not reduce, I tell you, our people they will take you to this social distance. Okay. My brother, once your pay not the one man work. I know. This kind of social distance now is alien to us. Go to us for here with the praise.
Yes.
All of a sudden, so it will take time. As I said, when I picked we said Udo market and Bogu market just now. I said they say if you not get mask, if your hand not this, use your handkerchief. Your handkerchief. Yeah, if you don't get handkerchief, you get clean cloth around it, we don't use. Compact and use on the side note. I will show them now. I said those days, even our mother, that time, those days, would you talk somewhere on top. What did they will not these are women when they say this thing. What never come out. Our mother that they use cloth. To know what we need.
That's true.
We must improvise. If we don't get that, let's do because the healthy citizen is a wealthy nation. Not in the world now. As I said, the world is sitting down. The economy of the world is going down because this is the night they determine the wealth of the nation. So that one I invest. No, the other people now, the people who do law abiding, they look up, then they look at true, and they will definitely they will adopt what you will talk, and they will not become part and parcel. They could become their everyday thing of doing. So that one I in.
Okay, before Mr. Mago asks you a question, make a quick ask this one. You say Okomoye PSC they be your tenant. So far when this issue don't start like this, how far their operations they go for there? You know, say for companies like this, they get so many staffs and social distancing are what we need to observe and regular washing and cleaning. How far for that of Okomo Oye PSC? People they when they checkmate them or they give them order made they not made they stay house or what I they do for Okomo because I know that Oye the day into and food stop.
So be very proud with you. The MD of that place, you know, the guy na no nonsense person. You don't see, you don't see no nonsense person. You get some, they get the housing this in there. The management staff, they could do there for I think for 14 days.
Okay.
To do look, yes, down and they are this in there. For 14 days, even when we go there, before we go gain access, I don't go to the MD test.
Okay.
That's to tell you say that they take it seriously. So for them, they take it seriously. The issue of social distancing, they like to go visit them when something happens, we will visit them, pay them visit. When we go the last time, the way they sit down, we'll tell you say they are empty and not necessary because they don't adhere to the social distance. The social distance for them, it's not part and parcel of them. Okay. So we just start judgment for you.
Make I quickly ask you a question before time finish.
Yes.
how you go take rate what they do? That is as the local government and the local government chairman at the ratio of 1 to 10 as that number one. Then the other question is say the level of compliance. How will you rate the level of compliance for your local government for the ratio 0 to 10?
Yes, I may just be frank with you because of where they come from. Don't say my local government are rural. It's purely rural. I don't tell you say not be. It's purely rural, but by the grace of God, we are between 3 and 5. Now there we be.
Okay.
But the issue of say wash hand, our people, we don't take use of because you know say we be farmers. Not say one farmer they come from farm, they reach out the first way they do not to wash hand. Yeah, we know that one. That village are go. One farmer they come from farm, the crop we wear that the first thing to soak hand. If they don't be wash hand immediately, soak hand they break you go wash hand.
We the fine.
When we were about 2 or 3 weeks ago, say the crowd when they go back and before they help their husband or kiss their daughter, they go first of they are doing all that. But this issue of social distance, na that one. If not be that one, I can tell you we pass 5.
People they stay for house, so people still put their office, they put their company, they say they stay for house.
Huh?
They stay at home order. So that people they observe and stay at home.
Yes. So some extent people they observe but you know say as I talk na rural.
Na rural village.
It's a communal lifestyle.
Okay, no problem.
So that stay for house, that one another thing. And the people they must go to farm.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Destiny Nabulele, for talking to us. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
All right, if we get more time to talk to you, we'll still call you. All right, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, I don't hear from the chairman of Via Southwest Local Government, Mr. Destiny Nabulele. Remember the other day we call Honorable Napoleon Agbama of Uhonde and also Mr. Frank Ilaboya of Owan West, rather. So we did try to get them from the horse's mouth how this thing they go because we want everybody make the pull hard for this matter. Also be not be one man work and for companies, say of course we get one report we never to take concerning a company for Benin here where they still work and they not observing all those social distance and all that. Now we put on to just now so Komuna still big company. How these things they go. So anywhere all those things, movie companies they beg, we need that social distancing because it's teaching time. We both must say safe night. Prevention, they say, is better than cure. All right, now so the matter be, if not be this COVID-19 issue, by now we're supposed to talk about road matter, how roads they go, construction of roads, and not so grading of roads and all that. But since pandemic come, it come to everybody. I say many businesses now don't shut down. Everybody they on lockdown. Apart from people who say they have work or where they go, they're very important. Many people now at their house with their families and and some those are people say they say food or drugs, medicine and others. Some things very important.
I tell you now, let me go feed down. Me and my boys for the Nigerian crime view, my boys, all of us, me they go around, me they give me information, me see what they really happen. So see, they will just lock their shop.
They will hang for
corner.
They see one buy, they will enter.
When they see that customer they come, they want what you want buy, and they will give them. Some of them, because they connected to one operation to that operation, they open. And they tell me, I go meet them. I got the video from my plan for
one of the task force where we say they make they enforce the laws, okay, who not open or who they break the rules and all that. The task force, they not the year and more.
They fit do all the work. They go fit do all the work. Although, that is where the state governments will come in.
Inside.
Say, put more hands. Put more hands. Let me say they train you. When I say they train this one particular group of people. No, spread them. It's not be time for saying they do project with Abo.
Because the state's big.
The state big.
Okay, we also say, as we talk around, the state government they do their own, local government they do their own, everybody they put one for desk. At the end of the day, this coronavirus, as it come, it go still go. Now the true talk might be that. But before then, we need to do the work we need to do. Make everybody put hand for this because time not there at all. Honestly, time not there. Because if we not hold on strong, it will get as it be. All right, we want to go market sharply. If we come back from this market, we'll just play one song. Then we open the phone lines, take some calls. Then we call them a wrap for this show. Make us still hang on and not touch this die. We'll go for this market. And if we come back from the market and the music break, we'll open the phone lines.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG, 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olowo Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 0807-887-9960 or 0703-672-9147. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
afema isako iruela ugwo po yo to ya nago coronavirus onu gwana o ke fika bobo hilepo abura hile ko gwa na ga boli amia ko ye nu ye o geso o eba lagu ule yese really lo afema uregbe yo asovenity itagbo yara ahana zere koko agekelo urotalagi ame urekpeja boao emi no po yo na goli hand sanitizer urekababo olo kilo pa emewewe are metemeze ko no ye na ukwa aye o uke ule yese uwa kachifu urevunu upayese ni uwetufia okay make gbeke tena ure yo ber azeda de gbe na groli hospital wa kele gbegbe tabapali gbere onu gwa na akilame ugwa na gboya hele afema edo onu so na gefi ola na o akilu so na regbigele yara akipoto ne kiaki lo pale mati yaki ukwale ku kiaki de to vanite idure vane goko na kiyo ne ka gedwaya ne bugbe itwaya itwaidi lo pale wa mati do agwo odo da no de to vanito iwo ya ge boye ukwa meko kwa emo kwa yalu emo no kakalo ne mo lo kila ukwa ke meka mi oya no kila ke gbe tena o u mi oya no kila ko mo nu gwala uwo mu agwere nenu pegwero ayo ko ya no yo agbon lo keli pegolo yara na emo ha kwa kira agwere ni eni no bana opo kili 08150180091 olo kili ti Edo South then it's Edo North o kili 08150180093 Edo North le mo la 08150180092 Edo Central le mo la wo ke me ko na mo ko kakagbe ino banu anyanya kelegwere o kili 112 after my sako wa mo o re no du no my telekpo egbe toto onu so na ojo boniti Edo State government gwere after my sako wa mo.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
All right, welcome back to your Ogmoge program, Radio Tori on Top KFM 92.7. We sit down getting back for Benin Expressway. Yes, now me, your country brother, I was like, and Ima Obo of the Nigeria Crime View. Nice to be inside the Goody Chamber. Sharp, no time to check time. Or you must say our time flies. So I'm looking at quickly the reach us from 070-6263-9275, 090-3939-4427, and 081-2178-9154. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, my brother. Tell me your name and where you call us from.
Good afternoon, Rosa and Imaobo, IK.
From Agalagudu.
Yes, I do well for this my enlightenment. I do well for everything. Just that, as it be for this our country, sometimes everything, there's no way anybody can convince me now, say, this thing never enter politics. Sure, you understand? Everything I'm telling you, because I might not be able to give you evidence now, but I know because people will do book.
But then, since you not get evidence, just leave her like that because we know say.
That's the talk. Yeah, because when you say everything, I say I will mention name. You will confirm her for my. You say I be the truth. Because as they tell you so, people wey dey drive all those our chairmen wey me dey close to, don't tell me how they give them numbers of people wey they want them come give them to distribute things to. You say you know they want local government. People wey happen around you, you know they know. But people wey dey around you. They will tell you why you don't submit their name for one person.
Okay, wait. Wait, make I tell you. If, for instance, now you come from one local government and they bring things when they distribute for everybody and they not reach your hand, you know, come and ask, say why not reach your hand.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, wait, you know.
There's no one farm, but before you know, from what, okay, like the one we happen from Rama Park, one ward chairman for this, our Rodi party, one chairman, we go the collecting for their place there.
They don't make
you understand? No.
If they want to share something, the piece okay, like this, make everybody come one open place like this, but social distancing go there and they go share.
That's something you go for media. How many people speech like one say this kind of thing happen? How many you don't hear?
Well, to me, I feel say they get their own strategy where they take share. But for me,
that's why we say politics must enter inside because they are the vulnerable wey dey around us mainly, and yet nothing don reach them. But the thing are vulnerable that they give. How do they take the statistics of the vulnerable among that local government? But if they reach for election, they want share salt, they will fit pass street by street. They make mention of leper B just now. That one even too far. If they want to do election, they don't go house to house, they share salt or whatever they share. They don't go around.
All right. Okay, I don't
the politics already enter my brother. More help to make God remove this thing from our country. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Well, anyhow, it be passed. Well, I will use this medium to let everybody know, all the chairmen, local government chairmen, anything what they do, because power not be forever. That 3 or 4 years, if you come, you don't come out, another person will always come. You know, say that time you will be chairman, you cost to be an ordinary citizen. Now, so this life yours be power the changes. But what I go advise say, all local government, if you want to share things, do them the right way. Not because this war now, not be war between person and person. We not able to see the virus, not know for eye. Virus not know anybody. Now everybody now they affect. So if we not fight them together, make it say these things, even though now one bag of rice, even though now one seed, make it reach everybody. Than to say one rubber reach some people, you not reach some people at all. Now what not they okay? Now be that.
Okay, take me come first.
We will not get much time. Hello.
Good afternoon.
I greet you, my brother.
My name is calling from Benin.
Your name now waiting.
It's calling from Benin.
Okay, quick. Talk to Lord. Now PG, sharp.
We have to say Obaseki they do really happy that make the things say rich men some kind of people harm because as the time they do this one, say this one not this person, this one not this person, this one not this person. You make them make the thing reach everybody harm. Some of the people that come out they cry, say you never reach our hand though. Because like close to my house now, you go and leave, you only see the ticket.
All right, you will try to reach us again before come out, but if you're not fit, tomorrow we'll go there again with another edition of this program. Then you will try reach us. Mr. Ma, for instance, now you want share things. For instance, you want share things. Which formula you will share so that makes some not be left out? May not be say this song, not this song. Which formula you will fit share out?
First of all, make I tell the formula first. We don't have the fair share personally. Me and my people for Nigeria Crime View, we go from
house to house.
When we don't some place we stop. We don't go market.
Now come mark that place when for stop.
Yes.
In case now one continue, you know, continue.
We can't go market. Can't go down for market. It can't even finish. So because as we don't call them for one hand, we call the and they say okay, we got to teach them how to use them. Even I will show you one video. We say I even see one foreigner, 2 foreigners. I could even ask a question. Say how did they wash hand? You don't have without water. No, sir, I can't tell. Say how did they wash hand?
Running water.
Running water. Ask which country come from. And when you enter Nigeria, what I'm trying to say that you do one, don't be say based on politics, not do one based on say I know you, you know me. Those people for market, I don't know them. Those people for
this sharing of a thing, you don't even need to know as person that you know government now
so that I don't drive some people for your place, I just stop. I tell my mate, come outside. Ask them questions. What I know by this city, they say they know. How do they get sentenced? I say they don't get. That's okay. Put for their hand. What will it mean?
And letting them how to do.
Tell them everything how they think they do. That's the best formula.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon.
I'm in need of protection. That is circular.
Okay, go ahead. Sharp. I think this one before come out. Hello, Sharp. Tell me your name and where you close from.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Barcelona.
Okay, Barcelona, Sharp. Okay.
The question I want to say, that Chinese company when I talk for national voices, ask for the worker. They don't go meet there.
We still dey follow up that matter. We dey follow up the matter.
Because that matter is a very serious matter.
We know say na serious matter. We will bring that matter. We dey follow up that matter. No?
I beg. Because more you update for that matter.
Just keep that.
No, Allah, thank you.
All right, now we'll feel. Take us reach time no day for us to take more calls, but tomorrow another day, Friday, we will come here again. And for those of you who will fit talk to us today, we will fit talk to us tomorrow. Well, I want to thank all of you who will join us for this show, and Mr. Iman Obowointish join me too, because one person we cannot get respect. Sometimes you carry people work so that make they still give you that respect. All right, and so the matter be, and then we come out and we will still let them know say, "Muna continue the wash and Muna stay healthy." We will not go out so that people there out they go fit do work and the fit do away. We don't know will get fear. Yes, we still pray for those ones who did the forefront. The nurses, the doctors, they pray for them because now then they face the whole matter. All right, I agree to that. Mona just enjoy this song, Bonanly from Jake Choman. Tomorrow we will see. Bye bye.
You know how we do that, yeah. I like that, oh Jake, oh. Movie banding beat, oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, say, I know we follow one another, kill it. She never baby girl, you know this. I'm thinking I know a new story. So baby, tell me why you have me saying this every day, yeah, yeah. Telling you every day, yeah, yeah. So back I look in name, you know me. Quality time where I make a show you. Love for one thing, baby, you. Your love I'm one thing, no baby, you. Your body got to balali, balali, balali. Balali, balali, balali. Balali, 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 baby. Show me road, make a follow, follow, follow. Falanga, baby. Bali badu, balali, 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 balali. Show me road, make a falanga, 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 falanga. Hey, wine yamba, my pretty, I call her wine yamba. Come on, baby, girl, I get a Range Rover. Cause I know why you tell me game over. My love, oh, bend over. Now you they give me left and I want change over. Royal Highness, give me hangover. Make a band, I'm feeling sober. Favors are looking at me to know you. Quality love, boy, I can show you. Love I'm one thing, baby. Your love I'm one thing, no baby. Your body got to balali, balali, balali. Balali, 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 baby. Show me road, make a falanga, 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 baby. Bali, badu, balali, 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 balali. Show me road, make a falanga, falanga, falanga. Falanga, 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 falanga.
This music is dusty.
No fake life for you. No fake life to you. Baby, show me the way. Hey, you need it, be.
92.7 KUFM.
Good evening and welcome to Sports Fiesta Live on 92.7 KBFM down here in Benin City with yours sincerely, Wusagbekan, the sports maestro on the side of the MIC. And I'm not doing this alone this evening. I'm with Sanofi Francis, the sports Berlusconi. Yes, we told you in the morning that at 4 we'll be here to give you the evening edition. And from what we are getting from the English Football League, they've told us that the season can be finished in 56 days. And that is what is coming out from the English Football League, where you have the Championship and other lower leagues, playing their football apart from the Premier League. And for the Premier League, the first club to announce players to defer salaries is Southampton, and that was done today. And the club, they came together, the players came together to ensure that, yes, they are going to defer their salary, meaning they are going to put off some of their salary to support others, non-playing staffs, as well as those who are not earning as much as the players are doing. And then we also have the director of Formula One, managing director Ross Brown. He says that it could begin the championship in October this year. This and many more will come up as this show progresses. Remember, I told you earlier this morning that we are going to talk to former player and coach of the Super Eagles, Austin Cerezo, and on this show, he will be telling us what really transpired on that fateful day as they lost 2-1 to the Azuris of Italy in their debut campaign in the FIFA World Cup in the United States. All right, we've got Salih Ibrahim joining us right now, the Bracadabra Sports. Guys, welcome. Let's begin from the English Football League. They've told us that the season can be completed in 56 days. I don't know how they're going to do this, but they are really confident that it is going to be possible. But they are assuming that they've assumed that the matches will be played behind closed doors. Remember, the UEFA president said if care is not taken, the season could be lost. So they are trying to meet up to see how they can finish the season in order for them not to lose as much as up to £1 billion.
Well, it's a difficult situation the Europe have found themselves due to the pandemic. If they are telling us they can finish in 56 days, it means, especially in the championship where you have a lot of games left to play, and the playoffs as well left to also be played, to determine who gets to join up with the first two teams that may be qualifying for the Premier League automatically. They can achieve it, but the players will have to play games, like see if they are playing the Champions League rather. When you play on a weekend, you play midweek, you play on the weekend again, you play midweek. You have to play a football game every 3 days or 4, as the case may be. So it's going to be a very ethic one for the players and coaches, but with the duration, almost the entire month of March, they stayed back at home, and what we're having now, they're going to be staying back at home in April as well. Maybe when they resume trainings in May, maybe give them 2 or 3 weeks to get back to that fitness level where they could have a game in then look for that 56 days between now and July to end the game. It's going to be a difficult one, but they've said that they can do it. But my fear is, I don't think the 56 days will be enough for them to have the season end and then play the playoffs as well. Remember, these playoffs will involve 4 teams, and a lot of things will have to come into play. Some games might go into extra time. What if a game goes into extra time and even goes into penalties, and you have to ask those players to come back to the pitch in 2 or 3 days' time to play again? I mean, it's going to be difficult, but let's see how they're going to achieve this.
Well, I think we have to understand that when they are talking of the English Football League, it doesn't include the English Premier League. They're talking about the Championship and the other leagues, and it's not going to be easy for them to complete all of these matches. But I think they are also looking at the Premier League resuming, and then that's the way they should. They want to work towards that to ensure that the clubs that will gain promotion will be joining the English Premier League at the end of the season. They've told us when they hope it will end, but when the next season will start is something that they are not particularly sure about. So I know it is really important for them to want to complete the league, but there's still so much that they have to take into consideration. Even right now, they are thinking about starting
when the league starts, it's going to be behind closed doors. I don't know how exciting that is going to be. And you have to consider the time that the United Kingdom government would actually lift the ban on social interactions and allow people to come out. I mean, we kind of just routine training involving not the entire team from Tottenham Hotspur, and yet it's elicited so much complaints, and the club had to even remind the players of of their responsibilities. And so all the clubs in the EFL, 71 of them, I really do not know how they can finish the matches. The chairman of the EFL already said, he told them that they cannot resume training at least until the 16th of May. So if you are not resuming training until May, I will assume that from that time that they will resume training, they will still give them a week or two to get ready for the first match. So, 56 days, it will mean they will be playing perhaps 2 or 3 matches every week. Because I think there are still 9 rounds of matches left in the championship, just as you have for many clubs in the Premier League. Although I think there are some
9 matches for the championship.
Yeah, for the championship there are 9 rounds of matches left for each club. So it's going to be a bit difficult, but I'm sure they have looked at everything and feel, okay, we can complete this in 56 days. 56 days is less than 2 months.
Yeah,
so they can actually do that. But then, you have to look at the players and how difficult it will be for them to.
But you're talking about 56 days, including the playoffs as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what
it's going to be.
They are looking at completing everything in 56 days. So I don't know, but they will have to look at that. And the thing is, as experts have told us, it is the virus that sets the timeline. You as a human being, you can't set the timeline because it is when you have been able to deal with the virus, that's when you can say, okay, or maybe there is a vaccine. But we know from past experience that the possibility of getting a vaccine this year is very slim. The possibility of getting a cure, I mean, you could try something and it just works and you do clinical trials, it is safe. And so everybody knows, okay, there is a cure. One discovers a cure, then life will return to normal. And the reason why it is a problem now is because there is no cure. Once there is a cure, and the moment you take this drug, the coronavirus will go, or you can start managing it, it's not going to lead to the death of the person, then I'm sure life will resume. But it's because of it leads to deaths, in many individuals that it infects. That's why they have to be extra careful. But if they're able to get a cure within the next couple of weeks, then I'm sure life will go back to normal, or they will just have to see what the social distancing can do. Because once you're able to infection tomorrow and for 2 weeks, you don't have any new infection, then you say, okay, you have been able to flatten the curve in Edo State. So it means that the people who are infected, the 12 persons, once those ones get well, and you know that you didn't have any new infection in 2 weeks, then all you have to do is to ensure that you do not have people coming in who are going to reintroduce the virus into the state. So once you're able to do that, then you will have been able to curtail it. The same thing happened in Wuhan. Right now they are beginning to see how life can go back to normal in Wuhan, but they're also careful in order for the virus not to become a problem anymore. So with what is happening right now in the world, yes, many countries in Europe and in the United States of America, we hear that they are getting into the worst weeks where things will get really, really bad. But once they're able to go past that, hopefully from now to 3 weeks' time, then you'll see that they will be able to start bringing down the rate of the infections and the number of deaths that they record. My worry is Africa, we don't even know when we are going to get to the peak. So we hope that the peak is right now, and we are not going to get new infections. So if we are able to manage that, then we will be okay.
All right, the chairman of Paris has told us what they are expected to do, but that will be when the coast is clear, when the environment is okay for them to come out, because right now they have been told not to go out for training. Okay, before we go on the first break, for Southampton, still in England, they have become the first Premier League club to announce their players that their players will defer part of their salaries amid the coronavirus pandemic. And the manager, Ralph Sehuti, and his staff, as well as the board of directors, will also adopt the measure until the month of June. And what that means that the Premier League clubs previously said they would ask players to take a 30% pay cut. But however, the Professional Footballers Association said they would hit tax contributions to the NHS. But for the Southampton, they are going to continue to pay their staffs, both the non-playing staff and others. So none of them is going to be followed like we got from some of the other clubs. I think that is really, really huge for them to be able to keep paying their staffs, both the playing and non-playing staffs, until the month of June. All right, so let's go on our first break on the show this morning. When we return from this break, we'll be talking about Nigerian football, and after that we'll give you more stories from the world of sports. Stay tuned.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Niger pot, delicious bottom pot, Niger pot, delicious bottom pot, Maggi Niger pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Afema isako iruela ugwo po yo to ya nago coronavirus onu ugwa na o ke fika bobo hilepo abura hile ko ugwa na ga boli amia ko ye nu ye ogeso umo eba lagu ule yese ko hili lo afema uregbe yo asorenity itagbo yala ahana zere koko agekelo urotalagi ame urekpe ya boa emi no po yo na goli hand sanitizer ureka babo olo kilo pa emewewe ana mesemeze ko no ye na ukwa ye o uke ule yese uwa kachifu urevunu ukwa yese ni uwefifia okay make gbeke tena ure yo bo azeda de gbe na groli hospital wa kele gbegbe tabapali gbere onu gwa na akilame ugwa na gboya kele afema edo onu so na gefi owa na o akilu so na regbigele yala akipoto ne kiaki lo pale mati yaki ukwale ku kiaki de to vanite idure vane goko na kiyo ne ka gedwa ya ne bugbe itwa idie lo pale wa mati du agwo odo da no de to vanito iwo ya ge boye ukwa meko kwa emo kwa yalu emo no kaka lo ne mo lo kila ukwa ke me ka mi oya no kila ke gbe tena o u mi oya no kila ko mo nu gwala uwo mu ka gwere nenu pegwero ayo ko ya no yo agbon lo keli pegolo yala na emo ha kwa ke ra gwere ni eni no bana opo kili 08150180091 olo kili ti Edo South then it's Edo North o kili 08150180093 Edo North le mo la 0815018 telepo egbetoto onu so na ojo boniti Edo State Government gwere afema isako wa mo.
All right, welcome back from the EFL. According to the chairman, Rick Parry, that in 56 days it could be completed. And now, Coach Austin Sorezo Egovoen and live said the coach saying
exactly 26 years later.
From my own understanding, it's a very shameful thing because we were trying to make things for ourselves.
Exactly.
We were representing our country. You know, we're patriotic Nigerians. At the end of that World Cup, Nigeria was played fifth. Best performing team in the world at that time. And it was not a good one. It's kind of unfortunate. If one thing was aware, then it killed the game.
Yeah.
If Ecuador is falling here and he calls for the field, once it's off, it's falling on the other side. You know, it's not so that, you know, we just have to manage the game and go through to the quarterfinals. We were not experienced enough affairs, and the bench as you know, I'm not just saying West Ham now, because he was not only the coach, he was the manager, and he had a lot of assistants at his side. Too many assistants were in the Sierra Leone. So the management decided to say, listen, you know what, we go for European player, Fernando Couto, instead of Austin Eguavoen. Management tried everything he could, but it didn't work. If the matches were eliminated Italy, they would have gone for me instead of Fernando Couto.
Yeah.
So most of us will have a chance to, go higher in our career than what happened. But however, we leave everything to God, and then we just move on.
All right, Coach, after so many years, the same thing happened at the Russia 2018 against Argentina. We also had little time to also do very well to make it to the next round. And the same thing, the same inexperience or loss of concentration, I would say, cost Nigeria that much. So now Dinetro's contract is about to be extended. What would be your advice in case they find themselves in some situation once again?
I think Dinetra is done so well. I'm not against him, his contract being renewed. But again, I will always say Dinetra should try to live in this contract. I've spoken to so many people who care to listen. Because West South then he had a home around the Keja there. So we had a home-based team. I was just speaking with Coach Sylvester and Prince Afejiko a while ago about this whole thing. They had a home-based team. What we're asking Roy to try to develop our football here. Try as much as possible to see how you can impact the knowledge into some of these players. Kennedy, Semitoje, a whole lot of players trained under West Ham as home-based players. And then when they went abroad to Ajax and Brøndby, Lau and all that, they didn't come back because of the knowledge he impacted into the players. So we are begging to please stay here, have a standard home-based team. If we are playing against Burkina Faso or Sierra Leone, we don't need 23 players from Europe. If we're playing against those small countries, then West Ham will not bring some force. You have more home-based players than players, overseas. So I would say extend Gold's contract, let him stay here and try to develop our football, impact knowledge, become a football player. Not just play for Nigeria. So tomorrow, if they find themselves somewhere in Bordeaux or Milan or City, they already have idea of what those people want from them instead of. But I would say extend his contract and let him stay here and try to improve our football.
All right, thank you very much, Coach, for talking to us.
My pleasure, man.
All right. It's wonderful that we have somebody who was there, who was part of the whole team. Austin Eguavoen was a super regular in that team. He was even captain in the absence of Stephen Keshi. Remember, even from the Africa Cup of Nations in 1994, it was just 2 matches that Stephen Keshi was the captain of the first match against Gabon. We won 3-0, and then the semi-final against Cote d'Ivoire. He played the first half and part of the second half. But the moment, whenever he wasn't around, Austin Eguavoen took over as the captain of the team. And the same thing happened at the World Cup. Austin Eguavoen was usually
the assistant captain.
He was the assistant captain of the team, and he was always playing. So he knew everything that happened from the beginning of the match to the end. I think it was, if I remember what it was, even his challenge on was Albertini now that gave Italy the penalty, which Roberto Baggio converted. And I'm happy he said it. He's been here. Austin Eguavoen has been here in the studio, and he has said the same thing, that it was inexperience that cost us that match, because look, we had no business losing that game. And one thing that I am sure was what cost us the match, and really it's not about West Ham selling any match, it was that if he says West Ham, if Bonfredo is alleging that West Ham cost us the match by not applying superior tactics or whatever, fine. But to say he collected money and that's why we lost the match, that's absolute hogwash. If you remember that game, our top, the most dangerous players we had were Emmanuel Amunike, who even scored in that match, and Daniel Amokachi. Daniel Amokachi scored against Bulgaria and also scored against Greece. Rashidi Ekini, yes, he was our marksman, he was the top man, but Rashidi Ekini only scored 1 goal. That was against Bulgaria, the very first match that we played. And when you look at other matches, if you've studied Nigeria, you will see that our danger men were Emmanuel Amunike in particular and Daniel Amokachi. So the target from Arigosaki, the coach of Italy was take out these two guys. That's what they did. They took out Emmanuel Amunike. They took out Daniel Amokachi. It was the same player, Albertini, Dimitri Albertini, who did that. So we didn't counter. I'm glad Emmanuel Amunike said maybe he should have brought on strikers like Efan Ikoku, for instance. Samson Siasa was on the bench. He didn't use Samson Siasa in that match against Italy. And Samson Siasa was in very good form in that World Cup. He scored a fantastic goal to make the best goal of the World Cup against Argentina. Our second match, we lost that game 2-1. So if Bonfredo is saying that, for God's sake, you were the assistant of this person, you were there. So if it really happened, and you came back to Nigeria, remember, West Ham did not come. I think Joe Bonfrey came with the team, but no, the team they just got.
I think they left
they got their rewards and everything. But Joe Bonfrey came back to Nigeria and became coach of our under 23 team. Yeah. And there was even one game he played against. He played, that was in the year 2000. I think we were trying to qualify for the 2000 Olympic Games. West Ham went to, I think, Zimbabwe. Was managing Zimbabwe. They came here, and we played one match against them. We beat them 4-0. Joe Bonfrey was in charge of the Nigerian team at that time. Yes, and West Ham said certain things. They were asking him questions, and he said. Then it was after the African Cup of Nations, and they were asking him how good Bonfrey Joe was, and he said a coach who lost the African Cup of Nations on home soil, that he cannot be better than him. So if this thing really happened, I'm sure that was the time that Joe Bonfrey ought to have come out and say certain things about West Ham at that point. So you didn't say it for 26 years, and now you are coming to say it. I really do not understand what is going on, but honestly, I don't believe the allegation. And he said they should ask players. I said I've not listened to the interview, but I've seen it online and people talking about it. But we've spoken to a player now who said, look, nothing like that happened, and if it did, then it is really sad that somebody is coming out now. And after 26 years, I really don't understand what the whole thing is about. But it makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense to say that he sold the match. I'm okay if he sold the match, but he didn't tell the players that the match had been sold, because the players, we saw that they were trying to score. If not that. Paolo Maldini held the hand of Rashidi Ekini. Remember, Rashidi Ekini was through on goal. Yeah. Paolo Maldini held his hand and forced him down, and it was a yellow card for Paolo Maldini. And I'm sure it was because they had already given a red card to Zola for a tackle. I think it was even Eguavon.
He just came in. Yeah, he came in. Wasn't about tackle. I think it was about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it was even Eguavon that he Zola, tackled. Yeah, and then he was sent off. You know, so if Maldini had been issued a second yellow card, then it will have, if it had been issued a red card, it was given a yellow card, it will have been Nigeria 11 Italy 9, but that didn't happen. So if West Ham sold the match and all of these things were playing out, and there were chances for Nigeria to win the match, which unfortunately we were unable to take, I do not understand. If he said, okay, they sold the match and the players were in on it and everything, then it might make a sense. But a coach selling a match, I don't know. Are you saying our best players? He kept our best players on the bench in that game? The only thing I didn't understand then, but it was later when West Ham was talking and he mentioned in particular Samson Siasa. I had a problem with Samson Siasa then. He was even during the interview that he granted many years later. He was like, "Bring the camera and let the camera." You know how West Ham talks now. It's like Jose Mourinho. He said, "Siasa, you are a troublemaker." That Siasa caused a problem in the camp. That even before that match, there was some issues in camp. Yes, that even Siasia and Sunday Olise came to blows. That was what he said. So that was why he left Samson Siasia on the bench, and not because he wanted to sabotage Nigeria in that match. It's really, as I said, I didn't listen to the interview, but if we interview Joe Bonfrey and he's making these statements, there are certain questions that I will ask him. He has to explain, he has to answer this question. I don't know whether the journalist who interviewed him asked him those questions to really explain why he's coming to talk about all of this right now.
All right, before we throw the phone lines open, let's quickly talk on Formula One. The managing director, Ross Brown, says that Formula One could still hold a world championship this year, even if the season cannot start until October. And he said they are looking at closed-door races as a way to start the season once the coronavirus crisis eases and every permutation is being discussed. And also, he said if you wanted a drop dead point, which is the deadline, it will be October. So he's confident that October they'll start the Formula One, but then there's always the possibility they could run into next year, and that's been explored, and could go straight into January to finish the season. So that's what they are looking at. So I think everyone is trying to be hopeful of when the season is going to start in different sports, because they are tired of sitting at home, because this is what they do every day, and it is their job. And right now, they are not at work. They've been at home because of the pandemic. All right, guys, you can be part of the show right now. Call us on 07062639275, 09039394427, and 08121789154. Hello. Good evening, Zamjuma.
Good evening. God Francis and Dan, good evening. Yeah, then they listen to the rumor and the analysis so that they make it. You see, that was part of that in 1994. But for you to come make this allegation of saying there's how much, and certainly the actually very good. Because you need to compare the new Western don't make for Nigeria. So you know the actually good. And no time now, maybe in the 30-35 years coming, they will talk the match against Argentina for World Cup 2 years ago. Jonathan who said the match. I want to talk about Jonathan for development of football. We see that we want to contribute in that local go to. We 22 so far go to talk about Jonathan. Whether you like it or not, or that brand, Jonathan don't develop our young player, because what we today is not the best for the coach. We remember something that we vote and we are smart about. Those are foreign coaches because they all come and they don't do anything. For us, a coach don't qualify Nigeria for work community, don't expect. So the guy just, for me, he don't do more than we expect, but honestly, we see it more time. And development to get to where we are now, we don't think never reach where we are now, but we see it more time. So we give them time. I think when we they say they will start another coach. I think that we have paid the contract for 2 or 3 years before they call the list for another coach they replace and maybe after 2022 World Cup. Maybe they give them time, maybe they already one player who will get now. If they give them that time, I say things will do well.
Thank you, Banjuma. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, you're on to Sports Fiesta. Your name and your location.
Okay. Good evening.
Yeah, from where?
Yeah, from Agadaguru.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you all for all you have been doing. Yesterday it was Barrister Green. Today it's Erezo. Maybe tomorrow JJ or Papilo. Yes. We are praying for you to go higher than this. I don't know. Probably is this epidemic that is causing all these problems. That you see people coming out to start saying things that are not supposed to be said. The last time it was our high chief that came out to say one thing or the other. Funny story. Today now we are hearing from Buffalo Joe saying
which high chief?
High chief on it now.
Okay. About what?
That is that the players betray him. That was why we could not perform the World Cup. That was what we see. That is this week, yes. Now it's this again. So I don't really know why all these things are just unfolding this time. I know maybe it's just nobody is not busy. So let me just talk. Thank God we've heard from the office mouth, and I don't want to even believe, because that's the way you analyze. If you watch that clip again, you will see the hunger in those players, the way and the way they lost that match, you also felt it in them. So that was just a story, and I pray that just the way Cerezo advised, he should please come back home and start using the home base. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, it's Jose Morinho.
Jose.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Jose. You're welcome.
Greetings from General. I go straight to the point. You say there is no smoke without fire. I think Boffrey Joe is not stupid. For me, everybody has right to express themselves. He's not a child to come out and say this very important.
26 years later.
Yes, I know. But he's not stupid too. Some things may have played out. You can't just sweep it under the carpet. We should get to the nitty-gritty and to the root of it. It could be true, it could be a lie, I don't know. But it could be true too. How will you feel if you find out later when someone comes out and say, I'm sorry, I did it? So, these things happen. The coach of Senegal in 2002, I mean, he cooperated in his players and said he was called aside when his team was doing well. But he rejected it. Somebody cornered him, but he didn't give names. So we should not always say, look at someone. I know of Senegal. I know
when did the coach of Senegal say this?
Yes, at that time I heard that news too.
Well, at the World Cup, Abi?
During the World Cup.
That's what we are saying. This is 26 years after USA 94. Hold on.
Just say hold on.
If he did not speak during the World Cup, did not speak the year after the World Cup, did not speak when he came back to Nigeria and took us to Atlanta 96, he was even still in charge till 2002.
Yeah.
It was even in the qualifiers for the 2002 World Cup that he was there. He did not say anything. And it's I beg you.
Okay, yeah, you can say I beg you, but I'm telling you that we should also look it from the other angle. Because that team was on fire. I don't know what happened there. Something must have really happened.
Jose Mourinho, that Italian team at that point had the World Footballer of the Year in Roberto Baggio. So I wonder why. Look, we did extremely well against Italy. So were you expecting us to beat it 3-0?
The French team that Senegal beat, they didn't have a world player like Zidane.
Zidane was injured now. Did Zidane play that match against Senegal? Zidane only played one match against Denmark. That was after they had lost their first two.
We should try and work from the other side. I refuse to follow the crowd. I think Dr. Joe has a reason for saying it. He said it on Brilliant FM. He said if you think I'm lying, ask the player. Come on.
So we asked one player now. And the player
out of two players.
We will ask other players. And I'm also shocked that 26 years after, no player said anything.
Yes, maybe it's a military game and things will happen all over the world. You can't say. Okay. Also, I am also going to speak about the testing of the vaccine in Africa. They said, let me express. I'm very sad about that. When they make their Ferraris and Lamborghinis, they don't come here to test them on our bad roads. When they design their skyscrapers, they don't come here to test them before they build them. So these guys should be careful. We are Africans, but we are not stupid.
All right. Thank you.
But we should know it wasn't a European country that said they were coming to test. It was just two doctors, two professors speaking, and they just said something. It's not like the French government said they were coming to test whatever vaccine in Nigeria. They just two individuals talking, and they expressed that.
All right, let's take more calls. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
It's Ibrahim and all the panelists there.
Good evening.
I want to comment on the
your name and your
issue
location. What's your name? And where are you calling from?
My name is Chimizi. I'm calling from GRA.
Okay, Chimizi from GRA. Go ahead.
So I want to talk on the issue of bribery in that 1994 World Cup. I have to be sincere with you. If I had this news or this revelation just some years after, maybe 1 or 2 years after that World Cup, I would tend to believe that story.
Seriously?
Because I watched that match. That was the year I even got admission to the university. That was 1994.
So, sorry, hold on. You're telling me that Rashidi Yekini missed those goals intentionally because he wanted us to go away.
Allow me to say what I'm saying now.
Please, before you go on, turn down
I don't have that impression now.
Please, hold on now. Please turn down the audio or you move away.
Okay, I've done that.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So what I'm doing is that
Then, in fact, after watching that match, that was the moment I removed my passion from watching the Super Eagles. Because after that match, I was sick. I felt sick. In fact, I had fever that night because of that match.
Me too.
And Guavon, for me, was the weakest link in that team.
How?
If you go and watch that match, you see that the challenge he met down is it about to bat your who?
No,
was very rash.
It was Albertini.
Yes.
So it
was very.
It was inexperienced.
Is that why you would say he's the weakest link in the team?
That's what I'm saying. It was totally uncalled for. So I couldn't sleep that night. I was feeling, why would this guy make this challenge?
That was the second goal. That was the penalty, and we even still had.
I knew. That
wasn't what finished us. What finished us was the error from Sunday Ulisse.
The equalizer.
Yeah, the equalizer. Yes, because we had just like 2 minutes to go. If Sunday Ulisse had ballooned the ball, if he had kicked it into touch, it would have been okay. He had to dribble past Albertini.
I think that should have led us to at least play penalties. I think I was waiting for that. Let us just manage and play penalties before a government made that challenge. I was totally disappointed.
It was pressure.
Even I'm not exempting the Olise because the time Olise had to make challenge, he was raising hands, waiting for the referee to go.
No, you are missing it. That was at
that was the Argentina match.
That was
okay, yes. Yes. So that's my opinion. I would have believed it if I had it earlier than now. Because I didn't see anything why we should or would why we would lose that match. I was totally disappointed, but I don't believe it now. It has come late.
That
does not mean you should involve all the players now. It's a question of involving some,
Yeah, but what if someone would say this person is a key witness? This person should know. The captain of that team is now no longer alive. So if you take it to court and they say, okay, the captain was part of the discussion, how will you get it when he's dead? So Godfrey Joe should have kept quiet forever since he didn't say it in 1990.
If he can prove it, there's nothing wrong about what he has said. If he can prove it, beyond reasonable doubt that this is actually what happened.
All right, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, well, let's go on another break and we'll come back. We'll take some calls, then look at the SMS.
If they find event center, we not get right back. Or if they find better person, they say you go do your party. Welcome to Thames Event Center. We get better banquet hall. We go contain over 300 people. If we will get better hall, we say go carry up to 700 people. Thames Event Center, we get all good conference hall. We go contain up to 300 people. Enough parking space there, Yakata. Security there. Wella, let's not even there when we say yes, so go give you better events. They still say into event management. Make carry your eye, come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Thames Event Center Tandagripa for 171 South Road between Satana Market and Magistrate Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, I beg you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234. Thames Event Center. The event center where they make your events go really well.
My dear Edo people, coronavirus is a pandemic that is ravaging the world right now. It has reached Nigeria and also in Edo State. Symptoms include dry cough, fever, and difficulty in breathing. We can avoid this deadly virus by obeying simple rules of hygiene. Social distancing, stay away from crowd, wash hands regularly with soap and water, use sanitizers, stay away from sufferers of the virus, sneeze or cough into handkerchiefs or tissue or the hollow of the elbow. If you are sick, stay at home and report to the nearest hospital. Coronavirus is not a death sentence. Let's join hands with Edo State government to end this virus for the good of all. Great Edo people, please let's take this message seriously. Market women, if you know you don't sell foodstuff or food, please stay at home. Drivers, please don't carry above the recommended number of passengers for now. Do not travel unless it is very important. Remember, only the living can pursue money. If you are not well or you suspect somebody who has the coronavirus, please report immediately. You can call 081-501-80091 for Edo South, 081-501-80093 Edo North, and 081-501-80092 Edo Central. For emergency, you can call code 112. Edo State government is combat ready to stamp out the coronavirus. May God grant us good health. This message is from Edo State government.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pot, but that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stock fish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
All right, welcome back, and let's get back to the phone lines. The phone lines have been buzzing. Sayings, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Quickly, what's your name?
This is Michael from Bo.
Michael from Bo.
The Man United fan.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, I want to contribute to this issue of Kufm Nigeria, the allegation is raising at this point in time. The truth is this, from all indications, what he's saying might not be far from the truth. But like the Bracada of Sports said, the gap has been long. We ought to have kept quiet for a longer time. But why I'm saying this is that if you look at the whole scenario, I don't know why Westerhoff left for his country from that World Cup without coming back to Nigeria. That's one point I don't know.
That will not be the Bonfrey Joe himself did not come back with the team after Atlanta 96. Bonfrey Joe himself did not even come back with the team after that USA 94 World Cup. You know, so it's not a new thing. When Boran Milutinovic took us to the 1998 World Cup, he didn't return with the team. It's not the first time that is happening. Last Lagerbach went with the team to the World Cup. He did not return. So that's not returning is not.
Okay, but the point I want to make is this. I find the idea from Austin Guavon that the inexperienced caused them the match. And why I say this, the truth might not be far-fetched is this. If the players were inexperienced, Westerhoff was not inexperienced at that time to manage the players. I remember our Jose Mourinho normally said that some players don't use their head. They want to use his own head. They love their brain and they are using his own brain when they are on the pitch. If this coach is experienced and he uses his brain, I believe he will win the match.
But
so that's the point. And on this coach, Genetro, I'm not comfortable with his technical abilities. We have good coaches, we have a good player that is bringing together, fine and good. But the technical know-how is a problem that might cost us if we find ourselves in that kind of Argentina game again. Because he was the one that lost that match, not the players. That's why I can give contribution.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
No, you know, it's funny how we all think now that Nigeria should have easily beaten Italy. We are talking about Italy that got to the final of that 1994 World Cup. Italy that lost to Brazil only on penalties. Yes, they managed to qualify from their group. But the moment and traditionally Italians at the World Cup, they are slow starters. But when they get going, they become very, very difficult to stop. That Italian team had Paolo Maldini. In fact, the captain of the team is the great Franco Baresi, Baba Baresi. We are talking of, they had Gianluca Pagliuca as their first choice and goalkeeper. But he didn't play against Nigeria because I think he got suspended for that, but he came back for the final. It was the guy Angelo Peruzzi, the guy that later became Juventus goalkeeper. That won the
second choice.
Yes, that won the Champions League with Juventus in 1995. They had Gianfranco Zola in that team. They had Roberto Baggio, who was winning World Footballer of the Year. They had Dino Baggio. They had Dimitri Albertini. They had so many fantastic players from AC Milan that won the Champions League that year. We had Daniel Massaro in that team. We had Donadoni. And Nigerians think that we ought to have beaten that Italian team 3-0, and we are saying now because Bonfrey Joe, after 26 years, is saying West Ham sold the match, and we thought we should have beaten Italy.
It was that loss of concentration.
Look, that team was very, very good. Our Nigerian team was very, very good, and that's why we survived that long. We even went ahead against Italy. And as Austin Egowan said, if they had had a little bit more experience, we ought maybe to have beaten them. After all, Cameroon beat Argentina at Italia 90. They were the world champions coming into that game. And as Jose Mourinho said, Senegal beat France in 2002. But of course, we know the French team, the heart and soul was in Zidane, and he wasn't in that game. So let us not feel like we should have beaten Italy. We're not talking about Costa Rica or Nicaragua or one small team at the World Cup. We played against Italy and we lost 2-1. It was a fantastic display from the Super Eagles, but let us not feel that we ought to have beaten that Italian team 3-0, and because we lost gallantly, now, many years later, people are saying West Ham must have sold that match.
Let's see the amount and the test we can
so before let's quickly take this one from the chairman of the Edo State Football Association concerning the coronavirus. He says, we know it's been difficult not having the chance to be at the stadium for live matches and even to get to watch football on TV. Definitely, we know this will surely pass. The Edo State Football Association is urging us all to keep maintaining social distancing and follow all safety guidelines made available by NCDC and other authorized agencies. There will be light at the end of the tunnel, and when this pandemic is over, we will all unite again, safe and sound. This is from Honorable Henry Asamata, who is the chairman of the Edo State Football Association. All right, the text messages now. This one says, good evening, sirs. You guys are simply the best. It is sad to hear what the Bonfrey is saying now after many years. For me, I refuse to believe him because I saw a team that wanted to win on that day. On Raw, I feel that our league should be improved upon because those days of Westerhoff, the league had players that were as good as foreign-based players. Finidi moved from Calabarovas and became a regular at Ajax. Chris Naifo. Was it from Calabarovas or from Sharks? Sharks. Good evening. I didn't really know what to say about you guys. Kai, you are #1 sports station on radio in the whole world. Okay, thank you. Your name is not there. Your message is even incomplete. Thank you.
We'll take this and we'll send out.
Okay. This one says, okay. Good day, Ogai Bro and Co. Paying raw in Naira is very necessary because in case of Naira devaluation to dollar, we will need more Naira to meet with the equivalent in dollar, whereas it wouldn't have to be so if paying him in Naira as a blues from airport.
All right, this is what you can take on the show this evening. Don't worry, tomorrow, Friday's morning edition, we'll have to, I'm hoping that we'll get to read more of your messages. The phone lines are still buzzing, but we can take more. Thanks for being part of the show, and to my strike partners, many thanks for doing this with me. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Please stay healthy, wash your hands regularly, and use the sanitizers, and stay indoors so that the frontliners will be able to do their job properly. Bye-bye.
My people, I greet you now. Now this wahala of coronavirus, now I want to talk to you about. Tell our papa our mama, our brothers and sisters plus our children say make dem not stay where people gather pass 20. Make we all stay inside our house. If you go outside, no near person. I beg my people, this virus na real. Now the following things we suppose do make we not catch this COVID-19. Always wash hands with soap and water for tap for about 20 seconds. Make we dey use sanitizer for our hands plenty times. Make we not dey touch our eyes, ear, nose or mouth. If we wan sneeze or cough, make we do one for inside our elbow. If you sneeze for toilet roll, make you throw one for where another person no go fit touch am. Make you not shake anybody hand or embrace or hug any person body. Make we dey drink plenty water wey e not cold all the time, whether water hungry us or not. Make we not near any person wey dey sneeze or cough well. If you get fever, dey sneeze or dey cough, no rush go hospital, stay for inside house, but call the people for NCDC for these numbers 080-8409-6723 or 080-6425-8163 or 080-3583-5529. God bless Edo State and God bless Nigeria. The person will bring this message now His Excellency Right Honorable Dr. Pius Egberame Odubu.
Maggi Naija sweet and porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or rest. Try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stock fish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Esano Pavolo, coronavirus, Ogiamano, no Cabo Agmonia, or yes, or to a donos a man. A barrel, Yahoria Mole, Okiati here, Okiaka, no Kaka, a Bolekiaqua, or Sabonia here, so ma, are you big bow, a Barakabo, yeah, at the back of Boba River, a Gaboda, Boo, had the Vedania, at my Benoratalo, Ukiaru, then, no botually sanitizer Baboa, what in here, Laukahan, Kahana will be Benara Kekua, whatever the Fia Gigi, what in here, Laukahan, Ukiago, what will not, they will wire. Wakrebe gbedia ye otara sibito no sikende ba mamarana mona gbanowo hormata mawana vande duaki amyo ye balukin de wa no se ya enegu motor amu de kan ake gi motor no se fun gberagi government tare he da bi yabo panu akin yabo lo he afani boy bonu gere kan wakrebe gbedia ye tabe tare wa mbegbe no sike tamude won mo no riwo ole huigu amyo diario tare wonu waya da wonu rive do south 081 501 80091. One of the water is 081 501 80092. One of the water family actually I don't know 081 501 80093. Akime Guaguaco, Akin Demi, Tabetawana 112. Raja Double Barrero Tona can have with coronavirus if ya or somebody may make him, he said, Erota don't have your homonary.
92.7 KUFM. 92.7 KUFM News. Concise, precise, balanced, unbiased.
We are live from Benin City to the world.
This is 92.7 KUFM Newsbreak.
Good evening and welcome to Newsbreak on KU 92.7 FM, Benin City. First, the headlines. Nigeria records 22 new cases of COVID-19. President Buhari pardons 2,600 prisoners. Residents lament over a sudden hike in price of food items in Benin. On entertainment, American mom drags Nollywood actress for stealing baby photo. Details of this and more after this break. I'm Benjamin Cattery. Now the news in detail. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC on Wednesday evening recorded 22 new cases of the coronavirus. Of the 22 new cases, 15 were recorded in Lagos, 4 in FCT, 2 in Bauchi, and 1 in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Nigeria to 276. So far, 44 persons have been discharged, with 6 deaths recorded in Nigeria. For a breakdown of cases by states, Lagos has 145, FCT 54, Osun 20, Oyo 11, Edo 12, Bauchi 8, Akwa Ibom 5, Kaduna 5, Ogun 4, Enugu 2, Ekiti 2, Rivers 2, Benue 1, Ondo 1, and Kwara 2, Delta 1, and Katsina 1. Meanwhile, the number of confirmed coronavirus disease infections around the world now stands at over 1.5 million, with more than 80,630 deaths recorded. About 342,331 people have recovered so far. America has overtaken Europe in the number of confirmed cases and highest casualty figure per day. In the United States, the death toll has exceeded 4,000 and the number of confirmed cases surpassed 200,000. President Muhammadu Buhari has granted amnesty to 5 ex-convicts, among whom are late Professor Ambrose Ali, late Chief Anthony Enahoro, external ex-Lieutenant Colonel Moses Effiong, Major E.J. Olarinwaju, and Ajay I. Olushola Babalola. The president also granted a presidential pardon to 2,600 inmates nationwide, with 70 inmates from Kuje Correctional Center as beneficiaries. Speaking at a news conference in Abuja, Minister of Interior Rauf Aribishola explains that after the release of the first phase of inmates, the Committee on Presidential Amnesty will continue to meet regularly to consider those who deserve the benefit. Also speaking at the occasion, the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, says the United Nations had called the nations of the world to reduce the number of inmates in custodial centers in view of social distancing attitude. While describing the flag-off of the 2020 presidential pardon as historic, Malami said the process of selecting beneficiaries started in 2018. He also urged the community to open their hands and receive the beneficiaries without stigmatization. He lamented that 70% of inmates in Nigeria's correctional centers are awaiting trial. The senior special assistant to the president on Niger Delta affairs, Senator Ita Enang, has said the federal government was planning to legalize modular refineries in the country. Enang said his office had engaged some illegal oil refiners in the Niger Delta region and had seen the need to legalize their operations. According to him, some of the artisanal refiners can produce chains of petroleum products and supply them for consumption in the country. The presidential aide said engaging the artisanal refiners would go a long way to save cost for the country and boost revenue generation. Buyers of food items in Benin City have complained about the hike in the prices of essential commodities in the last few days. But sellers have quickly shifted the blame, saying the new price regime was not decided by them. When KUFM News crew visited some of the market, it was not the usual hustling and bustling that characterized the everyday Nigerian market.
Following the death of one person and 11 persons testing positive for the coronavirus disease in Edo State, the state government decided to shut down markets and move some of them to nearby public schools.
All markets in Edo State are to be shut down effect from Tuesday 12 midnight, and the state government will be taking advantage of the closure to start fumigation.
When KUFM visited Enya Primary School and Aduawa College, where Enya Market and Aduawa Market were relocated respectively, the traders hailed the decision of the state government.
Market they go well, Wesley. The customer small. We don't get any other option. It's for the good of everybody. And we are happy so that we will do they healthy.
Business is good. People don't need to enter market share. Because some people think that they're not they come out. So people not they enter market like that. Not they sell as they say before. And things too expensive.
But some buyers of the food items say they have money in their pockets, but the price of foodstuff is now above their purchasing power.
My name is Mrs. Osas Ajegbe. A corona hungry now we day, not be coronavirus again. We reach here now, everything costs for market. Then they sell gari, the bucket of gari 400 before, but now 600 now they sell now. how una want make we take survive for this one wey we dey so. I'm Miss K Challenge. I'm not working, you are not working. The little money we save, we are using to make sure that we are not in hunger. But you that know that I'm not working, you should try and help me. Let me help you and use the money to buy from you. You will not increase your things that you have before in store because Corona hungry have come.
My name is Uchenna Emeka Ubugo. I have been walking around here for past 1 hour. It's very, very expensive. The meat, I normally cut meat of 700 before, but now they can't even give me any meat of 700 now. Look at my nylon. I can't buy anything because I don't have money. I'm not working. I stay at home. I have a newborn baby at home and my wife. They are there waiting for me to come and buy things. Things are very hard. Government should come in and help us.
Some of the traders, however, gave reasons for the increase in the price of foodstuff.
1,300.
1,300? How much did they sell before?
We did sell at 1,000. Then we not see a buy again. They said that they work for fun. No gari. Go waka, no gari. So anyone you see now, you buy at 1,300.
Because of the problem of road, not going out, that the place that carry on. Now Adamawa.
At Emopa Primary School, which serves as one of the new spots for traders at Obermarket, the head of the Edo State Public Work Volunteer, POWO, Usagi Mutari, saying from Thursday, traders and buyers who are not wearing face masks will not be allowed into the school.
Nobody's going to trade here without nose mask. Either you use your handkerchief to tie your nose, but you must cover your nose and your mouth. And nobody's going to buy from here without covering your nose and your mouth.
He said each school has a number of traders that will be allowed in to maintain social distance, as those hawking their wares are not allowed into the school.
A trader is supposed to have 3 feet space between themselves, and a buyer is supposed to have another 3 feet space. If you times 3 times 100, we have like 300 persons. So we must have, the main thing is for us to have social distance.
However, some traders feel cheated, complaining that they have been denied space in this new arrangement.
At the time for Lagos Street, the customer will come and move for primary school. As we come now, we don't understand what they do. They allow on the air side, they don't allow on the air side.
And me, they say, I guess so, but I will lock stop, I will lock stop. Now we don't reach here now, they not agree allow us to come.
The Edo State government says the relocation of major market to public school is to enable government fumigate the market against COVID-19. Lemedum Asabgaram, KFM News.
KFM News Break continues right after this break. Stay with us.
Ona ege na ya tabo ma koyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbelewu na ege no keke na ya ga lue ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne botie toilet roll ra upon ne kere na ye mo bo ne botie akati ya gunu kebiwe wa ga tolu nwe ege no keke na ya ga gbobo ege ya kebe ave lu hand sanitizer aye na bi egbe na mo tolu nwe na san gege de kanwe ege na okeke na ga gba o ge gboma kebe otemi yoma no sikoma deguna ge ige egbewe me no we ra ọmọ nọsíkẹ wẹ ẹgẹjẹ ráríò wíìsì gbègbè nọsíkẹ wẹsẹ òfẹtí lè tiẹ ó lábà náà 08000267662 ra 08009700010 nígbèdégbé tiẹ 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege enwe ayahi magmo coronavirus na bege bawo KUFM 92.7 oyuna la wewe
Still in the news, electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, have offered to supply electricity free of charge for 2 months to all Nigerians. The gesture is to cushion the effects of the COVID-19 lockdown on the customers, according to the statement, which the Executive Director, Research and Advocacy, Association of Nigerian Electricity Distributors, ANED, Barrister Sunday Oduntano, Thursday said DISCOs recognize the challenging effects of the coronavirus COVID-19 on the economy and daily lives of its customers. Coming up in a moment, American mom drags Nollywood actress for stealing baby photo. Details after this short break.
and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put to mother's breast. That first yellowish colostrum is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk, no water, no fluid, exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong, zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
The first 6 months of a baby's life brings that first smile, that first laugh. For the first 6 months, don't give water. Breast milk has everything baby needs to grow strong and sharp. For the first 6 months, give baby only breast milk. No water, no fluid, no other food. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
You're still on to News Break on KU92.7 FM. On entertainment, Nollywood actress Halima Abubakar has been called out on social media by an American mom for allegedly stealing her baby photo and pretending to use it as hers. The 34-year-old movie star recently welcomed a baby boy. She shared a photo of her son's hand with the caption, "A gift from God." However, an American mother, simply known as Ariel, with the Instagram handle @the_ArielB, @the_ArielB, shared photos of her baby photos on Instagram, which are similar to that of the photo Abubakar used in announcing the arrival of her baby. Ariel went on to share screenshots of conversations between herself and Abubakar, where she appealed to the actress to take down the photo of her baby from her Instagram page. The post has not been deleted from Abubakar's page, and she has not reacted to the accusation leveled against her. And lastly, former Big Brother Niger housemates Mercy and Ike are returning to the screens with a new reality TV show. The show, titled Mercy and Ike, will premiere on April 26, 2020 on TV. Both Mercy and Ike shared the official teaser for the upcoming show on their social media handles. And that's the news, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria records 22 new cases of COVID-19. President Buhari pardons 2,600 prisoners. Residents lament over a sudden hike in price of food items in Benin. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM News Break was produced by Good News on Kanjo. I'm Benjamin Kadiri, saying thanks for listening. Good evening.
Everybody wants to know more of this and more of that. What is happening around the globe? Me, myself, I want to know. Said you know, 'cause I got good news for you. The best station is knocking on your door. Just sit back and relax, babe. Just sit back and relax. 'Cause all you have to do is tune into 92.7 KUFM. Tune into 92.7 KUFM. Tune into 92.7 KUFM. Tune into 92.7 KUFM. Tune into 92.7
President Muhammadu Buhari has granted amnesty to 5 ex-convicts, among whom are late Professor Ambrose Ali, late Chief Anthony Enahoro, former Lieutenant Colonel Moses F. Young, Major E.J. Olarewaju, and Ajayi I. Olushola Babalola. The president also granted a presidential pardon to 2,600 inmates nationwide, with 70 inmates from Kuje Correctional Center as beneficiaries. Speaking at a news conference in Abuja, Minister of Interior Rauf Aribishola explains that after the release of the first phase of inmates, the Committee on Presidential Amnesty will continue to meet regularly to consider those who deserve the benefit. The leadership of the National Assembly has dismissed reports that it labeled the National Social Investment Programs a failure, stressing that its statement was directed at efforts during the lockdown. In a statement issued on Thursday by Ola Awuni, Special Advisor on Media to the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, the legislature explained that newspaper reports of the meeting with the Humanitarian Minister were misleading. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Ita Enang, says the federal government was planning to legalize modular refineries in the country. Enang said his office had engaged some illegal oil refiners in the Niger Delta region and had seen the need to legalize their operations. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, will in a few days make available a total of 600 bed spaces for isolation and treatment of coronavirus patients. The FCTA Minister, Muhammad Bello, made this known while addressing a news conference organized by the FCT Abuja Ministerial Expert Advisory Committee on COVID-19 under the chairmanship of Dr. Aliyu Modibo on Thursday in Abuja. Bello also disclosed that the FCT administration had received financial donations amounting to about 1 billion naira from various organizations, including the United Bank for Africa, UBA, Bank of Industry, Danata Construction Company, Gilmore Construction Company, among others. The Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, has directed the Commissioners of Police in states where the social restriction orders have been placed due to the COVID-19 pandemic to continue the due enforcement of the orders during the Easter celebration. While felicitating with Christians as the mark Easter, he urged worshippers to observe prayers and worship programs in their homes. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors, stay safe. That's KFM News Update on the Hour. Thanks for listening. I'm Benjamin Cattery. Good evening.